I've gotten those too. I probably had like when I was like whenever I had like uh even like 1,500 followers, I got a bot follow that was like 1,500 followers. I had that happen to me when I was IRL at UCLA. And then did you have alerts on? That's literally, Anita, that's why I take, well, I mean, I don't use follow alerts anymore, but that's why I took alerts off of my IRL streams, because I didn't have any control over them and I didn't want them to be ruining moments and stuff like that, you know. But anyway, I switched servers to one that didn't have alerts. Yeah, there you go. Nice. Basically, you know what? Thanks for the free follows, bitches. Number goes up, baby. Number goes up, baby. Anyway, so what's up, chat? How does my mic sound? Because I still had it set to stuff for when Rigo was in. And also, by the way, how did you like... sounds good? Okay, cool. How did you like the IRL stream? We haven't spoken since we were at the IRL stream. Did you guys have fun watching that? Did you enjoy it? It was fun, yeah? Okay, cool. I liked that stuff. IRL is dope. Love the vibes. The vibes were immaculate. We really picked a great group. It was just... My friends are awesome. My friends are so awesome. Let's get some shout outs to all the friends that came with us. Tofu Ghost... J. Marianne. Yeah. It was a blast, dude. I had a great time. I'm so glad we could share it with you guys. It was like kind of fun to stream. Also, I was a little worried that it would be more cringe, but honestly, it wasn't even at all. I didn't feel cringe at all. I had a great time, honestly. Everybody was like super chill. Nobody really like was saying anything about me filming or streaming or anything. We had a great time, honestly, really great time. So I hope you guys enjoyed it. Then what else? Sunday, I was depressy on Sunday, dude. I don't know why. I just had like very little energy and it was just like the vibes were fucked like kind of all day. So you know what I did is I watched Game of Thrones with Becca last night, and then I watched the movie Network. Have you guys seen that movie? Dude, that movie's so fucking good. I had seen it before, but it was so long ago that it felt like no, House of Dragons. Come on. We were watching House of Dragons, the new one. No, Network is... You guys should all see Network. It's fucking amazing. It's a great, great film. I had seen it a long time ago, but now it's like... I don't know. It's been so long that it felt like watching it for the first time. And also, like, the context is so, you know, of my life is so different now that I'm actually, like, on camera and doing news, quote unquote. I'll be right back, though. Hold on one second. Let me see if I can find you something fun to watch. It won't be that long. Yo, check out this. Check this out, dude. Anybody see this? Anybody see this? Orb around me, let my sunshine on your third degree to burn sting. Don't say I ain't warn you, nigga. I'm sending little books to little bears. Money on the commissary, solitaire, mimicking a home. The phone is a shotgun, the mailbox a possum. My letters play dead as they watch from the stock room. What's a dude? With no kids, holy fuck! This is not in America. This is in China, Shangdu, China, or Shandong. Shandong province, bruh. A volcano, or not a volcano, a tornado. A fucking tornado hit China and did a bunch of damage. It was in like a very, very heavily populated area. Crazy, dude. Dude, crazy. Anyway, Network, incredible film. Watch Network if you can.
Really good movie about politics. There's also like a lot of left, like they're very like direct. Like there's like a revolutionary communist terrorist group in it and shit. It's crazy. It's a great movie. And then today I had a meeting with a director of a documentary. We watched it on for Films for Gaza, so long term fans will know. But we watched We All Live in Gaza for Films for Gaza. That was like the work in progress documentary that we screened. That was the director that I met with today. And I've been giving notes on the cut and like, you know, talking to them about it. So we'll see what happens with that. It was good to talk today and see what the next steps for the project are and if I can help and stuff. So that'll be cool. Help to tell the story of what's going on in Gaza right now. You know, it's something I care about. What else? Oh yeah, and then today, you know what? I just got done finished watching Charlie Wilson's War. Cause I was watching Hassan, and I didn't want to spoil my coverage for tonight, so I stopped watching that and I watched the movie Charlie Wilson's War instead. Aaron Sorkin wrote it. Tom Hanks is in it. Julie Rogers, Amy Adams. That movie is so fucking weird, dude. I don't even know what to think about it. It's just lived up in all the ways Aaron Sorkin always is. And I don't know. I couldn't really get into it. I did not really fuck with it. I'm not gonna lie. It was fine. It was just fine. Aaron Sorkin sucks. He always sucks. Okay. Other than that, I wanted to. So we're gonna get into. We are going to get into news later on. I want to cover touch on what's going on in Gaza right now. There's also that Lancet article or report that was trying to get a more accurate representation of death count, which I definitely wanted to read and talk over. And then after that, we'll talk about Joe Biden. I still haven't watched the interview with George Stephanopoulos in full, so we'll watch that. And then he apparently called in to like MSNBC this morning, the Morning Joe. He said, "Well, that's me, Jack." So he called in to a show today. We'll watch that. And then we'll watch a little bit more about how his brain is falling out of his head and people can't really do anything about it, I guess. He's just going to stay in. And then we're going to talk about cops. We're going to do some cop watch. I got a few stories from around the nation about police doing some fuck shit, as always. And then we'll watch a That Dang Dad video about cops, and then maybe even do some like body cam cop stuff about cops taking L's. And then I got some more reacts too, but I also wanted to do some retro gaming tonight. So I got my PS2 dusted off. Okay, I got my discs all wiped clean. They're ready to play, okay? No scratches on the discs here, baby. But before we get into all that, can we talk about Sketch? Can we talk about Sketch? I want to kind of... I've like been only tangentially watching this whole Sketch shit. But I get Sketch's like TikToks, YouTube shorts. I get that guy's shit everywhere. And I have for a long time. And I guess for people who are maybe like, who the fuck is Sketch? Let's start there. And let's check out this video by Patrick CC about the who is Sketch? What do you mean not again? Did you get? God damn it! How? Man, my chat boxes are all fucked up. Okay, wait, no. Let's watch this video because Sketch is I don't know. I think he's a very interesting creator. He makes me laugh. He's the kind of kid I would have been friends with in high school. Like, I just like weirdos and people who have a very good sense of like comedic timing. I don't care how weird you are. Honestly, the weirder the better. And he's like a weirdo that I would have really liked, I think. And I mean, I don't want to spoil the news in case anybody hasn't heard. Let's let it all cook, you know. But he's one of us. He's one of us. Maybe. We don't really know for sure, actually. We don't really know for sure.
The cringiest, reprehensible, and downright degenerate content creators. But it has also opened up an opportunity for fans to deeply connect with great creators through long hours of virtual hangouts, which has led to some streamers going from ordinary people to A or B-list celebrities. Kylie Cox, who goes by the alias Sketch, has had an unbelievably profound impact on pop culture in his quick rise to popularity. His catchphrases and slogans have permeated throughout the internet, to the point where some of the biggest athletes in the world are mimicking the 25-year-old streamer. He also got an upcoming rapper on the Billboard charts just by reciting his lyrics on stream. Even the NFL has collaborated with Sketch. When you learn about Sketch's story,
We're going to talk about Gaza? Yeah, for sure. We will. Right after this.
You will understand.
We were just watching Craig Ferguson over at Cosmopolitics, speaking of comedic timing and good weird. Yeah. I wouldn't say Sketch is like that.
Why so many people
I would not say he's like that, but
around the world love him. It's much deeper than a weird kid who plays video games and says funny jokes. While most live streamers grinded for years and nobody knew them, only to go viral and be seen as an overnight success, Sketch actually was an overnight success. His first
this dude blew the fuck up. This guy has been everywhere, man.
first Twitch stream was on July 24th, 2023, not even 1 year ago, where he streamed for just 1 hour, and had a peak of just 6 viewers while playing World of Warships. All modern day streamers understand that growing a following on Twitch alone is not practical, so they typically
Bitch, watch me. Bitch, watch me.
use TikTok, Instagram Reels, or Shorts to post highlights or clips of their streams in hopes of going viral and then directing those fans over to Twitch. Sketch started a TikTok and wisely grew the page by posting other streamers' highlights. Once he eclipsed 6,000 followers, his account was eligible to stream on TikTok Live. We all know TikTok has a much more sophisticated algorithm and disturbingly knows exactly what we're thinking. So TikTok quickly began.
Dude, I hate it when he cuts to himself. It takes like my brain like 4 seconds to realize that the words are coming out of the mouth. Sometimes I wonder if those Gaza numbers are accurate or not. We'll go over it all. Just not right now, Tex. Just chill. Or you can come back in like 30 minutes or 40 minutes. We'll probably be there.
Recommending Sketch's streams to the Aiden Ross, iShowSpeed, Neon, Jinxie, W and L live stream community. Streamers like Speed and Aiden Ross gained their first fans by streaming NBA 2K. Sports games always have a cult following, and fans are constantly looking for new streamers to watch. And bigger streamers are always looking to play against other streamers for great trash talk moments.
One of y'all going to the extreme and say iShowSpeed said you will. Oh God.
But Sketch's game of choice was Madden. Sketch met a creator named Zach Lewis in the Madden community. Zach is a former D1 college quarterback turned streamer who has a few 100,000 followers on TikTok, and they all were about to fall in love with Sketch. Zach and Sketch would play 2v2 games where they would be on the same team. Their viral moments mostly consisted of Sketch throwing terrible passes or making horrible plays and Zach freaking out.
What are you looking at? Dude, seriously, how stupid are you, dude?
Dude, you said no intelligence insults, okay?
21 Uber! God damn it! It's crazy what a little heat will do to somebody.
But the clips that would go even more viral were of Sketch actually making great plays, then concluding them with hilarious.
I don't know how you get popular with a game like Madden. That's like so crazy to me.
Celebrations. His signature became the dog peeing.
Like, it's honestly, for me, it's crazy to imagine exclusively gaming. Like, only gaming on Twitch makes me very anxious. I think that is like, that would objectively be harder than like, well, for me it would be harder than what I do, which is like providing commentary. Like, I can just yap and like talk politics all day long, you know what I mean? Gaming is Twitch. I know. But I just feel like with a game like Madden, like, it's not like there's like variety in the gameplay. It's literally always the same thing. And like, when I have watched Madden, it's been like S-Fan. And S-Fan is great because he like does like season mode or like, you know, like dynasty. He does like the franchise dynasty mode. and he like role plays as the coach and does like press conferences with chat after the games, and it's like, yeah, it was way more about the personality, and I think it's probably the same with this, right? Like
celebration.
Oh my gosh, is that a
yeah, the green screen coaching is so fucking funny. I love that content.
heater? Is that a heater? That's a heater.
I'm almost
That's a
done.
heater.
Sketch went back to Twitch while streaming with Zach. Zach had 40,000 followers and helped boost Sketch's Twitch presence. After 1 month of consistent streams, he was now averaging about 230 viewers. Sketch would immerse himself into the game and act like he was the quarterback calling the plays. Combine that with his terrible mic quality, and it was entertaining and borderline realistic role-playing.
Here we go. Scholar, everyone run
You
smart.
have to be kidding me.
Run smart. Ace, graffiti. Ace, graffiti.
This guy has to be kidding me. You have to be kidding me.
I throw darts.
If you followed his personal TikTok in late 2023, you would see the same exact video every single week. He would go to every
This week it'll pop off, trust.
Houston Texans football home game, dance to Soak City by 310 Baby in the parking
It's also like, why does he wear the headset everywhere?
lot while wearing his headset, and eat his Trill burger and fries. People couldn't help but assume Sketch has some sort of developmental disorder, and the way he talked seemed to just lean into that. But at this point, they didn't know. They just followed because he was funny. But right at the end of 2023,
Yeah, trademark look. It works, right?
Sketch was discovered by
And he does seem like he like has a developmental disorder. Let me just say that. But not in a way that's like it's awesome. People like him. Like, you know, like he's great. He's awesome.
Jinxie, who is currently the #1 streamer in the world by average viewers and subscribers. Jinxie challenged Sketch to a game of Madden, and while most streamers would try to ass kiss and be nice to a streamer who could give them a career, Sketch did the opposite, immediately starting off the stream with some trash talk.
This is
this
is the athlete against the e-boy. Okay. So you
It's a Is it a character? Is it even a character? Is that even true?
better
Yo, what up, XGU?
buckle up. I'm sick and tired of all these ass.
You guys think it's a character? You guys really think it's a character? What up, Pubusama? He said he mimics Trump's mannerisms? Well, yeah, people do that. I mean, people... What do you mean? Every single kid in my school was mimicking Adam Sandler from fucking Lil Nicky, or... You know, like... We were all going to see the Adam Sandler movie to figure out what our new personality was going to be. You know?
Ass kiss, all these ass kickers in your live, okay? I'm setting the tone now. This is not a friendly game.
And of course, he had to hit his classic celebration after a touchdown.
Blue 42! Blue 42! Stack, meat on meat!
During this stream, Sketch averaged 3,500 viewers, which is more
He has some like tics. I don't know. There's like certain things that come off as like maybe Asperger's.
more than a lot of full-time streamers. Jinxie's fans loved Sketch, so he invited him on again 9 days
What is this?
So what is it? Is it so? Have you been like? Do you have a condition?
No, I don't have any condition. No, like I'm just like,
Just kind of.
yeah. So when people throw labels and names out there, it's kind of just like going, you know, I didn't put a label on it. I'm just having fun with it, and like,
Yeah.
you know, the hand movements and motions and stuff like that. That's like just me getting energy out type. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, there's cameras on you. Like, I'm not used to the.
Well, what did you call it earlier? You said you have a tick.
Well, like I used to, like my good friends and family. Like, no, I do stuff with my fingers when I get excited.
He's stimming. Yeah.
So like, it's like
Yeah.
unless when
Also, you guys also understand, like, for somebody that's like this, I'm trying to not use the phrase like high functioning, but who's you know, on a more like socially acceptable level of the like spectrum of autism. If you like getting a diagnosis for a lot of families getting a diagnosis for a lot of families is like a fucking bad thing. And even like my parents, man. My mom is a special education teacher, bro. My mom is a special education teacher, and just like a few years ago, like I remember getting sent to child psychologists over and over again when I was a kid. And like every year in school, they would make my parents take me to a child psychologist. And like I don't remember anything ever coming of that. And I was like talking to my parents recently, and they were like, "Oh yeah, they really wanted to diagnose you with ADD." And I was like, "What the fuck?" So they did diagnose me with ADD, and you guys just ignored it? Like, what the fuck? And so, you know, like, I don't think him not being diagnosed does not mean, yeah, like, I don't know. I just don't think it means that, like, it doesn't mean that he doesn't have the symptoms or the traits of autism, you know?
When I'm alone, like I'll
But I don't know. It's wrong to speculate like this anyway, so.
be ripping it. You know what I mean? Like, but yeah. So like, it's like not like Tourette's or anything. Like it's literally just like, you know, when I get excited or whatever, like do it, my hands are like touch the back of my head. But like,
so it's just like a general sort of anxiousness.
Oh yeah, like I'm very anxious generally. Like I'm anxious right now, but it's like chill. You know what I mean?
Yeah, makes sense.
Days later, where they played Madden, Fortnite, and Rainbow Six Siege in front of 43,000 viewers.
Maybe we try.
I'll take the respect there. Oh yeah, Roblox. Really nice low blow there. You're talking stuff about Roblox. Very nice people at Roblox.
Yeah.
Love Roblox. I play lots of Roblox.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying. Oh,
Very nice people at Roblox.
By the way, lots
Oh, that is like Trump, actually.
of chicks.
how old?
I went to things through when I was a kid, and I had diagnosed, but my dad didn't really fill the meds prescribed or make me take them, and didn't really keep up with me to therapy or whatever and encourage it. Yeah, no. Yeah, again, like I'm still not quote unquote diagnosed. Like I still can't get ADHD meds. I don't know how to go about doing that. But it is something where I'm like, God damn, like what if that's the secret fucking what if that's the secret thing, you know? What if that's the silver bullet to all of my problems in my life?
It's a crazy
You know?
question I don't ever ask.
Fans absolutely loved their chemistry.
I didn't get diagnosed until I was like 16 when I had a doctor mention to my mom that I had it as early as like 6, and my mom was like, "Nah, we have an autistic stepson. I know what it looks like." Turns out the doctor was right, so I missed 10 years of help. Yeah. And that shit sucks too, because for autism, getting people into like occupational therapy, getting people help and learning how like helping people to learn how to navigate life through this is essential. It improves outcomes so incredibly, like it's so observable that when autistic children get this shit early, exactly, Bersilium, when they get that help early and they learn how to like figure it out, and like that it improves their outcomes like so amazingly. Yeah, huge.
They couldn't get enough. Jinxie and Sketch gotta be related somehow. The way Sketch talks is like a mixture of Morty and Donald Trump, and I can't unhear it. Naturally, when you collaborate with a larger streamer, you will get a huge bump in viewers, but then it typically goes down after you start
Really? How did you get diagnosed?
your next stream. But
Like, I don't know. I guess it's just like a weird thing about being an adult is that like this, and this is probably how most doctors operate with patients now, but you just gotta like go to a doctor and be like, "Hey, this is what I have." You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, they give you a test, but it's just like, do you have trouble focusing? What, like, right? What, like, what's on the test? I don't know. I think it's weird.
this was not the case for Sketch. After just 2 streams with Jinxie, he began averaging over 3,000 viewers.
They weren't measuring your brain waves, Dust or not. They were zapping you. Electroshock therapy. Did it make you straight?
Consistently. He was legitimately stealing viewership. And I'm gonna steal your attention for just 1 minute because the other day I wasted hours IRL streams, which solidified their friendship and proved Sketch is actually really quick with his jokes and random thoughts.
You know, we got two predators out here. We have alligators and we have guys like Jinxie. I'm just kidding.
At the start of 2024, hundreds of Sketch's viewers created fan accounts on TikTok. They clipped the funny moments and flooded the TikTok algorithm with his celebrations.
What's it?
This is my record.
Check this out.
This guy.
His catchphrases, audibles, and hand signs were constantly going viral, like his signature special teams slogan.
Special teams, special plays, special players.
He also called himself Evil Mr. Beast.
The universe gives and it takes away, but me, I only take. I'm Evil Mr. Beast, okay?
These viral clips spread through TikTok like wildfire. The first
Genius.
2 months of 2024, everyone's For You page was overloaded with Sketch's content. But the catchphrase that fundamentally changed his career was...
What's up, brother?
This FaceTime call with Jinxie was the very first time Sketch ever said, "What's up, brother?" And for whatever reason, this seemed to resonate with people.
Yeah,
all
totally
over the
does
world.
not.
A trend emerged on TikTok where girls would lift up their finger and say, "What's up, brother?" to their boyfriends to see if they would respond with Sketch's catchphrases.
Walk up to your man right now and say, "What's up, brother?"
Like, I knew who Sketch was, and I was aware of this meme where people were like, go up to your boyfriend and say, "What's up, brother?" I did not connect them. I knew who Sketch was. I knew this "What's up, brother" thing was a meme. I did not know they were related.
What's up, brother?
What's up, brother? Special teams, special plays, special players.
Yeah, and like these are the kind of people who are being real weird now. Okay, so you get the vibe basically. I think this is like you get an idea of what's going on with Sketch here. I'm gonna move on from this video, but something happened. Okay, so today, or I guess it was last night, he struck a chord with normies in a big way. In a big way. Yeah, professional athletes were doing it. It hit Sports Center was doing it and shit. Dude. Last night. Oh, fuck. What am I going to do with this? Oh, God. Yeah, dude. Last night, it came out that Sketch, previous to becoming, mega famous on Twitch, he was a gay OnlyFans creator. Yeah, no, Dustin, nobody's gonna fight you about that. And if they are, then I'm gonna fight them. Like, Go Off King is right. Yeah, like, who cares? I think it's more just like, really? Like, it's like, oh. It's like, oh, really? Like, that's my reaction mostly, is that like this Madden, sports adjacent a streamer who does all this like weird shit like in his like character, his like streams, he has this mass appeal, and people found out that he had a gay OnlyFans or acted in gay OnlyFans before this. Have you ever been told you look like Mac DeMarco? No. I have never been told that. And so yeah, everybody who's weird people are being weird, okay? The only appropriate reaction to this is, who cares? Why do you care? This should not be an issue. This should not be a problem. But then you got dorks like Bruce who gotta make a thing about it. So this is the response.
Oh, yeah, he's still my mans. Of course he's still y'all mans because he bring y'all a fucking paycheck. Y'all gotta save his face. Look how fucking brandable he is. Brandable. Niggas can do sex work. Brandable. You can't say nigga though. It's not brandable. White folks can get fucked on cam by black dick. and go announce a nigga to fucking in the NFL, gang. But a real deal nigga who play Madden all day with the green screen and sweating and shit gets no love.
He sounds jealous. He sounds jealous. And I think he's also like maybe taking out some like anger about racism in general in a way that is not very like, I don't know. He has every right to be upset about racism and the opportunities that he's been denied, 100%. But I think this is a really weird way to go about it.
I don't know his name, chat, but I'm fighting for all black creators at this motherfucking point, like I've been doing.
Bruce thinks he's doing actual social analysis. Yeah, yeah.
So it's not about you being gay, gang. It's about you not telling nobody and hiding it and coming.
We have no, listen, dude. You have no right to this information. It is entirely his decision. It is entirely his decision whether or not to tell us. And it's fucked up that it came out in this way. Like, it's fucked up, but it's out there enough. You know, I wouldn't cover it if it was like, if I got this information just on the DL, like I wouldn't cover it, obviously. But the fact it's like massive now. Everybody's, you know, talking about it. So it's fine. But yeah, it's like, dude, like this isn't your fucking business, bro. Why do you care?
Becoming a whole different alien.
Also, we don't even know if he's gay. To be 100% clear, we literally don't even know if he's gay. There are tons of straight men who work in gay porn. You understand that? There are tons of straight men who work in gay porn. This does not mean that he's gay at all. It doesn't.
Like you're a new person.
And I haven't watched I have it pulled up after, but I haven't watched it. I haven't watched Sketch's like response to the leaks. So
it's not cool, bro. At all.
Wait, straight people do gay porn? Yes.
You got kids that watch you, gang. My little brother watch you, bro. And I'm not allowing him to watch you no more. Because you're just trying to cover
Why?
Up. Like, it's okay for you to be gay. Nobody cares, bro. Nigga, I did a stream with Brandon, a fucking barber. If you think I'm homophobic, think that. I don't give a fuck. But all that sex shit, I know that's going to become a troll because y'all niggas troll about the P. Diddy shit, all that shit. I don't give a fuck. Y'all niggas don't take shit like this serious with kids. And that's why they end up gay at fucking 11 years old. That shit.
Disconnected ranting is a great way to put it. I don't know. I think Bruce also like fishes for these kind of clips. Like, let's be real. He fishes for controversy sometimes in a way that's a little bit kind of like annoying. You know what I mean? Did you get a new haircut? It looks nice. Thank you. Yes, I did. Went to my barber today.
God damn!
$30 haircut. I pay $40. Yeah, that's right. I'm a socialist, so I pay $40 for a $30 haircut. Yeah.
Where were y'all before? Fuck!
70,000. Oh, sorry. Top of the hour ad break is running right now. If you guys want to support the stream, you can gift me some subs, subscribe yourself, use your Prime sub. Everybody check right now if you have a Prime sub. Look, I'll show you how. Oh, Bersilium, thank you for gifting. Check it out. Look, you go to Mari's stream.
Bersilium gifted a tier 1 sub to Aligned. They have given 21 gifts.
You go here where it says gift a sub, except for it won't say gift a sub. Well, let me go to somebody I'm not sub to. Like Jason. Look. You go here. And then you gotta, down here, it says use Prime sub. You click that, and then look, this is free. That was literally free.
I do know DILFs are coming back and
that was actually free to me.
left, but I feel like
Just Jorts, thank you so much for the sub.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Z's_sleeps.
See, here's the issue with DILF era is that I don't want to fuck like younger women.
What are you talking about, Jason?
Oh, hey, Cinemarxism. I'm definitely not talking about anything weird over here. We're not talking about like the fucking complications of sugar baby.
Bruh. I got you on the Jumbotron. Jason, brother, I got you on the fucking Jumbotron, dude. Come on. I'm trying to shout you out, my man. Man, what the fuck? Okay.
Elephant in the room, I got a haircut.
Dude, that's so funny.
Wasn't planning on doing this today, but I guess so. Okay, I'll start from the top. Look at this, open and honest. That was me.
Open and honest, that was me. He confirms.
That was me. It's okay, though. I will tell you what. Okay.
It is okay, though, man. I wish I could see his chat.
I did some stuff. I'm sorry if you've seen some of the stuff. You know, I'm a changed person.
What does that mean?
This is going worse than I thought it was. So 2 years ago,
Again, guys, we actually don't know if he's gay or not. Okay, so give him grace. Give him grace. Give him space. You know, you actually don't know. You know. So we can, yeah, what up, Vio? Thank you so much for the raid. How are you? Did you have a good stream? Were you guys were watching some weird shit, right? Like fetish sperm donors or some shit like that. Also, everybody, happy birthday to Vio. Everybody feels birthday man in the chat for Vio. Feels birthday man in the chat. Happy birthday, Vio. Oh, my wife watched that doc yesterday. It's wild. Yeah, I think I'll skip that. I think I'll skip that one. Well, good. Fuck you, Vio. Your birthday only comes one time a year, okay? We're gonna celebrate it because we love you. We all love Vio. Okay, I haven't seen this yet. Yes, on February. Oh, I thought you meant on July 8th. Oh.
So 2 years ago, I did not have sexual relations with that man. I'm just kidding. I did. Possibly. Catch out of the bag. It's okay. What else do I have to say?
I want to just be like, it is okay, man. I want to like rub his back and be like, it's so okay. It is so okay. It's so fine. Like, fuck the haters. You are fine. None of this doesn't change shit about you at all. It's so okay.
Say, I don't know. Thank you to all my people that have been sticking up for me.
I don't
Yo, Glue C, thank you so much for the gifted sub.
laugh and entertain
I understand if you're
you.
mad.
If I don't entertain you, then you shouldn't care. You should move on with your
Shit
life.
hit the fan. I don't go on Twitter. I deleted. I'm just kidding. I didn't delete Twitter. I have been cautiously avoiding it. It's like fucking landmines everywhere I go.
Yeah, we'll watch that. Nothing.
I was dealing with.
Here, hold on.
Okay.
With some addiction problems.
So,
a couple of them. But no excuse there. What? I guess. Just trying to give you some background here.
Yeah, no, of course, Marks. Yeah, he's carrying a ton of guilt about this, yeah, and shame, and I mean, we don't know what he means when he says he's talking about addiction. Does that mean he was like addicted to dick, or was he like doing the gay porn to pay for an addiction to something else? You know, because addiction to dick ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with that, you know. internalized homophobia is a thing. Yeah, like the amount of shame. I mean, listen, guys, like masculinity is a fucking trip, okay? It is a fucking trip. You spend, like, we talked about this the other night, like, English or Spanish, you know, like, you got grown-ass men out here freezing in the middle of a mall so that a random-ass person doesn't make a gay joke about them. Like, what the fuck are we doing? You are a grown-ass man. You are a grown-ass man, and you're so uncomfortable with your own sexuality that you're doing this silly shit, you know? Shame is a very, very, very powerful emotion. I love him. He's awesome. Yeah, me too. I watch every time a sketch like short comes up on my YouTube or my TikTok feed. I watch it. He's hilarious. He makes me laugh, and he reminds me of like being a kid playing Madden, because I played a lot of Madden as a kid too, and me and my friends would do shit. We would do shit like that, like he does, you know. We would have little celebrations and you know, play up the competition and shit. The gender binary makes men police themselves their entire life, and that creates unresolved grief. Yeah, that is 100% true. And it's not even I mean, it does cause men to police themselves 100%, but don't get it twisted too. Men police each other. Don't, and I'm not saying you're saying this, but like men do a lot to police each other also, and it's really toxic. I think a lot, like most of like being a man in society is like doing whatever you can to not be called the F slur. You know what I mean? Like and like most of my life I spent trying to be the least gay kid in the room. Like, I was always way more feminine than all of my guy friends. I was always feeling like I had to overcompensate and like perform a masculinity like with sports and all of this stuff, right? And you didn't want to be the gayest kid in the room ever. And I always was. I always was the gayest kid in the room. And that hurt. And so, you know, it wasn't until I went to Chicago and like had a roommate and like my best friend was gay that he took a lot of that weight off of my shoulders, and like, you know, and he was proud of it and it didn't bother him at all, like, and it made me more comfortable to like lean into that part of myself as well, you know. And then and it wasn't even until I moved to Vietnam that I was able to like fully come to terms with my sexuality and realize that I'm bi or pan, or, you know. I think hot people are hot. Fucking sue me, you know. Attractive people are attractive. Fucking sue me. Kill me, I guess. I don't know. Fuck.
What else was I gonna say? Yeah, that was me. I fucked up. I won't do it again. I'm just kidding. Well, I am dead serious about not doing it again. That was a dark time. Rough time. 89,000? Who the fuck am I? Jinxie? Hey, love my brother Jinxie. Not like that.
Not to derail, but does anybody know if you're going to be asexual and bisexual at the same time? Is that a thing? Well, are you sexually attracted to? Do you want to have sex with people or not? You know. Yeah, I mean, at the same time though. Yeah, well, that's romantic. That's not sexuality. Asexuality is a spectrum, sure. Yeah, here, listen. You won't find me building fences around labels when it comes to sexuality, okay? Let me just say that. You can be whatever you are, and I love you. We ain't the sex police, yeah. You are whatever you are, and I don't really care. It doesn't really bother me at all.
No. Just my brother. I don't know. Stay off Twitter, please. Shout out to you. Shout out Steve. You know, I'm owning up to it. I don't know how long these videos usually are supposed to go, but who knows? Fuck it, I might stream.
Yeah, I am recognizing a lot of stuff in this rhetoric that I don't want to speculate on. If he says he's not gay and he'll never do it again, then I believe him. You know what I mean? But I'm also like, you know what I mean?
For an hour. Sonny, turn on TTS.
Yeah, he deserves the space to deal with that shit. Exactly. And if anything, I really hope that all of his friends come to him and they're like, bro, nothing changes. I don't care. We love you for you, and none of that shit matters. Like, love whoever you want. We don't care. Maybe that'll give him a little bit of confidence to be able to, like, step into himself a little bit more. Maybe it won't. You know what I mean? It's not any of our business. It really ain't.
Or is that a bad idea?
Streamer, why are your eyes so red? Are they? Are they? No, they're not. They're normal. Eyes are blue, baby.
Yeah. Someone text me if that's a bad idea. But on a real note, I've been living under the threat of that coming out for like 2 years.
Yeah, that would be really...
Social media, just...
That would be super anxiety inducing, honestly. If you had something like this and it never, you know what I mean? If you knew that this could come out at any moment, that would be scary. I think it would honestly be a weight off the shoulders, you know? But again, this is all wrapped up in shame and personal identity, and, you know, it's not so easy.
Just kind of dicking around. Had that in my past. I'll tell you what, weight lifted off my shoulders. God is
wow, literally, what the fuck?
good. God is good. All the time. But weight off my shoulders, to be honest.
That's good.
Some stuff in the closet, not...
What up, not Jackie?
Intended there. But, yeah, it came out. I mean, I tell you what, I was going and doing all this different stuff. I was going in the back of my mind, holy shit.
Yeah, coming out anxiety is super real, and you're having to do it to fucking 80,000 people at one time, man. Like, that's fucking crazy. This is the equivalent of, like, going to a Taylor Swift arena show, walking out on the stage with a microphone, and telling an arena full of people. Yeah, I mean, but 80,000 are watching him live during this broadcast right now. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, everyone, millions and millions more will see it, but it's like, fuck. Yeah, that does suck that it has to go this way. And yeah, Jaina, it seems like he's still working through it. It seems like he's definitely still working through it. It's not, I mean, he says he'll never do it again and all that. And if he says if he's straight, then he's straight, you know? He says he's straight, then that he is what he is, and it's not our business, you know?
And guess what? Holy shit was last night. And I have a lot of people to credit for, I'll be honest, plan A was, and I will say candidly, was to probably probably to call it quits if this ever came out. But some people saved me. Shout out Banks. Shout out my parents. Like,
Aw.
Shout out y'all. Like, I fucked up, but
No, you didn't fuck up.
Changed.
You didn't fuck up, bro. We love you for whoever you are. Whoever you want to be, unless you want to be Dr. Disrespect. And then fuck you. You know? Nothing you did was wrong, bro. You're chilling.
Yeah, that's about it, though. Like, my original plan was, there's two things. One, either be delusional and think it's never going to come out, Or two, what's the plan after? The plan after was not very good. If I was alone and I was at my house, I probably wouldn't be talking to you right now.
Oh.
But the people at FaZe, Banks, especially, and my friends that I've made over the past couple years came in and they saved me. I don't know what I was gonna do, but I don't know. Fuck it, we start streaming more often. I'm probably or quit. I don't know. One of the two.
Either stream way more often or quit.
Kim Kardashian do. If I get one more text about Kim Kardashian, I swear that doesn't make anything better. I'm just kidding.
What up, Colt? How's it going, man?
But I've been referenced to Kim Kardashian more often today than I have in the past 20 years of my life. Pretty cool. Wow. Awesome job. Love y'all. I don't know. I probably should end. That was cool, though. Okay. I'll be back streaming. I don't know. Well, I'll be back, just not in immediate, like tomorrow. Probably like the day after or something. Probably gonna hang out. Pretty cool, though. I don't know. Hey.
Pretty cool, though. Hey, it's kind of cool, though. Did you see that guy I bagged, bro?
So, it makes it easier. I don't want to be the poster boy. Love y'all.
Yeah.
Hello.
That's really rough because it is just like, you can tell there's still so much shame wrapped up in there. You can still tell there's like so much shame. Him saying like I did something wrong, you know what I mean? Him saying that he is like, you know, changed, all that stuff. And again, gay for pay is a real thing. We don't know the context. We don't know his life. We don't know his feelings. We shouldn't be prying. It's whatever he wants to come forward with all of that context, then he can do that. But otherwise, honestly, don't even speculate. It's not your place. Give him space. It's sad. It is sad that it had to come out this way. It fucking sucks. I wish it was different, but
The first thing I'll say is like, Sketch was my friend a week ago. Sketch is my friend today, and Sketch will be my friend tomorrow. Like, to be honest, bro, absolutely nobody is perfect. Like, no one is, bro. Everybody goes through shit. Everybody has shit. And to me, bro, a friend is a friend no matter what. And
oh, he's crying.
It honestly doesn't matter if Sketch is... I don't even care, bro. It doesn't matter if Sketch is gay, straight, bisexual, pansexual, asexual. And none of that matters, bro. A friend is a friend. And to every single person who switched up on Sketch or whatever the fuck all of a sudden wants to like start hating Sketch, at the end of the day, bro, he never hurt anybody with what he did, and fuck. It sucks knowing that, like, Sketch is probably having the worst day of his life right now. I reached out to him and talked to him a little bit, but, like, it sucks knowing that he's probably having the worst day of his life, and to know that people, like, will change on a dime no matter what happens. And, again, no matter what it is, I'll always... A friend is a friend no matter what, and nobody's perfect. Everybody, we are all fucked in our own ways. Everybody is. So...
Fuck you. Sketch is perfect. You're perfect. Everybody's perfect. Stop saying nobody's perfect. Everybody's perfect.
As a human...
We love you the way you are. Not one bit different.
With a heart, people just need to stop pointing their fingers at everybody and acting like anybody's better than anybody, because nobody is better than anybody. And I also want to say what I saw on Twitter.
Yeah, cis men not really knowing what to say. True.
With what Banks did, I thought was really cool. And I want to say that real quick. Not everything needs to be broadcast and farmed, but since you guys want to jump to crazy assumptions, Sketch told me to post these receipts. All the Facebooks were them last night. Sketch was my homie yesterday. Today he'll be my homie tomorrow. You guys are fucking weirdos. And this is...
Yeah, so this is from... I guess he was staying at the FaZe house when this came out. And so this is like from FaZe Banks to Sketch text messages. You awake? I'm sorry, bro. I didn't mean to involve you. Bro, what do you mean? You're our boy. You didn't have to dip. You didn't involve us in anything, bro. You good? I'm over by the airport. I don't know what to do. I'm sorry. Come back. You're good, dude. The boys pulled up on me and woke me up. They wanted to make sure you were good. You're good, bro. Come back. We're all here. You're the homie. I'll come now. I just need someone to talk to. We're all posted. Come back. You need me to call you a car? On the way. Just W-mans.
Sketches text with Banks.
W-mans. Oh my god. Ew, wait. Even Citrus is taking a W on this? Brother, what? Incredibly rare. What the fuck? Who's that? Citrus is Aiden Ross's mod. He's one of Aiden's mods. He's like a Aiden Ross hanger-on. He's a fucking massive scumbag. Yeah, he sucks.
You awake? I'm sorry, bro. I didn't mean to involve you guys. Bro, what do you mean? You're a... yeah, it's good to see shit like this. It is, and this is really sad. This is when he was leaving, and
yeah, dude, that is so sad that he just felt like that. He felt like nobody was gonna support him. You know what I mean? Like he was surrounded by friends when this came out, and he felt like nobody would have his back, and so he just left. Like that's the bro. Like how could you come out? How could you come out if you think this is how people are gonna react? You know. And the only reason you would think that this is how people are gonna react is if you've seen people react to this way. If you've seen people react negatively to it in the past. You know? Oh, shit.
Yeah. So this is really good on Banks, seriously. This is how people should treat each other. And you never know, like I said, but little things like this genuinely could save somebody's life, seriously. So, W fucking Banks, man, seriously. I wish I was awake when all this stuff was happening. I just woke up and I saw everything, and I reached out to Sketch, but I'm glad that Banks was there for him. And, it is genuinely, like, actually very good on Banks to do that. And yeah. So other thing I want to say is to any person or anybody that wants to stop fucking with Sketch, or you lost respect for Sketch, or you don't want to support Sketch anymore, to be honest, just don't support me either, because
facts. Get the fuck out of my chat. Facts.
That is, I think that's very fucked up. If you just stop supporting someone on something like that, where it's like, it doesn't matter if Sketch is straight or gay or pansexual or asexual.
We have low standards for a reason. It's because, I mean, not with Jinxie. Jinxie has never done anything. Jinxie's never done anything wrong, but this is a very heartfelt and beautiful, a beautiful response. I think it's meaningful.
Before I even start talking about this, I'm not going to sit
I don't even know who the fuck this is. Who is this guy?
I am not going to tolerate any homophobia or any disrespectful shit towards Sketch, okay? He's my friend, alright? What he's done in the past, what he does now, does not dictate if he's my friend or not my friend anymore. Simple as that, okay? You guys can say whatever you want. I'm not gonna tolerate that shit. If Sketch sucked dick in the past, if that's whatever, as long as it's not mine, bro. He's my friend, and I'm gonna stand on that. That motherfucker Sketch is hilarious. I watched his stream. That shit was fucking hilarious, bro. On my soul, he handled that shit perfect. That was funny. I'm gonna say it. I was laughing.
Dude, he was funny as fuck during that. Bro, coming on and immediately saying, wait, what was it? Okay, elephants in the room. Yes, I've had a haircut. I don't know who this is either. Who is this? I thought I knew everything. I'm the only 31-year-old who knows who Sketch is. Who the fuck is this guy?
Yeah, I got something to say. And I don't feel like hearing from weirdo niggas for a second. First of all, one of the reasons I wanted to go live and watch this shit is because everyone watching this shit right now is just laughing at this nigga. I'm not gonna lie, watching this shit and seeing how niggas acting in chat kind of make me feel like,
yeah, Arun got partner. Fucking W, Arun. That's a W, bro. That's a big W.
I don't know. It's kind of weirding me out. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Banks brought this nigga Sketch around, bro, and you know, Sketch a big ass name, bro. Sketch probably the most
household name.
Yeah. And I'm gonna be honest, bro. This nigga Sketch, bro, was just genuine, cool as fuck, just a good ass guy, bro.
Facts.
Like, I'm gonna be honest, just a good ass guy. I mean, you feel me? Which is all good, bro. But I'll forever have love for Sketch, and I'll forever be friends with him, bro. I don't care. It don't matter. He used to be a fem. So what? Does that affect me? It don't affect me, bro.
What?
And it don't affect y'all, bro. So please just go easy. I know niggas gonna get their jokes off and laugh. I get it. It's funny, but please though, dead ass, please. Like, it's not.
Yeah, true. I don't know. I hope people see this support and they feel safer in these spaces. I know these spaces are not always very safe for, you know, people who are not straight white men. You know what I mean? Twitch is really hard if you're a woman. Twitch is really hard if you're openly gay. Twitch is really hard if you're, you know, if you're trans or black. Like, the internet is not a gentle place for people like that. And so I hope that this means more people will feel comfortable and you know, more people can fucking stick up for their fucking homies when this shit happens. You know, punch some homophobes. Punch some transphobes, bro. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Nah, if you fuck with my friends, not metaphorically. If you fuck with my friends, I'm gonna fuck with you. Transphobes can catch these fucking hands, and I don't care. I'm not talking about anybody in particular. I'm talking about, in general, transphobes can catch my fucking hands.
Everyone, this is your daily dose of
I'll be right back.
internet. He thought this guy was homeless.
How long you been out here and how you get like this?
I'm good.
You wanna do drugs?
No.
So why you sitting on the ground?
I'm waiting for the bus.
Pardon me. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah.
Whoa!
She tried some sour ice cream for the very first time.
Well, the young ladies will just have to wear something they
Oh, is it making a tornado right now? Are we watching a tornado form right there? Oh my gosh! Oh my god! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
The good news is that the truck was empty and nobody was hurt.
Clark, you want me? Here, hold on, I got it. Here.
Okay.
I can't believe they did surgery on corn. Sometimes doctors will practice surgery techniques on fruits and veggies.
corn. Dude, why is everybody on TikTok addicted to corn? Like, corn isn't that good, you know? What's the deal with that? TikTokers all addicted to corn. What's going on with that?
British humor.
I'm just joking. I'm joking about the people use corn to replace porn. People say, you know what I mean? They say corn instead of porn. It's so dumb. Corn hub, yeah, like that, yeah.
It is really something else.
He's doing it all, mate. What's your secret, mate?
Can y'all tell how serious I am about tanning? Look, I got my hose right here.
What do you think is in his mind?
World domination. He said, wait, this capitalism shit. He said, Mom, it costs how much for you to have me? He said, Mom, it costs how much for you to give birth to me? All right, have you tried organizing yet? He's like, this baby's like, what the fuck? Yeah, wait, you're telling me that capitalism requires infinite growth, but there's finite resources on the earth? This isn't adding up.
The skateboard dad asked his 3-year-old
Yeah, who owns the means of production again? Oh.
daughter to record him doing a trick.
I'm ready, Daddy. You did it! You did it, Daddy! I saw you!
Oh my god!
Oh, what is this?
If you want to get into a chilly lake, you need to acclimatize. You take your arms, acclimatize, double acclimatize.
Bro, why is she metallic? What is going on?
3, 2, 1.
What's out there?
Or just don't be a baby and jump in.
Okay.
One of my subscribers recorded one of the most amazing rainbows I've ever seen. That is the end of this video. I really hope you enjoyed. And
just ray tracing on? True.
And I'll see you guys again very, very soon.
Damn, dude. Sounds like Brett doesn't acclimatize. Sometimes I do. Okay, we are going to shift gears now and move on to coverage of Gaza. We're going to start off with this video from Basan. New video from Basan. And then we will cover the Lancet journal article about getting a more accurate death total. And then we will move on to London protesters for Gaza. And then there's also a AJ Plus, new AJ Plus documentary that's about how the U.S. news media manufactured anti-Semitism on campuses, which that sounds really good. And hopefully I can provide some insight into that as somebody who was really, really, on the ground for all of the fucking... Wait, why is it only showing me Arabic? Can I get English subs or what?
هذه مين هو؟ أسير. أسير ومين كمان؟ أسير ماما. طب وين أسير راحت؟ هاي جميل.
Some children are lucky to have some of their family members alive, like Aysel. Aysel is one of more than 17,000 children orphaned during the genocide in Gaza Strip.
عمر آيسل 2.5 سنين. أخذناها على المقبرة تاعت أمها وقلنا لها مين هذه؟ قالت هذا أسيل. بقولها وين أسيل وين بابا؟ بتقول له بابا وأسيل اندفنوا في الرمل. بنقول لهم كيف ماما راحت، بتقول جاها الصاروخ، ماما استشهدت من الصاروخ. انقصفت الدار، استشهدوا كل العيلة من الدار، ما ضلتش غير آيسر. لقوها عند الجيران، طايرة عند الجيران. كانت حالتها إلها كسر في الجمجمة ووجهها. فقدت أمها وفقدت أخوها وفقدت أبوها. هي كل يوم وين ماما وين بابا وين عادل. تنساهم مش نسيتهم. الواحد بتعوضش عن الأم.
Yeah. Of course. I mean, this is a reality way before October 7th, and the most recent siege is that, you know, children in Gaza are repeatedly traumatized. It's trauma on top of trauma on top of trauma on top of trauma. And that's their life.
يوم الحين أجى القصف قلت لها لا هذا مش قصف، هذا رعد برق، الدنيا بدها تمطر. قالت لا هذا مش رعد، هذا صاروخ أجى عمامة، زي اللي أجى عمامة الصاروخ.
بتخاف من الناس؟
أقول لك بتخاف من يوم الحدث اللي معها، بتخاف. يوم الحين يجوا علينا ناس غرب، نوديها على مستشفى، نوديها على دكتور، نوديها نروح على مشوار فيها، بتخاف. معها أقول لك الحالة النفسية تاعتها تعبانة.
تعطينا لا اشتري لك انا معي تيجي نشتري مع بعض.
I visited another family, Aisha and her mom, who are now taking care of her sister's children, 5 children. Aisha also has 5 children of her own, and only 3 days after the Israeli army killed her sister, they also killed her 18 years old daughter.
Ugh.
Now Aisha and the children are sheltering in a camp in the Mawasi area, so let's see them.
I mean, yeah, Punk plays junk. Like, how do you traumatize an entire population and expect nothing to come out of it? It just feels so ridiculous. Not that October 7th was deserved, but Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah. I mean, just like the way I put it is, imagine living through this, seeing everybody around you go through this, every person you care about go through horrors like this, and still choosing to not engage with the fight. Because I know if this was me, you know, if somebody blew up my house, killed my parents, killed my sister, if this was me, like, I would be fighting. You know, I would be fighting back. In whatever shape that took, I would be fighting back. And I think that's like a very rational and human decision for the vast majority of Palestinian people to not be fighting back. I just can't, like, to me, that's like, I actually don't understand. That's a level of grace and like, I don't even know what even to call it. Like, it just it makes me, it boggles my mind.
كانت يعني نازحة من خان يونس لتل السلطان، واجاها يعني خبر انه جوزها يعني استشهد، وراحت تدور عليه وماشي يعني زيها زي اي انسان يعني بريء يعني، فاعدموها اعدام من قبل الاحتلال اليهود.
مين تركت وراها؟ احكي لي اسماء اولادها وهم لقيت عند مين؟
تركت 4 أولاد وبنت. الولد الكبير عمره ما يقارب 13 سنة، والثاني 10 سنوات، وفي 4 سنوات، وبنت 6 سنوات، وطفل سنة و7 شهور. الحمد لله.
مين بقى كان فيهم؟ مين دخلهم؟
والله أنا وأمي يعني وعايشين في الخيمة هذه زي ما انتم شايفين.
بيجي أوقات بيسألوكي عن أمهم؟
طبعا. يعني الطفل يعني ابنها الصغير، ماما تهاني وين تهاني، وهذه يعني بعطيها يعني أحيانا جوالي، صور أمها في أغلبه في جوالي، بلاقيها بتبكي، تحط على صور أمها تلقائي يعني بتبكي.
كيف بتلبوا احتياجات الأطفال؟
الأطفال من فضل رب العالمين يعني، أو أحيانا بياكلوا، أحيانا خبزة فاضية، أحيانا التكية بتيجي وأحيانا ما بتيجي، يعني عفيد الله يعني الحمد لله. الله المستعان، شو بدنا نسوي؟ هذا أطفال ممزقة، أوعيهم ممزقة. أمي يعني ست كبيرة ما بتقدرش يعني بلا مؤاخذة يعني تصرف عليهم، لا بتقدر تشتغل ولا في معين يساعدها.
هذا أحمد. أحمد ابنها. بس ريت
Also, like, I have to point out also, this is like this is a tactic of war that has been used in a lot of wars going back like a while, that you know, targeting children in a way is like a super effective way to demilitarize a population, because a wounded child takes more to care for than a healthy child does. And so if everybody is, you know, if all of the able-bodied people are focusing on taking care of wounded children, then they're not fighting against you. There's fewer people to, you know, replace the people on the front lines fighting against you. Not only because they're growing up wounded, but because their parents are all at home caring for the wounded child.
والله بنتمنى من ربنا يبعث لهم مؤسسة تاخذهم.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
بس مش أكتر، لأنه مش أنا بدي أدوم لهم يا خالتي. يعني العمر هذا في يد الله.
No one can imagine what is waiting for these children, for thousands of orphan children in Gaza Strip. But at least one of them found a home. Back in February, I interviewed a nurse working in a maternity hospital in Rafah, who saw many orphan children come into her unit, but one in particular changed her life forever.
حبيبي تحبيني؟ من عسل. ملاك، أنا سميتها ملاك لأنه هي تستاهل إنه يكون لها اسم، تستاهل إنه الكل يحبها وإنه الكل يحتويها والكل يعوضها عن اللي صار معها.
Like that, dude. The baby hasn't even been alive for like all that baby has known its entire life is horror and escaping the worst shit you can imagine. And yeah, Iacha, we're gonna talk about the that new article that came out after this.
ملاك اجتنا من مستشفى الشفا في تاريخ 2011 مع أطفال كانوا موجودين في مستشفى الشفا، لكن بسبب حصار الاحتلال للمستشفى تم نقلهم من مستشفى الشفا للهلال الإماراتي. اجتنا تقريبا بعمر 3 أسابيع أو شهر، وظلت ملاك موجودة عنا للأسف، لأنه ملاك ما كان الهوية تبعتها لسه مش معروفة، فقط إنه مكتوب في الملف إنه هي جاية من مجزرة حي الصبرة. في خلال فترة وجودها في قسم الحضانة كنت بحاول أسعى إنه أنا أنقلها من الحضانة للبيت، لأنه بتعرفي المستشفى قديش فيها عدوى وقديش ممكن إنه تتأثر بالجراثيم الموجودة في المكان، وغير إنه في تكدس حالات، وغير إنه كمان
3 babies to
ما في
1
حدا بتفاعل معها، ما في حدا بيناغيها.
incubator.
والحمد لله الأمر تيسر. كانت ملاك ضمن كفالتي. أول ما إجت ملاك عندي في البيت وأنا بحاول قدر الإمكان إنه بس نعرف شو اسم العيلة.
Oh my god.
أول ما أنا قررت إنه أخدها معي على البيت كنت أنا بجهز لها شوي شوي، يعني وين ما إجا بشتري وبجيب لها أواعي. حاليا أنا خايفة من موضوع إنه أنا ما أقدر أوفر لها الحليب بالبامبرز. يعني أنت شايفة كيف الوضع بالسوق، وليش كرماله بيغلى وكرماله كمان بيتقلص. يمكن أكبر تحدي بواجهه حاليا هو خوفي إنه إحنا نطلع من رفح.
What's up, Oni? Every time you come in here with WG, I think you're saying Wagwan. I don't know why. I don't know why I always read that as Wagwan. I'm like, is Oni Jamaican? Like, what is that? Every single time.
خايفة عليها برضو، يعني هاي مسؤولية.
That's sick.
تعتبر
Yeah.
يعني هلقيتها أنا بحسهاش إلا بنتي. تقريبا بتاريخ 28/5 بشكل مفاجئ كان في قصف بشكل مستمر وبشكل عنيف على تل السلطان، ودخول الدبابات لتل السلطان بشكل مفاجئ بدون أي إبلاغ لإخلاء المنطقة. فبالتالي إحنا أخلينا المستشفى بشكل عاجل. الوضع كان كتير صعب، وكان في عنا تقريبا 7 حالات اضطرينا بشكل سريع نحولهم على مستشفى ناصر.
هل لا زال هناك أطفال في الإماراتي؟
حاليا لا، ما في أي أطفال، تم إخلاءهم بشكل سريع على مستشفى ناصر. لكن في عنا كان طفلين أعمارهم حوالي 5 شهور اضطرينا نسلمهم لقرية الأيتام أسواس في تل السلطان.
Bro, like, this is not a hospital. These are tents. These are tents in a dirt field. And this is the best that they have. Like, it's...
النزوح كان كتير صعب بالنسبة إلي، كنت خايفة عمليك أكتر مني. يعني كتير فكرت بقصة السفر بس ما كانت ظابطة أبدا معانا، لأنه ملاك
مش
بس
مسجل.
بالضبط. إن شاء الله ربنا يحميها.
horrifying. Awful. Okay. So this is the article that came out on the 5th. Came out on the 5th. And it is a article in the Lancet, which is not like, it's not a progressive outlet. It is a research oriented, is it medical specifically? Yeah. So it's like a research based medical magazine. You know, they're not activists. It's a medical journal. Yeah. Like that's the only thing I want to convey is that this is not a pro-Palestinian activist group saying this. This is a very, very, you know, well-respected and researched journal. So let's just read the text itself here. I'm pretty sure this is maybe just the abstract, you know, and there's like further reading if you guys want to go in, but we'll just read the abstract here. By June 19th, 2024, 396 people had been killed in the Gaza Strip since the attack by Hamas and the Israeli invasion in October 2023, according to the Gaza Health Ministry, as reported by the UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs. The ministry's figures have been contested by the Israeli authorities, although they have been accepted as accurate by Israeli intelligence services, the UN, and the WHO. These data are supported by independent analyses comparing changes in the number of deaths of UN relief and works agency staff with those reported by the ministry, which found claims of data fabrication implausible. Collecting data is becoming increasingly difficult for the Gaza Health Ministry due to the destruction of much of the infrastructure. The ministry has had to augment its usual reporting based on people dying in its hospitals or brought in dead with information from reliable media sources and first responders. This change has inevitably degraded the detailed data recorded previously. Consequently, Gaza Health Ministry now reports separately the number of unidentified bodies among the total death toll. As of May 10th, 2024, 30% of the 35,000 deaths were unidentified. Some officials and news agencies have used this development, designed to improve data quality, to undermine the veracity of the data. However, the number of reported deaths is likely an underestimate. The non-governmental organization Air Wars undertakes detailed assessments of incidents in the Gaza Strip and often finds that not all names of identifiable victims are included in the ministry's list. Furthermore, the UN estimates that by February 29, 2024, 35% of all buildings in the Gaza Strip had been destroyed, so the number of bodies still buried in the rubble is likely substantial, with estimates of more than 10,000. Armed conflicts have indirect health implications beyond the direct harm from violence. Even if the conflict ends immediately, there will continue to be many indirect deaths in the coming months and years from causes such as reproductive, communicable, and non-communicable diseases. The total death toll is expected to be large given the intensity of this conflict, destroyed healthcare infrastructure, severe shortages of food, water, and shelter, the population's inability to flee to safe spaces, and the loss of funding to UNRWA, one of the very few humanitarian organizations still active in the Gaza Strip. This is directly, I mean, everything in this is directly the United States, but the funding especially is directly the United States. In recent conflicts, such indirect deaths range from 3 to 15 times the number of direct deaths. Applying a conservative estimate of 4 indirect deaths per 1 direct death to the 37,396 deaths reported, it is not implausible to estimate that up to 186,000 or even more deaths could be attributable to the current conflict in Gaza. So again, this is only if the fighting stopped today. If the fighting stopped today, or on the 5th of July, to be more specific. And it is a conservative estimate in a place where, honestly, there's no reason to use a conservative estimate. There really isn't. We've heard over the course of the last month, or, 8 months even, that the famine that is going on in Gaza is unlike any we've ever seen in the world. That, the level of destruction is unlike anything we've really ever seen. The amount of bombs dropped, for this number to be on the low end of the 3 to 15 times reference that they use here, it would be a miracle, to be clear. If we're being realistic, it's probably closer to the 10 to 15 area. And that's just based on what we know about how this war is being fought and what the quality of life and the condition of infrastructure is in the Gaza Strip right now. Using the 2022 Gaza Strip population estimate of 2,375,000, this would translate to 7 to 9% of the total population in the Gaza Strip. A report from February 7th, 2024, at the time when the direct toll was 28,000, estimated that without a ceasefire, there would be between 58,000 deaths without an epidemic or escalation and 85,000 deaths by August of 2024. An immediate and urgent ceasefire in the Gaza Strip is essential, accompanied by measures to enable the distribution of medical supplies, food, clean water, and other resources for basic human needs. At the same time, there's a need to record the scale and nature of the suffering in this conflict. Documenting the true scale is crucial for ensuring historical accountability and acknowledging the full cost of the war. It is also a legal requirement. The interim measures set out by the International Court of Justice in January 2024 require Israel to take effective measures to prevent the destruction and ensure the preservation of evidence related to allegations of acts within the scope of the Geneva Convention. The Gaza Health Ministry is the only organization counting the dead. Furthermore, these data will be crucial for post-war recovery, restoring infrastructure, and planning humanitarian aid. is a I don't know what that stands for. Is a member of the editorial board of the Israel Journal of Health Policy Research and the International Advisory Committee of the Israeli National Institute for Health Policy Research. Is that the name of... Oh, Martin McKee, that guy. So yeah, here's the link to this if you want to really dig into the data. That's the abstract. So, I mean, I think it's important, and I think it's also like, you have to understand this is textbook genocide. Like, it is textbook genocide to deny the numbers, deny the scale, like just deny. And like, unlike other previous genocides that we've seen, you know, the way that Israel controls everything that goes in and out of the Gaza Strip, controls any, like, the aid, the journalists, the you know, any kind of health ministry that could be going in and documenting this stuff. They're actively preventing it being accounted. They're actively preventing the thing that they mentioned in the last part of this. You know, that they will not allow the scale and the nature of the suffering to be recorded. They really want to erase it from history as it's happening. And I mean, the United States is more than happy to go about doing that. You know, we just saw the legislation. Did that even get passed, the Gaza Health Ministry? Oh, yeah. So the House voted for it, but did the Senate? So the bill still needs to pass the Senate. But this was in the end of last month. So the United States House passed a bill that prevented the State Department from disclosing death toll numbers. Like, why? Like, why? That's just textbook fucking genocide denial. They're actively trying to to deny the genocide as it's happening. To prevent us from, like, learning about anything. It's fucking bleak, man. Wait, what is this? Shunned by the Cannes Festival, Palestinian director Rashid Mashwari organized a protest screening of short films made by Gazans during the war. Oh, they're all on Vimeo? Wait, they're not all on Vimeo. Sorry, I'm getting very distracted right now, but... I wonder if I could reach out to them. I wonder if I could screen this package. I wonder if they'll let me. Interesting. I will reach out to this. I'm going to keep this close. Drop it in here for now. Shoot your shot? Oh, 100%, dude. This would be incredible for Films for Gaza. I also think, like, for them, it's like, hey, I want to screen this in the middle of Hollywood. You know what I mean? Like, I can provide a space for your movies to be screened in the middle of Hollywood. Also, sorry, I didn't want to debate everybody, but the top of the hour is right now. So the ad is going to run. It could happen, though. It could happen. Yeah, there was some new... I'm trying to find that article, the 972 article you guys were talking about. Because... There's new stuff about the Hannibal Directive. That was in 972, right? Oh, here you go. Oh, it is that article. Yeah. I mean, this is a really long article, so we probably won't be able to read it now. But if people want to bookmark that and read it later. I don't know. I honestly... It frustrates me. It really frustrates me that, you know, the media has, like, basically moved on. And that is also why it's so meaningful to have things like the encampments. It's meaning. That's why we have to be in the streets. Like, we cannot let this. You have to continue to organize. You can't be counting on the media to keep it in people's minds. You have to work to keep it in your mind, and you have to fight to keep it in others' minds. And the encampments might be over, but that doesn't mean that this struggle is. You know, the struggle is definitely still continuing. I don't know. I just think about how you, like, whenever the encampments were happening, we were seeing videos, we were hearing stories of Palestinians who were seeing those images of students rebelling and you know, fighting back, and how hopeful they were. And they deserve that, and that's worth fighting on its own. And I know it's, like, hard. We're not in control of it all. If it was up to me, obviously, like, we'd be fighting back every day. But the organizers are still working on it and stuff. So this is the Hannibal Directive. Yeah. We cannot. I don't really want to watch. Okay, we can watch a little bit of it here.
The guy who the PBD, the guy who, when I told him,
Thank you, Johnny, for the sub, by the way. 3 months. Congrats, you got a golden ticket now.
like, listen, there's something called the Hannibal Directive. It's like, what is this? What's the Hannibal Directive? It's like, basically what happened is that the Israeli military went in and they have killed unintentionally, indiscriminately, a lot of folks. Like, oh, are you telling me that Israelis are killing their own? That's ridiculous. Like, look it up.
So Hannibal has been on my mind a lot recently.
Yeah, and because when I said it's like, what? Do you mean Hannibal Lecter?
So
because,
it's funny. It's funny you should.
Because here's the thing. Why? And it's like, oh, that's very, very, very interesting. Because why save anybody where you can eat everybody?
Yeah,
it's
the Samson option is basically like, right. So L has a gawk. The Samson option. They just mentioned. I'm laughing at your name, but. They're mentioning the Samson option, which is basically Israel threatening to like just nuke the world. If the United States doesn't do what they want in times when the United States has like, stood up to them, they say, okay, well, we're just going to ready our nukes then. And we're going to start global nuclear warfare. So the United States is like, okay, whoa, don't do that. Don't do that. We'll give you what you want. Don't do that.
It's an open.
No, Iachan, no. Oh, wait, sorry. I read Brianna Wu. I don't know why I read Brianna Wu whenever you said Brianna Joy Gray.
Buffet for killing.
It's fun.
Well, okay, but Jaina, but like, yeah, from what I've read, that's not exactly the same instruction. The same instruction is they vaporize the country that's attacking them, not everyone worldwide. Yes, but you think that if Israel nukes somebody in the Middle East, that Iran's not gonna like it's gonna be like they're saying World War III and nukes are how we start it. That is a recipe for nuclear winter. Like, yeah, I maybe I should have been clearer. They didn't say they were just gonna nuke every country in the world. They're gonna nuke their targets, but by using nukes, they're immediately putting the entire world into a position in which like apocalypse is one of the likely like ends. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, once one goes off, the whole world changes, right? It becomes a really different thing. Yeah. That's what I meant.
Funny that you say Hannibal Lecter because Donald Trump.
I didn't come here to save. I came here to
Did you see the Donald Trump rally a few weeks ago?
No.
Where he praised Hannibal Lecter.
Oh, interesting.
No joke.
Oh, yeah.
Former president of the United States wants to be president again. He praised Hannibal Lecter as an amazing guy, as if he's still alive.
Yeah.
The guy is a cannibal and a serial killer. But it's funny that Hannibal...
I have an explanation. Maybe he heard that Hannibal is something that Israel does, and as we know, Trump loves everything that Israel does. So without even knowing, it's like, Hannibal is a great guy. Who is it? Oh, he
well,
eats
the Hannibal.
people.
So the Hannibal director. We're going to start the show today talking about Hannibal.
Who's
director.
Hannibal?
So Hannibal is not Hannibal Lecter. Hannibal was a Carthaginian general in the second
Carthaginian
century.
from
Carthage.
Carthage. So, okay.
And he fought with the Romans, famously took his army across the mountains. But what a lot of people don't know is that when the Romans had him surrounded, they were coming for him. He did not want to become a Roman prisoner, and he poisoned himself.
Yes, that is, Blue Room is correct. The Hannibal directive is that if people are threatened of being taken hostage by Hamas, the Israeli government their goal is to kill them. Kill them instead of giving them letting them be hostages to Hamas, which is an insane policy. I don't know about you guys, but I would rather be fucking hostage than dead. Although, after reading the other 972 articles about what it's like to be fucking imprisoned in Israel, you know what I mean? I guess it depends on who's fucking capturing you, because I would rather be dead than go through the shit that Palestinians have to go through in Israeli prisons right now.
To death. He committed suicide. By the way, the Israeli commanders in Lebanon in the 1980s, a couple of Israeli commanders come up with this doctrine called the Hannibal Directive. Hezbollah takes Israeli soldiers hostage, and the Israeli commanders come up with a plan to say, if Hezbollah is going to take our soldiers hostage, we don't want them hostage. We get them back at all costs. They say they didn't name it after Hannibal, the Carthaginian general.
So maybe they did name him after Hannibal Lecter.
So let me just...
Although, so which Hannibal did you name it after then?
Was Hannibal Lecter around in the 80s? I don't even know. My history and fiction is now merging into one.
Silence of the Lambs, man.
I'm going to read it out to you. During an abduction, this was the doctrine as originally passed in the 80s. During an abduction, the major mission is to rescue our soldiers from the abductors, even at the price of harming or wounding our soldiers. Light arms fire is to be used in order to bring the abductors to the ground or to stop them. In any event, everything will be done to stop the vehicle and not allow it to escape.
As a matter of fact, there is a soldier who was quoted saying, like, well, I saw them like running away, so I thought, like, instead of them falling into captivity, I thought to kill them. That's exactly what happened on October 7th.
So before we get to October 7th itself, they have this doctrine. It's the 1980s. It's very controversial. They've never published the full text of it. 2016, after they carry it out in Gaza, do you remember the 2014 Gaza war that we've just memory hold all the previous assaults on Gaza? Towards the end of that, an Israeli soldier was taken hostage by Hamas, taken into Gaza. The Israelis went in and killed hundreds of people, according to Amnesty International, as part of the Hannibal Directive, openly using it. After that, they rescinded it. 2016, it was officially revoked. And yet on October the 7th, we now know, according to the UN report, which came out last week, the UN says the Hannibal Directive was used on October 7th. Bassem, break down for us. You've been following this very closely over the last few months. What kind of things did the Israelis do on October 7th?
What up, Mari? How was Elden Ring tonight?
which led to the deaths of their own civilians. Because remember, 1,400 is the death toll, right? It's then lowered to 1,200. Of the 1,200, 700, I believe, are civilians.
739.
And some of those civilians, we don't know how many because the Israelis weren't doing independent
No,
investigation.
but here's
some of them were killed by Israel.
Here's interesting. Like, okay, I know there's a lot of information about this, but the fact that
not only were they not doing an investigation, the people that they did send in to like clean up the bodies in the aftermath of October 7th, like openly lied. They were like a fucking huge like Zionist political organization that openly lied about a lot of this shit that they saw.
Said, like one of the soldiers said, like, I saw a vehicle running away with the hostages, so I thought of like shooting them and killing them instead of them falling in captivity. And then I thought, it's like, this is a very, very efficient soldier. So he would think, it's like, wait, if they are dead, there are no hostages. And if there is no hostages, there's no need for an extra rescue mission. So I don't need to go to another shift. This is how effective. So basically, he's cutting down his work from the source. If there's no hostages, no, basically, this is Israel. You know, when Israel tells you we do not negotiate with terrorists, so their idea of not negotiating is eliminating the negotiation by eliminating the hostages in the first place. So if there's no hostages, there's nothing to negotiate about.
It's interesting you should mention that, because the incident that the UN talks about in its report, which a lot of media have covered over the months, mainstream American, and by the way, American British media has not covered any of this stuff. Israeli media's covered it.
Yeah.
Bloggers and activists, especially on the pro-Palestinian side, have covered it. Our media here in the United States, completely silent.
You know what does it sound like? You know, like people like doing bro language. It's like, hey, I'm with my girlfriend and I need you to verify everything. And your bro will lie for you. Like America is Israel's bro. It is lying for Israel on behalf of Israel. And Israel's like, I think you're going too much.
Even the Israelis are talking.
Like the Israeli
I
media,
always find it fascinating.
the Israeli media have talked about the Hannibal Directive many times on their media. They even had a girl, her name is Yasmin Burat. She's one of the hostages. She was locked in a house where 40 terrorists were locking in 14 hostages. And they said, like, we were shot and we had like Israeli tanks firing on us, killing everybody. And she came on a podcast and said that. And the American and the British media, nothing.
No.
This is the best bro cover-up I've ever seen in my life.
So what's interesting, Bassem, is, and why I think we need to talk about on this show today, is you have the UN report comes out. It says the Hannibal Directive was applied. It refers to the Yasmin Porat incident in Kibbutz Be'eri, where Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad and other fighters carried out some of the worst atrocities. They took hostages into a house and they said they want to negotiate to get out. The Israelis, a general turns up called Barak Hiram, I think his name is, and he's a settler, by the way. Some of the generals on the day were hardcore messianic Israeli soldiers.
Barak what?
Hiram, I think.
Haram.
My pronunciation's horrible. I apologize to my Israeli friends.
That's something that's totally haram.
Oh my
and
God.
he would
Barak what? Haram.
Go in and you kill
boom,
everyone.
boom, boom.
Listen, Matty, listen. I know that you're very happy with your facts.
I am.
I don't care.
Yeah, EHI, we're just watching this right now. I think this is a good explanation, and they're covering it very well.
Okay. I don't care because this is bullshit. I'm done. No, I'm done. I'm done even trying to make sense of all of this. The fact that the Israeli military shows up and kill everybody is like when your house catches fire and the fire department shows with flamethrowers. This is like how ridiculous it is. It's like I imagine someone like Yasmin Bright sitting there, it's like, oh, the military are here for the hostages. No, we're here for collateral damage. This is how bad it is.
And I just want to be clear, Bassem, just to back you up, the general who turns up gives the order to say, and this is reported in the media, he says, go in, shoot, even if civilians die, right? This is his order. And some other
Brother, like,
Israeli soldiers were on the ground.
These people train U.S. cops, man. They train U.S. police. They train the U.S. police. And so, yes, it shouldn't surprise you. It shouldn't surprise you when people get murdered when a car crashes into the front of a Trader Joe's. It shouldn't surprise you that the police are going to open fire into a supermarket in the middle of the day. It shouldn't surprise you when people, you know, when cops rush into a Burlington coat factory and they just unload weapons in the middle of a department store. and they happened to kill Valentina Oriana Peralta is her name. She was a 14-year-old trying on Christmas dresses with her mother, hiding in a dressing room, and was shot and killed. And wait, is that something that actually happened at Trader Joe's? Yes, that happened to a very good friend of mine. Well, a very good friend of mine's sister. Her name is Melly Corrado. She was shot and killed. She was a manager at the Trader Joe's. She heard a car crash outside. She ran to the door to try to render aid to somebody that she thought was in a car accident. And instead, the police opened fire into a Trader Joe's in the middle of the day. And she was shot and killed. Like, this kind of idea, and this is also what I mean when I say, like, what Palestine goes through is it's not something happening way over there. It's not something happening 1,000 miles away. It's something happening here. Not indirectly. These people train our cops. They work directly with our police now, today. Even at UCLA, when fascists were attacking the encampment. When the police came the very next night and attacked the encampment. It was IDF soldiers with Maganam, the private security group, that were working with the police to take down U.S. students fighting against apartheid. This isn't it's not hypothetical. What happens in Palestine will happen to us. Over and over again. And you have to eliminate this idea in your mind that we can ignore Palestine because it's not happening to us. It is happening to us. It is. It is happening to us already, right now. It's happening to us. It's happening to Melly Corrado. It's happening to Valentina Oriana Peralta. It's happening to us. And we gotta fight it wherever it pops up.
Have told Haaretz and other Israeli media that they were shocked at that order. And 13, by the way, the families of the people who died in Kibbutz Be'eri have complained to the Israeli government. They've demanded an investigation. One was done quickly, which cleared the general and cleared the colonel.
Did they give the general 1 star?
They cleared him.
Did they give them
You'll
1
be
star?
shocked,
There's like what kind of did they give their evaluation for the service? Like, can you imagine anywhere in the world, like like your military service, like, thank you for your service, thank you for your service, except in Israel, thank you for your service. Your service is not. We were better off before you showed up. This is how bad. And here's the thing. Here's what I'm interesting. It's kind of like Israel is so jealous that Hamas killed more civilians on that day that they would normally do on one day. Like, Israel's like, no one get to kill civilians other than us. It's kind of like there's like the day will not end until our body count is higher than yours. So we gotta go in and finish the job. This is how it's like. Why is Israel's first response about everything is killing civilians?
Yeah. That day,
you go into Gaza, we kill civilians.
Well,
we go in to save our own people, we kill civilians.
But what's interesting is the Hannibal Directive itself, and again, I want to make this clear because people will say you're being unfair to the Israeli military. They were trying to save lives. It was a chaotic day. Hold on. It was a chaotic day.
Yeah,
right?
Of course. Yeah,
Hamas have breached their defenses. It's the biggest Israeli security failure in history.
The
fact that Hamas...
Also, to be clear, it seems like from the reports that I've read on October 7th, like, Hamas broke in with very specific targets, Israeli military targets that they wanted to hit, and once the fence was broken, like, a shitload of like random Palestinians kind of came with them, and it totally like got out of control in regards to like Hamas's original directives. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Are even there. They're going into a place like Kibbutz Be'eri where hostages are held, and they are, I just want to quote, so there's a guy called Asa Kasher who's a philosopher, Bassem. He's the guy who came up with the IDF's Code of Ethics. What's that? Code of Ethics. They actually have one.
That's the biggest geopolitical oxymoron I've ever heard in my life. IDF code of ethics
And even he
in
says,
one sentence.
he says that, the Hannibal Directive did exist. The original order does not allow for you to kill an Israeli citizen. So he's saying he wants an investigation too. Even he thinks what happens on October 7th.
How dare you kill civilians
The
instead
IDF
of
is only for
Palestinians?
killing Palestinian civilians. Get it right? I mean, Bassem, there are so many examples that just haven't really been covered in the West. They have been covered in Israeli media and in and some left websites of the Hannibal Directive on October 7th. In a statement given to an Israeli news channel, a tank driver and a commander said they targeted 2 Toyota vehicles with militants and Israeli civilians inside of them. He said, I prefer stopping the abduction, so they won't be taken. I prefer killing them to stopping them from being hostages and released freely.
I said, like, he's trying to save one more shift.
Captain Bar Zonshine says that he fired tank shells at vehicles driving towards Gaza. He said, I decided it's the right decision. It's better to stop the abduction.
I like late dinners, walking on beach, and firing at vehicles.
I feel that I acted correctly, he says. And then Colonel Nof Erez.
I think the hostage was like his cousin and he hated them.
Yeah, there's some personal beef. Colonel Nof Erez says it was don't take our words for it, that the 2 brown dudes, he says it was a mass Hannibal event on 7th of October. A mass Hannibal event. Lots of shooting going on. And look, anyone can read the UN report for themselves. They lay out the examples we talked about.
Who cares about UN?
We talked about the kibbutz berry, yeah. Well,
nobody cares.
They don't care.
Yo, what up, Jason?
Listen,
Jason, did you see the clip from the stream earlier?
Like, I mean, Israel.
Did somebody send that to you?
Playing like international limbo. It's like when international is like how low can we get? It's like not low enough. This is how low they get. They always go low. I mean, Israel interpretation over international law is my daughter's interpretation over bedtime. It works.
Dude, they don't. They're above the law. Israel clearly doesn't follow the law. They don't think that the law applies to them.
For months.
Bro. Wait, is this guy?
That October 7th was nothing but a...
I'm sorry, this guy he looked a little bit too much like Andy Ngo. For a second I was like, is this Andy Ngo? What the fuck?
False flag operation that was enacted by Israel as a means to justify the genocide.
No, it's not racist. This guy actually looks like him. His mouth is a little bit less wide, I think. He actually looks like him.
They're committing in Gaza. The IDF ordered the Hannibal Directive, which is to attack and unalive their own civilians and soldiers so that they would not be held captive by the Palestinian resistance. Israel knew exactly when October 7th was going to happen and even moved the Nova Music Festival close to the Gaza border in order to accrue mass casualties. What followed immediately afterwards is the Western mainstream media propaganda machine that published lies such as the mass grapes and essays that happened, as well as the beheaded babies. And not.
Why do people say unalive instead of kill and grape instead of rape? Because we live in the end times. The timeline is fucking breaking before us. And we're literally living in George Orwell 1984, Animal Crossing, Animal Well, No, literally. It's so fucking bad. Dude, did I ever tell you guys about the shit that I had to do? That I had to do to get a TikTok online, and it didn't work. I gave up. I fucking gave up. Look. Oh my god, dude, it pissed me the fuck off. Hold on. What the fuck is my fucking... While you're here, sign up. God damn it, I already have a fucking account. Okay, I'm gonna lose my mind. Okay.
I have witnessed.
For me to get look at this. This TikTok is ineligible for the For You feed. Okay? Can somebody please tell me why? Can somebody please tell me why?
And gone through this week has been a little bit
Like we had a Sniffin' J in the chat. Sniffin' J in the chat edited this. I think they did a great job. We went back and forth to try to figure out what could possibly be the reason. What could possibly be the fucking reason?
witnessed and gone through this week has been a little bit wild. 5 million people have viewed this video since Monday. It is the conservative alt-right that is flipping out about this. No U-turn signs are homophobic now. Oh my god, the alphabet mafia.
What are they going to ask for now?
Can you explain, like, for people who may not know, like, what is, like, cruising?
The queer history in Silver Lake goes back to at least the 1950s. They knew that gay people were cruising in the area, passing by the same spot within a few hours. It's a euphemism for seeking out gay, and that's why a police presence developed surrounding the queer community here. They're afraid of being outed just by going to a queer establishment.
If queer people weren't being beaten for going to a public place and seeking that.
2011, the Silver Lake Neighborhood Council voted to try to get these no cruising signs removed. Be voted on unanimously by the council itself. Why don't we get rid of these signs, because they are relics of the past. Fast forward, here we are in 2024, and we still had these no U-turns between midnight and 6 a.m. signs. These were used to specifically target and profile queer people. So for me, it's about showing other queer people there are people like you out there, not only out there like you, but who are fighting on your behalf, who are actually taking a part in local government and who can make a difference locally. What I have,
like, we changed so much shit. So at first we thought, oh, maybe it's because we ripped this, like, so we blurred it. We were like, I don't know, maybe we need to, maybe it's that, maybe, like, I don't know. We said we blurred the gay sex line, you know, like I was like, what the fuck is it? Pretty sure it's the sticker on your mic. You know, I sent like Hail Mary after beating my head against this wall for 3 days. Yeah, I appealed it. They never get back to you on that shit. No, literally, I after beating my head against the wall for this for 3 days, I sent it to Taylor the Rins. I sent this TikTok to Taylor the Rins, and I was like, Taylor, I know you like cover TikTok a lot. You're very successful on TikTok. Can you tell me what could possibly be in this video that is like that would make me ineligible for the For You page? And she responded, and she was like, oh my god, this is such a great video. Yeah, basically anything progressive. So the fact that it's about like a drag queen, that can get it removed from the For You page. She said the flag on your mic, that could definitely get it removed from For You page. I was like, fuck you, dude. I'm not taking this shit off. Fuck you. And I'll just never fucking upload to TikTok again. Fuck you. I'm fucking over it. Like, I'm done. I don't care. Like, fuck you. You don't want me there, I don't want to be on there. Pretty much.
Israel is still getting genocided. This is something.
I don't know. It just pissed me off, man. But it can't, Jason, it's not even letting me it won't even get to the For You page. Like, how could it blow up there if it's not on the For You page? Like, they're not even trying to show it to people or find an audience for it. They just say no. Like, the second I upload it, it just says no. I think I might be shadow banned on my account, which is weird because they're still showing this one. Like, every time I log into fucking TikTok, I have 99 notifications from this TikTok. This TikTok is like, it's got 110,000 likes. Like, it's this TikTok did incredible. And that was fun for a day. But fuck you, I'm not posting on your bullshit ass platform anymore. Like, eat shit, TikTok. Yeah, I also reached out. Didn't Azan get shadow banned too, kind of? Yeah, but he still, like, makes it onto people's For You pages. I don't know. No, Jason, it explicitly tells me. It says you are not like this. You are not eligible. Like this video is not eligible for the For You page. No, Trumu, that's 100% it. That's 100% it. It's just like, I don't know. I'm fucking annoyed. It really pissed me off. Wait, you've never seen that? I wish I could log into my account so I could show you. I wish I could log into my account, but I don't want to fuck with that right now. But yeah, it says like alert, you know, like thing, and that as soon as it's uploaded, immediately after it's uploaded, it says immediately like this is not eligible for the For You page. It says like unoriginal content or something like that, or low quality or unoriginal content, and I'm like, this is neither of those things. Also, never appeal because they'll cook your account. I don't give a fuck. The account's already cooked. The account's already cooked. You might be being mass reported. Why? Because of the bathroom video I did? And if so, why wouldn't they take that one off the For You page? Because again, I'm still getting 99 notifications every fucking time I log into TikTok. You know? It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, the bathroom video is old. It's still doing numbers. That's what I'm saying. Anyway, let's go back to Palestine and Gaza. This one is better. Okay, let's watch it.
Israeli media. Under a policy known as the Hannibal Directive, soldiers are allegedly directed to do whatever it takes to prevent hostage taking, up to and including killing the hostages themselves. A new investigation by
also Salvage, thank you for gifting Jason. Appreciate that.
Ynet, a major Israeli news outlet, has reported that at midnight on October 7th, the IDF instructed its soldiers to stop, quote, at all costs, any attempt by Hamas to return to Gaza, echoing language, according to Ynet, used when describing the original Hannibal Directive. According to Ynet, the actual meaning of the order is that the main goal is to stop the retreat of the activists, even if this means risking or harming the lives.
5 subscribers. Yo, thank you for the 5 subscribers. Hungry Brain, welcome in.
Lives of civilians in the area, including the abductees themselves. Ynet confirmed that on October 7th, 70 cars were hit by Israeli tanks or anti-tank missiles or helicopters, and that at least in some cases, everyone in the vehicle was killed. Now, if you're wondering why a civilized nation would kill its own people in this way, the logic is as follows. If IDF soldiers are never captured, they can't be used as leverage in prisoner exchanges. According to the Times of Israel, quote, the directive allows soldiers to use, is Israel.
The thing about that rhetoric, in my opinion, is like if they hide behind the hostages so much. They hide behind the hostages so much. Do you know what I mean? Like they use we have to get our hostages back. We will not stop until we get the hostages back, until every hostage is returned safe. Like they use that rhetoric to justify the genocide that they're doing all the time. So like, why are you like, you know? The leverage doesn't matter. The leverage doesn't matter. They don't care. They're gonna murder Palestinians regardless. B, they hide behind the hostages rhetorically. They use it to justify it. You know what I mean? Like it just seems like it's kind of like I don't know. It doesn't really make sense. But I guess I also get it a little bit because thank you for the 200 bits, Hungry Brain. Appreciate you, man. I also kind of get it, I guess, because it's like. If they don't give any, if they don't put any value in the Palestinians or in the hostages, then the Palestinians' leverage is reduced, sure. But like, you guys understand that that Hamas could be like other terrorist, quote unquote terrorist groups. When they take hostages, they like kill them on camera. Like, Hamas is not doing that. They could be saying every bomb that's dropped in Gaza, we will murder a hostage. And that would encourage the Israeli population to put pressure on their government. You understand, like, there are things they could be doing. I'm not saying that's a good thing, obviously. That is a bad thing, but that's kind of how hostage situations work. You know? And Hamas not doing that is like, it kind of speaks to the way that they are, like, operating in this. You know? They use hostages as a justification for violence, but then they're perfectly fine killing potential hostages, so they can't be used as leverage. Their ideology is completely scrambled. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't seem like there's like a clear through line of logic here. You know what I mean? It doesn't really, like, it doesn't seem like it makes sense to me. But of course it doesn't, because I'm not a fucking ethno-nationalist freak.
Aren't heard in London.
The truth is there is no logic. There is no rationale. It's based in hate and generational trauma on their own end, and fucking, like, it's fucking fascism. There's no logic. It's just primal instinct and hate. It's humans at their very worst. It sucks. Yeah, I saw that.
For months, but now aimed at a new government.
Also, before we move on to this, did everybody also, the Israeli government said that they think it'll take 5 years of war to fully eliminate Hamas, which is their ultimate goal. So they want to keep the siege on Gaza going for 5 years. That's what they say. That's what they're saying.
Marching here want Britain's incoming Prime Minister to know they want him to do more to help end the war in Gaza.
So what we want to see from Keir Starmer...
This is in London.
The opposite of what he put in his manifesto. We want him to call and demand an immediate ceasefire. We want him to stand up to Israel. We want him to halt all arms sales to Israel immediately.
Fuck no, Trumu. Fuck no. No, dude. Biden would do anything. Bro, Biden would do anything to not be in the situation he's in right now. No way.
But among the crowd, there's skepticism.
I have very little hope. We've got an international human rights lawyer who has actively tried to prevent a ceasefire vote in government, which I find horrific.
So I don't really feel much hope that there's going to be much progress. But, you know, being here today, that's what fills me with hope. And, yeah.
And for some here, Labour's ascent to power makes little difference.
Well, many attending here today say that they have always traditionally backed Labour.
No, yeah.
They are unhappy.
Glaffhass ass is way, he's way right here too. His debate performance was way worse for his election chances than what he has done in Palestine. 100%. 100%. Yeah, I mean, if we lived in a just society, murdering 170,000 people would disqualify you from being president. Like, directly partaking in the execution of 170,000 people in conservative estimates would disqualify you from being president, and would, I can't say the rest of what I need to say, but yeah, there would be much more dire consequences than a few drops in fucking polling numbers, dude.
The new Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer's stance on Gaza, because they say that his party's approach isn't all that different to the previous Conservative government's approach. And they also have a problem with the fact that while Labour committed to recognising the Palestinian state, they have not said when they would do that.
And that approach...
I don't know. I think, like, honestly... Spitfire, it says, I think normies still think 40,000 people have been killed and are moving on. To me, like, with regard to normies, I actually don't really give a shit. Like, anytime anybody's like, whoa, 50,000, where'd you get that number? Like, What do you mean 50,000? Like, what are you talking about? It's like, bro, you wouldn't give a fuck if it was 500,000, you wouldn't give a fuck. Nothing about your politics would change. So shut the fuck up. Like, is there really a number that's going to be too much for you? And if so, what is it? So that I can come back whenever we like objectively pass it and see and check on you then. Because like, dude, none of these fucking liberals give a fuck. None of these people give a fuck. If you can rationalize 40,000 people dead, then you can rationalize 4 million people dead. There's no difference. Like 40,000 people is an insane amount of people to be murdered like for no reason. If you had a soul, that would bother you. You don't have a soul because you're a shit horrific person, and so you don't care. Like you don't have to try to explain it to me.
Has cost Labour 4 seats in some of its traditional heartlands, with even a shadow cabinet minister removed by an independent candidate supporting Palestine. Though Gaza was not all these challenges campaigned on.
I ran on a combination of foreign policy, peace and justice, no to genocide, no to arms sales to Israel, and also the deprivation in our community and trying to get investment and opportunities for our children.
Make some noise for Tyrese!
The new British government will have its work cut out on the economy and the high cost of living. But people marching here want to make sure that with other pressing issues, the war in Gaza is not.
Go to Norway, Cold Star. Hell yeah, have fun. You're gonna try some sturströmming? Sturströmming?
Forgotten. Milena Veselinovic, Al Jazeera, London.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from.
Okay, we have this next AJ Plus video, but I don't want to miss it and I have to go pee.
Right now.
Jews have seen.
I don't want to miss it and I have to go pee, so I'm going to put on another video real quick just while I pee. This video. Walking through Gaza, the old city from 1 year ago. Oh, we have the Norwegian in the chat. He says sturströmming is more of a Swedish thing. Okay, thank you for letting me know. I actually did not know that, so thank you. Okay. We're back.
The fear among Jews in this country is palpable right now.
Jews have seen this before. We've saw it in Germany. We never thought it would happen here.
That anti-Zionism is the new form of anti-Semitism. This is exactly what we're seeing right now on college campuses.
Jewish students are demanding action from Washington. They say they're living in fear.
We know that there are student organizers who have spewed anti-Semitism on our campus.
They're claiming they're running it because of the people of Gaza. No, they were praising the slaughter of Jews.
There is no place on any campus in America, any place in America, for anti-Semitism or hate speech or threats of violence of any kind.
I mean, based.
Have a conversation.
Based. Like, I wish that was fucking true, bro. That's not true, though. Like,
About anti-Semitism. Since October 7th, the story that has remained consistent and
again, as I've said 1,000 times when covering this, anti-Semitism is very real. Anti-Semitism is a thing that is very pervasive. It is like the original racism. It is it's at the core of every fascist ideology is going to go back to the Jews. Always. And it's very real and should be fought hard. As soon as you see it, it needs to be squashed. Okay? Always. And that's the way I will always operate in my life. We should always fight to make everywhere safe for Jewish people. Israel makes that harder for all of us. People who are actually doing that work, being an anti-fascist, Israel makes it a lot harder. It does.
constant in the U.S. press, perhaps more than the bombardment, starvation, and devastation of Gaza, has been about what has been characterized as a plague of anti-Semitism gripping U.S. campuses. And this story about anti-Semitism on campuses has only strengthened in recent months as thousands of students across the country, many of them Jewish, have been protesting their university's financial investments in companies and programs that uphold Israeli occupation, apartheid, and the ongoing U.S.-sponsored genocide of Palestinians. The political and media lamentations of anti-Semitism only increased as university administrators, under pressure from politicians and powerful donors, unleashed swarms of police on pro-Palestinian students and faculty alike, beating and arresting them, which has created a narrative dissonance. There's what we are seeing, which is this violence against
Yeah, the narrative dissonance of saying violence has no place in America and then sending in fucking cops to brutalize protesters. Like, just using violence to resolve the issue. Like, directly, violence is never the answer. All right, cops, go beat the fuck out of those people, dude. Cops, get the fuck in there and break some fucking heads, dude. Make sure they never come back. Like, man, violence is your only answer, motherfucker. Violence is your only fucking answer. You piece of shit. The gays also need their own state. The Nazi killed LGBT people as well, and it's illegal to be gay in many countries, so we should make our own. Wonder where it should be. I say Florida. Gay Florida would be so fucking lit. No, not Hawaii. Not Hawaii.
genocide pro-Palestinian students.
From Columbia to University of Texas in Austin to the University of Virginia, today, police acted fast, aggressively cracking down.
We should take France. Now you're talking. Now you're talking.
On these pro-Palestinian student protesters.
And then there's what we're being told, that Jewish students are feeling unsafe on campuses.
Wait, we should take, who said we should take Montana? Or no, I don't think anyone's using Wyoming. Bro, the gays need a beach, okay? Yeah, the gays have to have a beach. You have to have a beach. If the gays don't have a beach, they're gonna be fucking, they're gonna riot. It's not going to be pretty.
Is the threat so real?
Maui, there's already, we can't just take over indigenous land in Hawaii, bro. Come on. We gotta take the indigenous land in Florida instead. The Seminoles are probably chill with that, right? No?
And so present, you just
Gay colonialism?
had to leave.
Yes, absolutely.
So is anti-Semitism rampant across American campuses? Or is that a cynical narrative manufactured to distract from the ongoing U.S.-sponsored Israeli atrocities in Gaza and the plummeting support for Israel among young Americans? And what exactly are we talking about when we talk about anti-Semitism? Who's defining it? Welcome to Backspace, where we tell you how the story is told in the headlines, and then we think about how we can tell it a little differently.
Somebody in chat said they knew her, Sana. That's cool.
On October 7th, a group of Harvard students representing over 30 campus organizations wrote, signed, and released a letter on the Hamas-led attack. The statement explicitly put blame for the, quote, unfolding violence entirely on the Israeli regime, saying that today's events did not occur in a vacuum and that for the last 2 decades, millions of Palestinians in Gaza have been forced to live in an open-air prison. Condemnations of the letter and the students were swift.
The letter was an embarrassment. We should live in a world where barbaric acts of terrorism are universally condemned.
This guy's so fucking cucked.
Without hesitation, without obfuscation.
It is going to continue to fester. And so I think, these institutions from Harvard to Columbia to CUNY, they all have a responsibility to crack down on this.
The fact that our fellow colleagues and students could think that, the fact that they would excuse the murder of our families and eventually us as well, this, I don't think, makes the Harvard campus a safe place at the moment for Jews.
Where are the university presidents who gave clear statements about all these other causes that mattered? Black Lives Matter. Stop AAPI hate. It matters.
Dude. What could be more fucking offensive, honestly, than like co-opting a bunch of other progressive causes to justify your own fucking genocide? Like, you fucking trained the fucking cops that killed George Floyd. You piece of shit. You piece of shit.
Stand for Ukraine. It matters. Why are they silent on dead Jews?
Immediately, a number of the country's billionaires allied together to publicly name and shame the students who had signed the letter and ensured that they and any other student who shared these views would be unemployable. Those first 10 days following October 7th set the stage for not only how students protesting Israeli occupation, apartheid, and bombardment would come to be characterized, but also what role universities and their administrators would play. And it set the stage for what would become the dominant discourse, the primary conversation in this country as Israeli bombardment claimed tens of thousands of Palestinian lives.
After 7 days of airstrikes, Israel's bombardment of the Gaza Strip has killed 1,900 Palestinians. 324 of them were killed in the past 24 hours.
Over the course of, going on close to 120 days now, over 27,000 Palestinians have been killed.
We've seen massacre after massacre after massacre that has killed over 15,000 Palestinian children. We've seen over 36,000 Palestinians be killed in the last 8 months.
Almost every single day over 9 months, there has been a new story about anti-Semitism, specifically on campuses, making it the bigger conversation than the brutal U.S.-sponsored Israeli genocide of Palestinians. Instead of focusing on Israeli war crime after war crime, the U.S. news media, in alignment with well-funded, well-positioned pro-Israel groups and individuals, manufactured a story that, while focused on campuses,
Salvage, thank you for the gifted.
Legit Salvage gifted
made any and all protests and critiques of Israel into anti-Semitism. And it was a manufacturing that was also assisted by this country's entire political establishment.
The House of Representatives just voting to pass a resolution to censure the Democratic Representative Rashida Tlaib of Michigan. She had defended the use of the phrase "from the river to the sea," which of course is generally viewed as a call for the extermination, the elimination of Israel.
No, it is not, you dumb bitch. It isn't. It is not.
Calls for a two-state solution, not calls for a one-state solution. These were calls for a final solution.
Anti-Semitism anti-Semitic posters, slogans calling for the annihilation of Israel, the world's only Jewish state.
Since October 7th, there have been at least 10 congressional hearings on anti-Semitism, mainly pertaining to U.S. campuses. These hearings have focused primarily on university responses to student speech critical of Israel, characterized as anti-Semitic and threatening to Jewish student safety.
Unfortunately, an absence of leadership on college campuses has allowed hostility toward Jewish students to escalate since October 7th.
Isn't it also true that the Northwestern earned an F for your failure to respond and combat anti-Semitism?
By the ADL? Dude, oh my God.
And they called for your
The Apartheid Defense League, yeah, right.
resignation. Is that correct?
And the impact of these hearings really came to a...
I'll tell you what an ADL is. The ADL, you know what it really is? It's an ad L, like when you're at the top of the hour and I have to run a 1 minute 30-second ad break and you take the L, you know what I mean? Ad L. But unfortunately, unlike the Apartheid Defense League, you can avoid the ads. You cannot avoid the ADL, unfortunately. You can avoid the ads, though, if you subscribe or if you are gifted a sub or you use your Prime sub. Oops, I snoozed the ad. Oops, there it is. Okay, I ran it now.
Head on April 17th when Columbia University President Minouche Shafik was asked about Columbia's response to so-called anti-Semitism on campus.
Yo, Spitfire, thank you for using your Prime. No more Oreos.
Bringing further and enraged attention to its student encampment.
Their response to President Shafik's offer last night was, Columbia will burn. I mean, these students, we shouldn't treat them like children when they're hardened activists.
And when other campuses across the country, from Ivy Leagues to state schools, started initiating encampments...
Yo, Landum, thank you for the 100 bits.
The coverage went full. These protests are so violent, feeding into tropes about Arabs, Muslims, Palestinians, and their supporters as perpetrators of violence against Jews.
What you just saw is 2024 in Los Angeles, harkening back to the 1930s in Europe. And I do not
really
say that lightly.
Yeah, you literally do say it lightly. You watched a fucking TikTok. How much more lightly could you take it? What the fuck are you doing? You watched a TikTok.
And there was violence at these protests, but it was against the protesters.
Yeah.
See, when you fearmonger about a bunch of kids in tents protesting their university's financial investments in a genocide, when you repeat lies about how they're violent.
Yep. I said this. I've seen that kid many times at UCLA, and he is a fucking douche. And I said this a bunch too, and she's right to bring it up too. Like, listen, I try to empathize. I try to understand. I always try to put myself in a position, like to understand the people that I'm, on the opposite side of something from. And let's be real, dude. If I actually believed that there were Nazis camping in UCLA's campus that wanted to eradicate all Jewish people from the planet, like, if I really just, ate all of the stupid propaganda I watched on CNN, didn't look into it myself, never read anything that, would challenge that belief, and I just ate that pill 100% hook, line, and sinker, I would be out there, too. I would be out there, fighting them, too. Do you know what I mean? Unfortunately, that's not what the fuck happened, and that's not what the fuck was going on. And it is, the violence is at the hands of the journalists. You know what I mean? The violence, the journalists who covered the UCLA encampment, who have covered the encampments across the United States, who peddled this anti-Semitic shit, who, have not reported on anything regarding political violence in LA, who haven't reported that there are mass Zionist gangs who come to protests with violence on the mind to beat the shit out of people. And the LAPD stands by and allows it to happen. If you're not getting that info, then what the fuck are you gonna do? They're 100% culpable in all of this. And I'm telling you, I've said this for months, and unfortunately, I still believe it, and I think it's going to continue. Like, people are going to die in LA. People are going to die on the streets of LA at a pro-Palestine protest. This shit is escalating, and there's only one there's only one destination. Zionist mobs are using extreme violence against journalists, against random like civilians and protesters. Like they literally, after the UCLA attack, after the attack on the encampment, when Zionist mobs came and threw explosives into the encampment, sprayed bear mace into the encampment, were hitting old women with poles and shit. After that night, there were UCLA Daily Bruin journalists covering the attack as it was happening. There were 4 journalists covering the attack. 4 of them. They walked back to their cars. As they were walking back to their cars, a group of Zionists jumped them, pepper sprayed them, and kicked them on the ground. Did you hear about that in your mainstream news? In any of this coverage, did you hear about that? These were UCLA, like the student fucking journalists for the student newspaper. Had no involvement with the encampment at all. Were just there doing their jobs. And then what happened most recently? Palestinian organizers organize a protest against a sale of real estate in the West Bank happening in LA. The protest happened. Zionist mobs came. They started open fist fighting people in the streets. Yeah, they did. Yeah. They covered it. And I think CNN did an interview with one of the journalists, but it wasn't like it wasn't a news story. Like you're seeing all of this, like that kid fucking getting blocked at UCLA, Like, that was a story that everyone fucking repeated, and it was blasted for, like, 48 hours, right? But going back, they protested an auction or a real estate information event about West Bank land in Israel that they were hoping to create, quote-unquote, Anglo neighborhoods in Israel through this real estate sale. Okay? Palestinians came. Zionists came. They fucking, like, the Zionists started fighting people as they were going back to their cars. They just, like, roamed around the neighborhoods looking for anybody who might be, going to that protest, and they beat the shit out of them. How is it reported in the news? Pro-Palestinian protesters are protesting a synagogue. They're protesting a synagogue, and you had multiple politicians going all the way up to Joe Biden, condemning them, people being protesting outside of a synagogue, blocking access to a religious site. Like, Joe Biden tweeted about this protest. You understand? Like, Karen Bass, the very next day, goes to the Holocaust Museum in LA and condemns the protest and pledges $1 million to a former, like, IDF veteran private security company called Magan M. She stood in front of a fucking InfoWars host who was wearing a InfoWars hat during that press conference. Yeah, and she said she was going to ban masks at protests, and then she got COVID. Lol. So she's, I hope she's fucking suffering right now with COVID. It's just so, I don't know, man. It's scary because this stuff, it never gets punished. There are no repercussions. And I said the night of the UCLA attack, I said the shit is different now. The right wing learned that anytime there is mass leftist movements, they got full clearance to go there and terrorize them and beat the shit out of them. Nobody was arrested. There was one arrest that happened weeks after the UCLA encampment attack, and that was moved to a misdemeanor. Okay? So there's virtually no consequences. There's virtually zero consequences. So the right wing learned that they can use violence against the left with no consequences. And guess what? The LAPD also learned that they don't even have to do shit, which is what cops love doing more than anything. Yeah, that kid that was going to run away to Israel. The LAPD learned that they don't have to brutalize students because the right-wing freaks, the fascists, will do it for them. And we entered a way different and new reality in America. And of course, it happened again. Of course it did. It was the exact same people. It was the exact same people who came and did it in broad daylight at Pico Robinson, who attacked UCLA and came at the night before, or the month before. It's the exact same people. And they watched as every single political operative with a D next to their name that they would never fucking vote for, or like they fucking hate these people, and they all came out to support their violence in the streets against leftists. And so as I said then, I think we do have to ask ourselves, we were entirely defensive for both of these protests. At UCLA, we built shields, we built walls to defend the encampment, strictly in defense. There was virtually zero violence coming from the pro-Palestinian side that night. And what happened? We still got framed as violent. So what is the benefit of being defensive? They're going to say you're violent regardless of what you do. You still, with the the UCLA encampment still got the shit kicked out of them. People were traumatized. Explosives were fired in. People, had their heads cracked open. People were still really hurt, really seriously hurt. And so what's the benefit of a strictly defensive tactic? And that's a scary conversation to have, man. I don't want to see people get hurt. I go to protests really often, so much so that I know a lot of the people there. They're my friends. When I was watching that shit in Pico Robinson happen, I know the people that were hurt. Those were my friends. If you watch my live streams and IRL streams at protests, you've seen me sit and talk to them. You've seen me sit and talk to those people that were hurt. I'm watching videos of them, from fucking overhead helicopters of just groups of people running up and punching them in the side of the head as hard as they can. As they're doing this, trying just defending themselves, not fighting back. They're journalists. They're literally just there to document. So where do we go from here? What does that look like? It's horrifying. It's scary to think about, but it's the world we're in, and you can't ignore it. Unfortunately, it's true. And it's true. We have to keep us safe, and we have to take safety seriously. And what does that look like? And I don't know. I honestly don't know. But it's conversations that we really need to be having, and you should really be thinking about if you're going to protest, because this is in LA now, and LA is the big one where this is all happening. But is it, how much longer can it? It's going to be in your backyard too. And as we get closer to the election, as we get into Trump's presidency, I really worry about this fucking country, man. I really, really, really worry about this a lot. It's very, very scary.
How they're anti-Semitic. It all culminates in violence. Violence that is justified against them.
I just saw police use unnecessary violence for peaceful protesters. I saw police knock students to the ground.
At the core of this hysteria, at the core of this manufacturing of anti-Semitism on campuses, is who is defining anti-Semitism and how it's being defined. In 2005, the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance published a working definition of anti-Semitism. And while the definition itself doesn't mention Israel, among the 11 examples of anti-Semitism it does give, 7 include Israel. The ERA definition of anti-Semitism, which is vague, conflates Israel and its actions with Jewish people, a conflation that's been criticized as not only dangerous for the safety of Jews, but also as suppressing any and all criticism of Israel. Compare this definition to the one set out in the Jerusalem Declaration in 2021. While it also received criticism for erasing the Palestinian experience, the Jerusalem Declaration not only provides a clear, concise definition, but it also explicitly states that anti-Zionism and support for Palestinian freedom between the river and the sea are not anti-Semitic.
Wait, this is based.
In other words, there's not just one definition out there for anti-Semitism, but it's the ERA definition that is used by pro-Israel advocacy groups, the State Department, and this year, in the midst of anti-genocide protests across the United States, the House adopted the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act, which mandates that the Department of Education adopt the ERA definition. And the way this really, by the way, shows up...
By the way, if you live in LA, you've been living under this definition of anti-Semitism as a part of your government's, whatever, like... This is the government of LA, the city of LA's definition of anti-Semitism. And you can thank DSA candidate Nithya Raman for that. DSA city council people voted in favor of this definition, just so we're very clear.
In media coverage and national discourse on anti-Semitism on campuses is through the language of categorization, specifically the delineation made between Jewish students and pro-Palestinian students. It's a very cynical use of language. First, it makes the default position of Jew.
They've been bought. I don't know. I also I don't know. On the council equals bought out. I don't think it's all that. I just think she's not good on Palestine. I really don't think it's all that.
Jewish students.
I mean, but yeah, I think there's so much corruption.
And thus all Jews to be pro-Israel and pro-genocide. We see Jewish identity explicitly weaponized in service of, again, a genocide.
Do you recommend somebody join DSA? Yes. Yeah. I do. I think it's good to organize regardless. You will learn, and maybe you won't like it, and maybe you'll leave. And that's fine. You know what I mean? I joined DSA-LA and left because it was horseshit. Every DSA chapter is going to be different. There are a lot of really based DSA chapters, that are putting forward really good, initiatives towards anti-Zionism and aren't like DSA-LA. But LA's chapter is really, really shit. They're really bad. They're super bad. So, I don't know. But I still recommend join them, change them if you can. I don't have the energy for that shit. I don't want to argue with rich white people. Bad how? Like, they fucking still defend Nithya Raman. They still defend Nithya Raman. They were absent at all of the encampments and yet still feel the need to fucking police protests happening in LA. I don't know, man. They're just liberals. After she voted for this definition of anti-Semitism, they re-endorsed her. You know, like, it's not... Yeah, dude. After she voted to increase the LAPD's budget by hundreds of millions of dollars over multiple years, multiple votes, she voted yes on budgets that increased the LAPD's budget. Multiple years. And they still re-endorsed her. Like, Nithyaram, I believe. Nithya. If you look up Nithya Raman BDS or Palestinian Working Group, there's a very good. Here, I'll just link it in the chat. This is from March of last year, but it's a good sum up of all the fuck shit Nithya does.
overseen by a country that claims to represent all Jews. But this is, of course, demonstrably false, especially when we see how Jewish Americans have also been at the forefront of protesting against this genocide.
NHS spill day. When you say RCP, are you talking about Revcom? Are you talking about Revcom, dude? Are you in a vacant night? Cause I'm not gonna allow cult recruitment in my chat, bro.
Including on campuses. Pro-Palestinian as a categorization is an umbrella term that includes Arabs, Muslims, Christians, Black Americans, Jews, LGBTQIA, and all the ways these
okay. Well then, yeah, I don't know. I'm not familiar with the Revolutionary Communist Party outside of Revcom, but sure. I mean, try it out. I honestly recommend chat. Just get with, if you don't have a group to organize with right now, find one, and you might do it. No. This is not. We were just going off on another tangent, Beta. You know, you might join that group and just be like, this is not for me. Like this, I am way ahead of these people. They're kind of liberal. They're not organizing in the way that I like. That's all good. You know what I mean? That's fine. You will be better by having that experience and learning that. Learning that. And you'll probably find other people who are going through a similar thing, and you can organize with them. You know, it's always good. I think it's always good. Join DSA. I don't care. But I'm very involved in my local politics in LA, and DSA is a very harmful force in LA. And so I'm going to call them out. yeah. I'm going to call that shit out. This is not a denunciation of the entire organization. You know? There are people in this chat who are in DSA LA too and are trying to change it from the inside. And it's just really fucking hard work. Like it's bad, you know? It drains people, and it it removes people from the movement. Like, you know, a lot of people got involved in Nithia's campaign who had never been involved in politics before, and Bernie's campaign and stuff. And it literally makes people not want to get involved in politics again. Like when you work really hard to elect somebody and then they get, you know, like they turn around and they betray you, like that makes you never want to fucking do this shit again. Like, why would I ever? It's demoralizing, you know? It's demoralizing. Is Nithya otherwise fine? No. She's bad on policing. She's bad on Israel. Like, what? I don't even know what she is good on. She defends the Inside Safe program, which is a really terrible policy by Karen Bass, like a failed initiative to solve homelessness in LA. Yeah, she's pretty bad on everything, honestly. Like every once in a while, she'll come out and like lukewarm show support for a semi-progressive initiative in City Hall, but like generally she's just kind of shitty. Like.
But when pitted against Jewish students or just Jews, it's made threatening because of how Palestinians and the fight for their liberation is manufactured in American and Zionist narratives as anti-Semitic, wanting the destruction of Jews. The categorization of Jewish students, like we see in news coverage, like we see in congressional hearings, takes away the vested politics part of the campaign to discuss anti-Semitism on campuses, the stifling of any and all critique of Israel, and distracting from the ongoing genocide in Gaza. Meaning, the Jewish students being paraded in the media as concerned for their safety aren't simply just Jewish students. They're pro-Israel students. But calling them pro-Israel students would immediately, one, imply that there are anti-Israel Jewish students, which goes against the mainstream pro-Israel framings, and two, undermine the manufactured accusation of anti-Semitism against anti-genocide, anti-apartheid activists. Because once you start saying, what about the Jewish students who are advocating against the genocide of Palestinians?
Literally every single encampment has Jewish people in them leading it. Some of the hardest motherfucking activists that I've met in LA are Jewish people who are fighting against Zionism. Like, they take this shit way more seriously than you do, probably. Like, and that's why I do not fucking stand for any anti-Semitism, and neither in this chat or anywhere else, bro. Jewish people stand against Israel all the time. It's not a rare thing, it's a guaranteed thing. If you're at a protest against Israel, there will be anti-Zionist Jews there 100% of the time. They are the people who taught me how to fucking fight this fight. You know?
The tropes of Jewish student fears and Jewish student safety on campuses collapse because Jewish students are not having a monolithic experience on their campuses. In fact, for many Jewish students across American campuses, the greatest threats to their safety have been their administrations and pro-Israel groups and students. But that's not the narrative that pro-Israel groups want, nor the one news organizations care to report on. And while there is nothing objectively threatening about the term pro-Palestinian, it has been rendered into a latent threat when it's been used as it's been used in this country. The pro-Palestinian banner stretches far and wide, but at the forefront have been Palestinians, Arabs, and Muslims. Much like Israel itself, this country too requires anti-Arab, anti-Muslim bigotry to uphold the political status quo. And so, not recognizing that Arab, Palestinian, Muslim students are facing threats to their safety from every level of American society is a purposeful and calculated neglect in defense of support for the genocide of Palestinians. And that's been nowhere more evident than in how, while months of coverage have focused on manufacturing rampant anti-Semitism on campuses, Israel, financed and supported by the United States by Joe Biden, has continued to slaughter, displace, maim, starve, displace again.
Yep, if we're talking about fucking random Jewish students' feelings, we're spending more time talking about Jewish people's feelings being hurt over something they didn't even hear. They're like completely like making up and assuming the meaning of in their head while thousands are dying, while toddlers are being decapitated. Like, that is so insidious, bro. How dare you? Like, how fucking dare you?
Palestinians across every part of Gaza. Now, this is by design. The same reason why there was such a political conversation to ban TikTok or sell it to a U.S. company is the same reason why university campuses are targeted. Narrative control, suppression of the critique of Israel.
Some wonder why there was such overwhelming support for us to shut down potentially TikTok or other entities of that nature. If you look at the postings on TikTok.
This guy's not even a fucking senator anymore. What the fuck? Who's asking him? He's just like a fucking... This guy's just like a fucking... he's just like a lobbyist now, right? Why do we care what he thinks?
The number of mentions of Palestinians relative to other social media sites, it's overwhelmingly so among TikTok.
Like, bro, go live on your Mexican polyamory ranch, dude. Who is this content creator? This is Mitt Romney, and what's this guy's name? Oh no, you mean the film like this. This is AJ Plus. This is AJ Plus, and the reporter's name is Sana something.
Broadcast.
Critical to Israel's legitimacy among...
Oh, he is still a senator?
Continuing...
Oh my God, he leaves the 25th? Get the fuck out.
...to have the buy-in from every generation of Americans. And that buy-in has to start when they're young. TikTok, of course, has an overwhelmingly young American audience that continues to share what it's learning and witnessing with one another. But it's on campuses where the impact of information that students are consuming is directly seen, threatening the ideological and narrative chokehold Israel has had in this country. American universities have also historically been sites of great political movements that have forecasted and brought about significant social and political change. And pro-Israel advocacy groups have been aware of this for a long time, especially following the Palestinian call for an international boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement, or BDS. It's a movement which quickly spread and developed over 15 years across U.S. campuses among students and faculty members alike. Over those 15 years, Israel itself and pro-Israel advocacy groups have cultivated relationships with university administrations, and it's been part of this long-term campaign to, again, conflate any and all critique of Israel with anti-Semitism. So could the news media here in the United States have covered this story differently? And if it could have, what could that have looked like? Well, covering it differently, all of it, from the Israeli bombardment in Gaza to Biden's policies to campus protests, requires a media that isn't working day and night to hide a genocide sponsored by the White House, by this president. But if we did have that kind of a press, then it would be focusing on covering the atrocities in Gaza. And domestically, it would be focusing on the weaponization of anti-Semitism to suppress criticism of Israeli policies and atrocities. Because here's the thing, there is anti-Semitism in the United States.
Yep.
But it doesn't look like a bunch of students protesting their university's investments in genocide or their government.
Dude, the media, we knew the media was cooked a long, long time ago, okay? Like, during Occupy, that clicked in my head big time. But I don't know, I'm still like, it's still shocking to me that you watched like there were 7 journalists, I think, counted as being attacked that day in LA in Biko Robinson, and not a peep. Journalists were attacked and the media didn't say shit. They didn't report it. Not a fucking peep. It's like, this could be you, dude. Like, what the fuck is going on? Do you not have self-preservation? Like, you're gonna be the one out there on the streets when they start killing people, and that could be you that dies. Do you not get this? Like, what don't you understand about this? And I think part of it is that, like, you know, the actual reporting is really displaced, you know? Like, Sean, a cat with news, who's the friend that I'm referencing a lot here, like, he was one of the people that was most, like, brutally attacked. And a lot of his footage was the footage that was used on all of the news stations. CNN, like, they buy his footage. So they don't even have to send somebody out there. They're not speaking from any kind of experience. None of them were there. And they're not asking Sean for his opinion. They're just going to buy his footage and move on. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, what the fuck? Self-preservation is keeping your job for one more paycheck. Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, you're not wrong. Yo, Paparoni, what is going on, man? Been a while.
Constantly fucking crying about the DSA Los Angeles candidates are all, they love cops and whatever.
Hi divas, hope you all are doing okay. Cinema 60L.
Government's oversight of it. It doesn't look like saying
Some things never change, bro. I'm consistent, bro. I'm consistent, okay? See? We just had that conversation. If you can never say I'm not consistent.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. It doesn't look like the BDS movement. And it most certainly does not look like Palestinians protesting the slaughter of their families. It does not look like Arabs, Muslims using their language of liberation and mourning. Good coverage, fair coverage of campus protests specifically would not render people protesting the eradication of entire family lines, mass starvation, and killing of children as anti-Semitic. It would instead look at what these students want and then ask, why are our institutions of higher education hotbeds for relationships with military programs and weapons manufacturers? Why do our universities have investments in internationally recognized illegal settlements? Then there's looking at the source of the narrative. Who is at the forefront of pushing this idea that protesting Israel is anti-Semitic? How are they doing it? And what is that manufacturing in service of?
this toxin of anti-Zionism. Anti-Semitism is not just rising, it's intensifying.
This virus will overtake everything if we don't get engaged.
This evil needs to be confronted.
Billing itself as a civil rights organization, the Anti-Defamation League has long been dedicated to pro-Israel advocacy.
It's evil. It's evil to demand that your government stop evaporating children. That is evil.
And anti-Palestinian advocacy. In December 2023, the ADL released a shocking figure, citing a 337% increase in, quote, anti-Semitic incidents since October. But of the 2,000 documented incidents, almost 50% were pro-Palestine anti-genocide protests. Even many inside the ADL have cited their discomfort with how the organization has characterized critics and protests of Israel. The impact of the coverage we have seen over 9 months, specifically regarding anti-Semitism on college campuses, is threefold. First, it obfuscates and justifies U.S. policies regarding the genocide in Gaza. Second, it dilutes what anti-Semitism is, conflating Jewishness with a country committing a genocide. And third, it upholds Islamophobic, anti-Arab, anti-Palestinian ideas in service of, again, a manufactured campaign to protect a country committing a genocide against Muslims, against Palestinians. While there may be exceptions in coverage from time to time, those exceptions don't change the pattern of coverage. They don't change how the story's been told, how it's being told. And if the US news media industry refuses to change how it's telling this story, history will ensure that it, alongside that narrative, is cast into the dustbins of history. It's hard to believe that we've been covering this.
I wish she was. I hope she's right. I hope she's right. It's easy to get doomer about this nowadays, unfortunately, and I'm trying not to. We will always remember. Yeah, that was a great video. Really, really good video. Really, really, really good video. I don't think I can find it, but I don't think I can find it, but there's like an article I read like 2 weeks ago. Maybe if I go, I'll look at my bookmarks. Hold on. Actually, wait here. While I look for this, watch this video. Alright, I'm about to give up. God damn it, I need to do better about categorizing shit. Anyway, I was going to find a article that came out like a few weeks ago that was about how the Israeli government basically dedicated like a shitload of money and a massive initiative in order to like do misinformation, like to paint protests. They were like, okay, shit, like the young people are protesting in America. This is really bad for us. We gotta like in America campuses that needs to become our like that needs to become a main path of like what we do and like how we fight this war. We need to dedicate millions of dollars to doing this, you know, to countering this narrative that Israel is an apartheid state, and fight with you know, college students on American campuses and shut down dissent, essentially. Yeah, so it's pretty fucked. Anyway, I was gonna do some Biden coverage tonight, but that took like way longer. Wait, you found it, The Guardian. Oh my god, thank you. Yes, Sune, thank you. Oh my gosh, I was looking for this. Exclusive, Israeli documents show expansive government effort to shape U.S. discourse around the Gaza war. Last November, just weeks into the war in Gaza, Amichai Chikli, a brash 42-year-old Likud minister in the Israeli government, was called into the Knesset, Israeli parliament, to brief lawmakers on what could be done about rising anti-war protests from young people across the United States, especially at elite universities. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I think we should, especially in the United States, be on the offensive. Chikli has since led a targeted push to counter critics of Israel. The Guardian has uncovered evidence showing how Israel has relaunched a controversial entity as part of a broader public relations campaign to target U.S. college campuses and redefine anti-Semitism in U.S. law. Seconds after a smoke alarm subsided during the hearing, Chikli reassured the lawmakers that there was new money in the budget for a pushback campaign, which was separate from more traditional public relations and paid advertising content produced by the government. It included 80 programs already underway for advocacy efforts to be done in the concert way, he said. The concert remark referred to a sprawling relaunch of a controversial Israeli government program, initially known as Kela Shlomo, designed to carry out what Israel called mass consciousness activities targeted largely at the US and Europe. Concert, now known as Voices of Israel, previously worked with groups spearheading a campaign to pass so-called anti-BDS state laws that penalize Americans for engaging in boycotts or other non-violent protests of Israel. Its latest incarnation is part of a hardline and sometimes covert operation by the Israeli government to strike back at student protests, human rights organizations, and other voices of dissent. Voice's latest activities were conducted through nonprofits and other entities that often do not disclose donor information. From October through May, Chikli has overseen at least 32 million shekels, or about $8.6 million, spent on government advocacy to reframe the public debate. This is not them lobbying politicians. This is them doing TikToks. This is them having dinners with media people. Like, this is literally just fucking... Do you remember how pissed off everybody was that Russia interfered with our election through like 2 warehouses full of shit posters? They had like 80 people just shit posting on Twitter full time. And people were like, that's why Hillary lost. That's why Hillary lost, because of Russia's influence on our social media. Here, look. Another group, Cyberwell, a pro-Israel anti-disinformation group. That's generous. Led by former Israeli military intelligence and Voices officials, has established itself as an official, quote, trusted partner to TikTok and Meta, helping both social platforms screen and edit content. A recent Cyberwell report called for Meta to suppress a popular slogan, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free." You should really read this whole article. I read it already before, but it's, I mean, dude, it's fucking crazy. When we protest against Palestine, or when we protest against Israel, they are wrong about Russian interference, dude. The Russian interference shit is such copium, bro. Racism in America has existed forever. Like, Americans are fucking racist, man. White people in America are fucking racist, and they love Trump. There's no other secret. There's no other trick. We fucking hate Hillary. People fucking hated Hillary, and they fucking love Trump. That's it, dude. That's really it. And it's gonna be the same story this year, unfortunately. People don't like Biden, and people are racist, and they do like Trump. Russia had nothing to do with it. You know, like like if you actually look at, like, I've watched documentaries, I read about the Russia shit. It was like 8 years ago now, but like, you know, I remember there were literally, it was literally like 2 warehouses full of 40 people each shit posting in support of Trump. Like, it was the smallest initiative possible. It was so tiny small. And like, truly, do you think that you can, like, do you really think you can change an election by shit posting on Twitter? Like, if you could shit post somebody into the presidency, we would have done it for Bernie, right? Like, yeah, but Bleak, hold on, dude. Nobody voted because of the DNC hack. What did the DNC hack say? What did the DNC hack say? The DNC hack literally did not help Trump. It just pointed out that the DNC rallied and fucked up. Like, it was totally shitposting on Twitter. I know we have their names. That's why I'm referencing what I'm referencing. They hacked things. They hacked the DNC, and they exposed that they were incredibly corrupt and basically unified to stop Bernie from becoming president. Like, that didn't change anybody's votes. I like legitimately, who do you think votes that changed? Like, this is like it's literally like vote blue no matter who shit. You guys are repeating. It pulled a lot of Bernie bros against Hillary. Dude, like, yeah, so this is this is full liberal copium right now. We are not discussing Bernie bros as a reason Hillary lost, right? Like, really? You're saying that Russia had a bigger influence on Bernie bros than Hillary's own fucking policy? Hillary could have blame Hillary. It made some people stay home. Yeah, so did Hillary's policy, bro. Do you remember her policy? She was ass. She was trash. She didn't offer anything. Yeah, if she literally was just not dog shit, she would have, it should have been a W. Like, it should have been the easiest win ever. Hillary was just not popular. Yes, they didn't show up, but I'm saying that Bernie bros not showing up was not because of Russia. It was because Hillary was a trash candidate. I'm saying they had an influence? Bro. I think it's liberal cope because literally you are talking about like a very small percentage of people, and while you're doing that and blaming the election on Hillary being elected on that, and while you're doing that, you're entirely ignoring the latent white supremacy that is at the heart of America. Like, white supremacy got Trump elected. Full stop. We don't need to even discuss anything else because it's not as relevant as that. Like, people were fucking racist, man. And they still are fucking... Americans are fucking racist. America is a deeply white supremacist state. No, Bleak is a longtime community member. I'm really shocked that this is rhetoric coming in my chat right now. But, I mean, you're welcome to say it. The Russians know what they're doing. Since when, brother? Since when? I know this is. Hold on. Brett, I know this is a serious discussion, but has anyone told you look like Sid from the Toy Story series, but the old grown-up version of him? What? I'm a politics nerd. You won't always like my opinions. But, dude, this is not about being a politics nerd. It's like, I think you are buying into liberal rhetoric that avoids actually confronting the racism in America. Okay? Like you can have those opinions if you want. All I'm asking you is that you actually like look at the country and like look at yourself even and like understand that had, in comparison to the latent the latent white supremacy, in America, Russia is a fucking ant, dude. The white supremacy in America was a way larger influence on Trump's election than anything else. And I think focusing on Russia is a way that a lot of white liberals get out of actually examining the white supremacy that led to his fucking... Yeah, and also obfuscating responsibility from the DMC too. This is true. This is true also. Like, I think people use these things as a smokescreen to avoid the real conversation. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, racism is big now. That's why I said it'll happen again this year. It'll happen again this year. Yeah, I think Trump is probably going to get elected this year. It was an element. I don't think it was consequential at all. I really don't. I really don't. Trump wins if Biden doesn't drop 100%. Yeah, also, I agree with Gail, too. Like, right, like, even if Russia's motives weren't bad, getting played by Russian intel is not good. I mean, I get what you're saying, but, like, I'm glad that we know what they leaked. I think that's good. That's a good thing. And maybe they shouldn't have fucking done that. Like, it's weird you would blame Russia for that instead of blaming the DNC for doing fuck shit that makes people distrust them. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's kind of the whole point. Is that I feel like you're making a boogeyman in a very like Cold War way instead of like focusing on the American problems that led to this. Like, the corruption in the DNC is 100% a part of that. And it's not just that the Russians leaked the thing and so we all know. It's that we all watched it happen, bro. Like, we watched it happen. The Bernie Bros didn't need the leak. We all watched it happen. We watched the primaries get stolen from Bernie. We watched Bernie get absolutely trashed in the press for months and months and months. Yeah, exactly. Just like we're watching Israel carry out a genocide now. The DNC does not need like some boogeyman from the foreign government to fuck up. They plant the seeds of corruption well in advance and they reap what they sow. Like, I don't think that's controversial to say. Anyway, let's move on from this conversation because we're having an 8-year-old conversation at this point. I am going to skip the Biden shit. I guess we're just never gonna watch the Stephanopoulos interview. What the fuck ever. You've seen enough clips on TikTok and shit.
Massachusetts.
Okay, we're gonna talk about some cop stories, some local cop stories, starting with Karen Reed. And you probably haven't heard most of these stories, but if you have, feel free to provide us some more info. We're gonna watch two videos. Dude, again, you're not. I'm just repeating myself. Like, and also, like, you guys are acting like this is a thing that stopped. Like, do you remember how we got to this conversation? Do you remember how we got to this conversation? It was about how the Israeli government was spending billions of dollars to influence social media. How we have open Israeli documents from the government that they are doing this right now. And none of the people that you guys are getting these like talking points from are saying shit about that. You know, like, doesn't that make you question it a little bit, maybe? Like, there are no DNC operatives. There's no, like, liberals that are really pissed about this. Like, it's just happening in the open, and they're okay with it happening. It is what it is. Like, I don't know what else to say. Yeah, it is literally Red Scare Cold War shit. I don't know. Should I take the bet that Harris will replace Biden? Bro, I don't know, man. I'm not a betting guy, and I'm certainly not going to be betting on the rise of fascism in America, man. That's bleak to me. It's very bleak to me. Anyway, we're moving on. This is a story coming out of Massachusetts. Let's check it out.
Police trooper and lead investigator in the Karen Reed murder trial, Michael Proctor, relieved from his duty effective immediately. State police confirming the action in a statement saying, quote, upon learning today's result, the department took immediate action to relieve Trooper Michael Proctor of duty and...
Bleak, you have to stop showing your whole ass, dude. You are in the chat showing your entire ass, bro. What is this chat? What is this chat? Have you been here the rest of the night?
formally transfer him out of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office State Police Detectives Unit. This follows our previous decision to open an internal affairs investigation after information about serious misconduct emerged in testimony at the trial.
I'm declaring a mistrial in this case.
The suspension coming just hours after a mistrial was declared. NBC 10 Boston investigators confronting Proctor at his house just before the announcement.
We'd like to ask you some questions. Do you think your actions impacted the outcome of the trial? Get off of our lawn. I'm not on your lawn. I'm on the street. Do you have anything you'd like to say? I fully support my husband. Karen Reed is a murderer.
To come back.
The jury unable to determine a verdict after 5 days and more than 27 hours of deliberations.
Okay, I feel like this is like this is not a good video to start the beginning of. Or like, we're not getting the information yet. You know what I mean? Even this one here, this is what I mean. Okay, there's a murder. It's a murder case. Boston jury. Fuck you. How do I get around this? Urgh. What's the archive shit? Archived out what? Register? No. Archive.ph, I'm here. Archive.israel? No. 12 foot? Let's see. Okay, I think we're good. Okay, in the days since the jury failed to reach a verdict on charges against Karen Reed, a 44-year-old financial analyst, there's been no shortage of her name in the headlines. She's been getting cozy with her married defense lawyer. What the fuck? God damn it. Can somebody just give me a fucking what happened? Can somebody start from the beginning? Why is every fucking article acting like everybody knows who this person is? Dude, it's so annoying. Okay, can we find like a fucking... Oh shit. I did. Okay, here we go. 11 hours ago. Let's go. Okay, we got murder here. Murder on the brain right here.
Oh No Media Podcast. Hey everybody, welcome back to the podcast. This is Murder with My Husband. I'm Peyton Moreland.
And I'm Garrett Moreland.
Okay, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. But dude, where's the murder people? Aren't there like a bunch of murderers? Murder like YouTubers? Why isn't there like a fucking I'm out of the loop. Okay, here we go.
This is a case-by-case snapshot for Karen Reed. Karen Reed was charged with second-degree murder of her boyfriend, a Boston police officer named John O'Keefe. The Commonwealth alleges that she hit him with her car while driving drunk and left him there to die in the cold. But the defense says it's a cover-up.
Karen Reed was framed. Her car never struck John O'Keefe. She did not cause his death. And that means that somebody else did.
They allege that other Massachusetts police officers inside the home where he was found in the yard had a physical altercation with the victim, John O'Keefe, and left him in the yard to die, and got together with other law enforcement officers and civilian witnesses to lie and cover up what they did. There are allegations of planted evidence, destroyed evidence, missing evidence, conflicts of interest. Law enforcement officers who should have never been investigating this case were integral parts and lead officers on the case. It's in trial now, and the jury has a big question in front of them. Who murdered John O'Keefe?
Okay, what was it? Somebody said Emily D. Baker. Oh, perfect. Look at that. Second thing. But she's fucking live talking about it right now? She's literally live talking about it right now? Okay, here we go.
Welcome back to the Emily Show. Today we are talking about the next trial I'm going to be covering. It is going to be a contentious one, and it is kicking off with jury selection on April 16th. I'm not sure how long jury selection will take. At hearings last week, the court indicated that they would be voir direing jurors one by one. So I don't know how long this is going to take, but we are going to be spending the next 5 or 6 weeks with the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Was this a murder or is it a cover-up? That's what we're going to talk about today. Let's get into the Emily Show. Welcome to the Emily Show. I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst and big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney.
Big fan of cursey words.
For over 17 years, I'm a former prosecutor, and I break down the legal side of pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. We should just get into it. Let's go. A huge thank you to today's sponsor, Factor. Factor is chef-prepared meals.
Okay, we're gonna watch this whole video. So
that are ready in like
ethical reacts. Okay.
I can't tell you how thankful I am that I have found.
Oh fuck! Also, while this ad is happening right now, wait, she's a prosecutor? I missed that. Ew. While this is happening right now, we have other ads to run. So if you guys want to avoid the ad break, please consider subscribing or gifting a sub to one of our other community members in the chat who can afford it this month. You also have your Prime sub. If you're Amazon Primer, you could check if you have a Prime sub right now. It really helps the channel. As much as I love doing this coverage and hanging out with you guys, I am trying to do this kind of trying to do this full time right now. And anything you can provide, just like 5 subscribers from Emily Oface, is very appreciated. So thank you so much, Emily Oface. And yeah, all that helps, and it keeps me coming back, baby. You know what I mean? So here's the ad for this. I'm gonna go grab another drink, and then I'll be right back.
You've seen me eating Factor meals on stream during other gavel to gavel trial coverage when I am busy. The only problem I have with Factor is that my husband loves them too, and we never seem to order enough. So I am working on making sure that everyone has lunch for the week, and that is where I use Factor the most, is to make sure I have lunch. Though if you need quick dinners in the evening, they work great for that too. They are no fuss meals. So if grocery shopping and all of the executive functioning it takes to get food on the table for yourself or others is just not working for you right now, give Factor a try. They have a wide variety of meals, and you can choose from all sorts of premium ingredients like filet mignon and shrimp, truffle butter, which I absolutely love, and broccolini, which I really very much enjoy if I'm gonna eat a vegetable. So make sure you head to factormeals.com/EDB50 and use code EDB50 to get 50% off your first box and 20% off your next box. That's code EDB50 at factormeals.com/EDB50 to get 50% off your
LA Deputy DA, what the fuck?
First box and 20% off your next box.
Yeah, I got you, Norwegian. Okay, guys, we're gonna go back to the beginning of this ad so that Norwegian can see it again.
Description is active. Let's get back to today's episode. When I said this case was going to be contentious, there is quite a lot going on around this case, around the internet, and not just around the internet, but also in the town of Canton, Massachusetts, which is a community that has deep ties to the individuals involved in this case, a community where people live for generations, and the community has been pulled apart, as well as the internet, by those following this case closely. If you've not been following this case closely, I've got you. We're going to do an overview today. I really want to go into this case as a juror. I am going to overview generally the prosecution's allegations, what the defense is rebutting it with, the very, very odd circumstance of, at this point, a year-long, at least, federal investigation, including a federal grand jury, investigating, it seems, the investigation and prosecution of Karen Read, which is a very...
Damn, they got a grand jury in here?
...unusual circumstance. The fact that the defense and prosecution have agreed and asked for continuances, and the judge says no. I was watching part of a hearing from Friday, April 12th, for the last motions and motions in limine ahead of the trial. And there were motions that both parties agreed on. And the judge is like, well, I actually don't know if I agree with you. I'm like, I'm sorry, what is happening in this courtroom right now? And the judge was like, no, I'm not going to tie the witness's hands like that. And that was specifically on the issue of witness intimidation and witness harassment, which has been alleged to be quite widespread in this case. And I think a lot of that stems from how contentious this case is, how high profile it has become, the intense regional division on this case, and, well, the outstanding question. Is this the murder of John O'Keefe, or is this a cover-up of the murder of John O'Keefe? And that's really what I want to see play out in court. So my approach to all of this is I have questions. And from the first time I looked at this case, I was like, I have a lot of questions. And I want to watch this case without a...
They're going to make a movie out of this for real? Dude, I think unfortunately this is not so... I think the distinction with this case is that the cop is the one that died. Whereas typically it's probably the woman that dies, and then all the cops cover it up and nobody ever hears about it ever. The difference here is that the cop is the one that died. And so the cover up is, now they have to blame the woman for the murder. But 40%, guys. Massachusetts. 40% in a self-reported survey that they never followed up on for some odd reason. I think it's they say Canton, Massachusetts. It's Massachusetts, right?
A ton of
I don't know. Maybe we'll try to figure it out later. But imagine you're dating. Yes, that 40% number was self-reported. Imagine you're dating a cop and he beats you. You can't call the cops. He knows all the cops. So they're not going to do anything. Now imagine if he kills you. Like, what do you think they're going to do? What do you think him and all of his buddies are going to do? Cover that shit up.
Outside information to see which side.
But it makes sense though too, because if your entire job is using violence to solve your problems, why the fuck do you think that's going to stop when you go home? All day long, you have conversations with people with the threat of violence hanging over their head, with that gun on your hip, hanging over their head, their life in the balance, every conversation you have. How do you think, you don't think they're gonna like react poorly? You don't think they're gonna react poorly when you question their authority? When a woman demands to be treated with respect and, a woman demands the things that she needs? If a woman doesn't just obey a cop just on the basis of him being a cop, what do you think that they do? They answer that question the way they answer the question all day long, by beating the shit out of them. That's what they do with their jobs. That's what they're going to do at home. It's really not so complicated.
Either answers those questions or doesn't answer those questions at the end of a criminal trial. If your questions are not answered, well, that is reasonable doubt. And I'm not sure how this case is going to go. I'm also particularly interested. One of the prosecutors' last name is Morrissey, and trying to keep that prosecutor and Carrie Morrissey from the Rust case separate in my brain is going to be interesting. And two, one of the lead defense attorneys is an attorney from Los Angeles, a former prosecutor who prosecuted the Phil Spector case, among others, who was at the office at the same time I was at the office, but also was the defense attorney and is now a high-profile defense attorney for Harvey Weinstein and Kevin Spacey. But
How? Why? Why would you go to him?
I know from previously seeing Alan Jackson in trial is that he is a very, very good trial lawyer. But I wonder what being a very high-profile Los Angeles defense attorney will play like in this Massachusetts courtroom. Also, we haven't covered a Massachusetts case on this channel yet, and some of you may disagree, and you are always welcome to disagree with me, but I'm ready for some Massachusetts accents. Look, we have covered a lot of South Carolina, and this is going to be a vast departure. Just a vast departure. But
which is hilarious because they're not even that fucking far away from each other. Anytime I think about the East Coast, I'm like, why don't you guys just like drive to each other all the time? Like, I come from the Midwest, and we're like, oh yeah, like I might go like in the Midwest, we will literally just be like, you want to drive to Chicago this weekend? Yeah, it's 8-hour drive. Like whatever, let's just do it. Like whatever. Like, 8 hours on the East Coast, you're going through like 7 states. You're literally driving through like 7 states. I'm like, what? Why don't you just go to New York for the weekend? You know how many people live so close to New York and shit? It's like, what the fuck? But I feel like East Coasters don't drive like that.
Also spent the beginning part of my collegiate career at UMass Amherst, and I loved the Boston accent. But every time I went out, people are like, "Where are you from?" Because it's clear, like, she doesn't go here. I was like, California. They're like, sounds like it. I was like, yeah, it probably does.
I guess that makes sense. Because if you have to drive through a bunch of cities, then you're gonna hit city traffic, and it kind of sucks. Yeah, right, Jaina? I know. Yeah, the Midwest driving culture is fun. I love road trips. I like driving for long distances. Like, I like road trips, so it's awesome for me, Like, I'm definitely driving to San Diego. I drove to Vegas for TwitchCon. I like driving. It's fun seeing different landscapes and stuff and getting to know the land better of America, because I might fucking hate the American government. But I kind of love America, dude. It's so pretty here. America's so pretty. It's real pretty. From the Rocky Mountains to the Blue Ridge Mountains to the shores of California. And we're destroying it. Yep. But it's still pretty. It's still pretty. To the Badlands in North Dakota. Even parts of Missouri, I find very pretty.
I used to do a much better Boston accent. I will say I don't do a very good one anymore, but after 5-6 weeks of trial, maybe that will change. We picked up South Carolina pretty well. So let's take a look first at the indictment and the charges. This indictment is from June 22nd. It actually says the second Thursday of June 2022, which is very confusing to me. Like, can you just tell me what day it is?
Yeah, who fucking writes like this, dude?
It should be noted that this is the second charging of Karen Read. She was originally charged with fewer charges than the second degree murder was added. So we're going to go through these.
Oh, I was curious about this too, because when I read, they were like, this is her second trial for this. And I was like, isn't that double jeopardy? Like, what?
This is charging Karen Read.
If there's a mistrial, meaning that the jury can't agree, okay, so it's only if there's a verdict. Got it.
Read of Mansfield in the county of Bristol on or about January 29th, 2022 at Counton in the county of Norfolk did assault and beat John O'Keefe with intent to murder such a person, and by such assault.
This is why. You guys ever heard of a concept called, and I'm hoping I think of the name before I get there. Fuck, I don't know. It's where you basically get onto a jury and no matter what you say innocent. Because fuck the U.S. justice system. Nobody belongs in a cage. Just fuck the whole thing up. One person can cause a mistrial. Jury nullification. There you go. Yeah. Nullification. I couldn't think of those words. Yeah. Although I got called for jury duty and I fucking forgot to sign up. Are they going to put me in jail? Chat, am I going to go to jail? Yes? Oh no. They're coming for me. Jail streams. Dude, literally just like Kai Cenat. They don't want you to know about nullification? Yeah, I know. I'm going to be I'll be a different person. I'm going to go there in a suit and tie. I'm going to be like, no, sir, I love the police and they always tell the truth. That badge means a whole lot. And I know that responsibility is it's something they hold with great honor. And they will definitely tell the truth about this case no matter what, and I'll believe whatever they say 100%. Yeah. Anime protagonist voice. Yeah, that'll be me on the jury. And then as soon as I get into the jury, every second, no, that's bullshit. Nah. They asked if I knew anything like jury nullification when I went in. What the fuck? Yeah, I'm gonna literally just fuck their whole shit up. I'm gonna lie. I'm just gonna lie. That's insane. That's cheating. That's literally cheating. But that, like, actually, isn't that fucked up that they can just be like, yeah, anybody who doesn't trust the police, we're like eliminating. And it's like, what? That's not normally. It feels like it shouldn't be, bro. That's crazy. Like, oh, you know how a courtroom works? Well, fuck you.
And battery did kill and murder the said John O'Keefe. Yes, I am reading this indictment verbatim, and is guilty of murder in the second degree and not in the first degree in violation of the MGL Code Section 265, subsection 1. They end this for their grand jury with against the peace of said Commonwealth and contrary to the form of the statute in such case made.
There's no way. I mean, listen, dude, these guys are going to look at my Twitter page for a second. Any given day, these motherfuckers can pull up my name on Twitter. Like, the lawyers will pull up my name on Twitter for 1 single second, and they'll think, no. Yeah, no, not this guy. Like, there's no way I'll ever get on a jury for the rest of my life. I don't even know why they summoned me. It's a waste of their time and mine. It's literally, I have abolitionist in my Twitter bio. Can we wrap this up? Can we wrap this up? I don't think jail should exist. Can I go? Like, yeah.
We're going to talk about some of the other unique aspects of this jurisdiction when we get to some of the things the judge has sealed. Oh, now I've spilled the punchline, which in their courts is not called sealed. It is called impounded. I have never heard of a court impounding documents. Welcome to Massachusetts, friends. All right. The second charge, Karen Reed did operate a motor vehicle upon a way as described in the code or in a place to which the public has the right of access, or upon a way, by way they mean street or road, or in a place to which members of the public have access as invitees or licensees, with a percentage by weight of alcohol in her blood of 8/100ths or greater, or while under the influence of intoxicating liquor, and did so operate.
Wait, so did she get what happened? Did she get pulled over? How are they proving this? What is the state's evidence for this?
So that the lives and safety of the public might be endangered, and by such wanton and reckless conduct as so described, did cause the death of another person, to wit, John O'Keefe. So this is charged as a second-degree murder and also a DUI, or as they refer to it, is
the cop said so.
Operating under the influence.
Yeah, but did they do
the third cause of action against
a breathalyzer?
Did operate a motor vehicle upon way or in place in which the public has a right of access. And then we're going to truncate that a little bit. And without stopping and making known her name, residence, and the registration number of her motor vehicle, did go away or avoid prosecution or evade apprehension after knowingly colliding with or otherwise causing injury to John O'Keefe, such injuries having resulted in death of said person.
Went to a hospital after they found the body. How long after? Had her blood tested. Did she have her blood tested, or was this like as a result of her arrest? I think we're going to get into it, so don't tell me. These are just questions in my head.
That is the third cause of action. So what does all that...
I'm going to spoil everything if I keep on asking.
3 charges against...
Yeah, no spoilers.
Karen Reed. Second degree murder, driving under the influence or OWI and causing a death, and leaving the scene of an accident that resulted in death. So it is a hit and run, driving under the influence resulting in death, and second degree murder. So let's talk about what the state's perspective of this case is, what the defense perspective of the case is, and that very unusual federal investigation. Starting with the prosecution, because that's the very beginning, and they're going to present their case first once they pick a jury, which I think is going to take a bit longer than in other cases that we have covered. So this is just a reminder, if you're ready for gavel-to-gavel coverage, Lawnerd app is going to help, because I don't know when they're going to finish picking this jury. Some of the court days are going to be half days. So if you want to make sure that you don't miss a thing,
Lawnerd app,
weeks long trial, lawnerdapp.com, or just put Lawnerd in your app store. Prosecution's case. The prosecution is alleging that Karen Reed, while driving drunk, hit John O'Keefe with her car.
That's her app?
Left him to die in the snow. The evening that we are talking about, kind of the overnight into January 29th, 2022, they had a big nor'easter come through and quite a lot of snow, which is a factor that is going to be discussed quite a lot. Those of you that live in snow areas, some of the things you're going to look at in this case and be like, that's strange. There are environmental factors here that I think will come into play during evidence that will be very much known to a local jury, and we will discuss.
Aloops, they're saying she hit her cop hubby with a car and then drove away.
For those that live in the more snowy regions and less snowy regions of the United States, because again, if you've never lived in snow, as I hadn't for most of my life, it's a whole other situation. That is the basic premise of the prosecution's case. The defense's case is that this is a cover-up, and the investigation was compromised by the close personal relationships of those who lived where O'Keefe died and the responding officers. The defense is arguing that John O'Keefe was beaten inside the home where Reed had dropped him off, and then he was left outside in the snow to die. Keeping in mind that John O'Keefe was a Boston Police Department officer.
Wait, are they not saying that she hit him? Oh yeah, they are, because he had bruises from being beaten inside the house.
Others involved here are Boston Police Department officers. There's one federal officer from ATF whose name also comes up quite a bit in this and will be a witness to this case. Leading up to the death of John O'Keefe on January 29th, 2022, the state is alleging that John and Karen had been arguing, that the relationship had hit
the federal government was involved. There's a year-long federal investigation and a grand jury.
Couple of rough patches, and that John O'Keefe's niece told police that she had heard them fighting and that she had heard John tell Karen that their relationship is over. We will be hearing from at least the niece. I don't know if we will also hear from the nephew when this case goes to trial later this week or early next week. John's niece and nephew lived with him after his sister had passed away. And shortly after his sister passed away, his brother passed away, and he took custody of his niece and nephew, and Karen Reed often stayed with them as well. The night of January 28th, 2022, John O'Keefe and Karen Reed went out at about 7:30, 7:40.
Backed into the husband without realizing? That's hilarious. Wait, what was the show?
Evening to CF McCarthy's in Canton. They were drinking there. Surveillance shows the bartender providing drinks to Karen Reed between the hours of like 7:47 and 10:22. About 6 drinks and some shots. Karen Reed had been drinking like vodka sodas.
Bro, why doesn't it show me previews?
At 10:40, they leave
on my Chatterino
and head to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, also in Canton. At the Waterfall Bar and Grill, they run into friends Chris Albert, his brother Brian Albert, who is also a Boston police officer, and Jennifer McCabe, who is Brian's sister-in-law. Brian Albert invited the group back to his house, and Reed gave O'Keefe a ride to that house in her black Lexus SUV to 34 Fairview Road. That house becomes quite important. That's where John O'Keefe is found in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022. Thank you to today's sponsor, Thrive Cosmetics. Not only do they make incredible vegan and cruelty-free cosmetics that last all day and wear very easily, but a portion of every purchase goes back to more than their 300 giving partners so that Thrive can also help communities thrive. I have been living for quite a while, the Brilliant Eye Brightener. I wear it as my only eyeshadow. I don't have to fuss with brushes or skill. It goes on easily. It wears all day. It shows through my glasses, and I always get compliments on it. But it, according to Karen Reed,
we're skipping the second ad, okay?
she woke up around 4:30 a.m. on January 29th, alone, still dressed in what she had on the night before, on the couch at O'Keefe's house, but he was not home. She then called McCabe and other friends, asked if anyone had seen O'Keefe. People start calling back and forth to see if anybody had seen him or knew where he was. Reed, the other friend Roberts, and McCabe met up at McCabe's home and then headed to Brian Albert's home. Witness statements indicate that Reed saw O'Keefe's body as they drove up and got out of the car and ran over to him. Others say it was too dark, and with the snow, they could not see where he was as they were driving up. She cleared snow off of him, tried to warm him up, and then at 6:04 a.m., Karen Reed called 911.
What? She called 911?
He was transported to Good Samaritan, where he was pronounced dead at 7:50 a.m. Witness reports from Roberts and McCabe indicate that Reed said that she was so drunk that she didn't remember anything from the night before, but she wondered out loud to them whether O'Keefe was dead or had gotten hit by a snowplow. And they noted that when they all went to Albert's home the next morning, that they believed Karen Reed was still drunk. They also indicated that while they were driving over to the Albert's house, that Reed was asking, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? And
oh God,
then told the women about the cracked taillight on her black SUV.
Oh, don't do that.
Prosecutors also state that when asked about the state of John O'Keefe's face, which we will talk about in a moment, she responded to first responders, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Prosecutors also state that there are microscopic pieces of taillight plastic found on O'Keefe's shirt, that DNA from John O'Keefe was found on pieces of the taillight, and that data from the Lexus shows that it reversed at a high rate of speed and kept going.
Yeah, free her. But that's kind of a lot of evidence.
The Massachusetts...
That's actually kind of a lot of That's kind of a lot of evidence. These are cop testimonies? Okay, I mean, I'm like going through it. The taillight is broken. They found his DNA on the taillight. It's possible that was planted, of course. Also, you know, they could plant... But did they found the same taillight on him? Because that's a lot harder to plant. On him. Because he was moved immediately. Yeah, beat him with the taillight. And are those like specific to the car? You probably figure it out. You know?
Massachusetts ME.
Oh shit, you're right, Paul. I should do that.
Said that O'Keefe was likely incapacitated by severe head injuries, and hypothermia was a contributing factor to his death. It was also reported about the condition of his body. He had 2 swollen and black eyes, cuts and abrasions, skull fractures, and abrasions on his right arm. We will talk a lot more about the state of John O'Keefe's body because the defense information about what could have happened.
Dude, how do I... Okay, chat.
Different from the state.
Chat, how do I put cop murdered as my title? Am I going to get banned for that? Cop murder? Is that... I'll probably get... That's not a good thing to put as my title, right? Snow cop? I would not? Okay, fine. Okay. You talked me off the cliff. Even though that is a very accurate... It is accurate to what we are covering.
State's theory of the case. Prosecutors also argue that the grand jury was presented with a substantial amount of evidence. The grand jury came...
Bro, I think the problem was that he did not have a blanket, actually. Theo Broma, I think he did not have a blanket. If he had a banky, he would probably have not been so cold and died. He was in fact a pig without a blanket, actually.
And indicted Karen Reed on the murder charge, the driving under the influence, and the hit and run. And the prosecution argues that to dissuade or pull away from the defense theories, which they...
Yeah, how does a taillight injury result in 2 black eyes, especially from a Lexus? Although, I mean, I guess hypothetically, if I'm arguing against, if I'm arguing the other side, it's like he got, if he got hit really hard. And I'm not clear of all the injuries, okay? But he got hit really hard and like his legs get swept and he goes, his face hits the back of the car. Yeah, exactly.
Are exactly that, just theory.
It can happen that way. But I'm not saying it's likely. I'm saying it can. It's possible.
Theories that aren't founded in a ton of evidence, and we have seen this argument each time they are in court, going back and forth. And when they were in the motions in limine, the defense was arguing to present evidence of third parties who might be culpable for this murder, and the prosecution was again arguing, look, these are all theories. They are not grounded in evidence. It should be noted.
Bro, what is this? What is this? This is like their community outreach. Oh my god. It's almost so cute I don't want to burn it, but then I think again, This one would look great if it was on fire, or whatever, but
Monday, ending.
You know what I mean? I mean, that's not, I don't mean that. In Minecraft or whatever.
That at 9:08 a.m. on the morning of January 29th, 2022, Karen Reed's blood was taken at Good Samaritan, and her BAC at that time...
God damn it, it plays music?
0.08.
Okay, I gotta know what does it play. What music does it play? Whoop whoop, that's the sound of the police. Hi, Mr. Policeman. Can you release my daddy? He's been in jail for the last 5 years, and I really would like him back. No. Here's an ice cream cone. Also, they're selling these, right? That's the whole reason. Yeah, don't reach for your wallet. Weird, I was expecting the Song of the South Disney movie theme song. We're such a dumb country, truly. Dude, it genuinely pisses me off that tuk-tuks exist in every other country. This is like a miniature tuk-tuk, And America just says fuck that shit. We don't need that. Even in places like LA when it never fucking rains. Why don't we have tuk-tuks in LA? We have a transit crisis in this city. Why don't we have a huge army of tuk-tuks on the street? In LA especially, you're not even going that far. A tuk-tuk can go 10 miles for sure. And 10 miles would be a long way to drive in LA. Yeah, in downtown, maybe I could see it, but I haven't seen it, but I believe it. Wait, what ice cream you got? None. You got none. This is where they put the body. Oh my god. Order your new custom-built Copsicle ice cream trailer now and have it delivered for the start of spring. It's okay to be different. Autism awareness. Oh my god, dude. Look at this. Oh my god, bro. Police murder. Look, dogs too. They're just putting their fucking top targets, man. They put all their top targets on the side of the fucking thing. Forget about how we routinely kill disabled and neurodivergent people and dogs. Forget about that. Here's ice cream cone. Bro, this works on Joe Brandon so well, though. This works on Joe Biden like nothing has... Bro, what the fuck? Get Mario's name out your motherfucking mouth, brother. What the fuck was that? Where was it? Where was it? You saw it too, right? Get my boy's name out your motherfucking mouth right now, bro. They said they put Mario up there. Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. They got Mario and Luigi up there. Oh. Yeah, boy, call Nintendo right now, dude. That's the fastest DMCA I've ever seen. Did you see Cutie's cake? No. Send me a link. That sounds... I would like to see that.
But they did...
I didn't think you could show it on Twitch. You already said chat. I'm sorry for the segue. Is this just an extended ad break? You don't think I read every chat? Oh. Why can't you show it on stream? Is there like a dick in it or something? Now I have to see it. God damn it.
A reverse extrapolation of that to determine what her BAC would have been during the relevant time period, and they determined that to be a 0.13 to a 0.29. The defense was arguing last week to keep that information out. Later the afternoon on the 29th, state troopers arrived.
It's a Mario Goatsy cake?
Outside with the
Did she post it on Twitter?
Seized the Lexus and took...
Did she post it on Twitter? Wait, she has... Where is it posted, dude? She did it on Twitch Live? Well, then why would I get banned? She literally did it on Twitch Live. I can't get banned for literally can't get banned for watching a clip on Twitch. Ludwig got banned? Oh my god. Okay, yeah, no, I can't. This is literally a Twitch VOD that's still up. They're not gonna, like, they would ban her if it was bannable. Look at this shit, dude. Oh my god. This is insane.
No, mine's all cake.
He definitely has thick thighs in real life too.
I can't believe this, bro.
The skinny one?
Yeah. I love that.
Thank you. Jason wants an invite to the party. Jason isn't even here.
He's just making the grass. I gotta show you the good part.
Wait, do you want...
Oh my god.
All right, we'll do.
Dude, I hope they made great content out of that. That is fucking hilarious. The last 10 minutes? What do you mean? I'm in the last 10 minutes.
All right.
Banksy could never.
In 5 minutes. But I did get my hour lunch break in my 2:15s.
Oh my god. That's insane.
Pretty well. All right. Well.
That is insane. Holy shit. Does Reggie know? Dude, I feel like Ludwig has to have Reggie's number. Also, Reggie's not even there anymore, so I'm sure he would think it's hilarious. Bro, that new guy they hired, not Reggie, bro. We all thought it was cute because his name's Bowser. And we were like, ha 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 ha, it's so funny, it's so cute. Oh my god, Nintendo. Oh my god, Nintendo. Oh my god. But he's fucking not Reggie, and it makes me mad, you know?
Took it to Canton Police Department. They also located 2 pieces of red plastic taillight and 1 piece of clear plastic taillight by the Massachusetts State Police Special Emergency Response Team at the home where John O'Keefe was found. Prosecution saying that they dug through the snow to find it. The defense is saying that those were on top of the snow, which with the size of the storm that came in, where and how this plastic was found.
Oh. The plastic was on top of the snow? Who said that again?
They dug through the snow to find it. The defense is saying that those were on top of the snow, which with the size of the storm that came in, where and how this plastic was found, either buried in the snow or sitting right on top of the snow, is going to be contentious at this trial. So let's talk about the defense's perspective of this case. One of the first things the defense brought forward is that the night of January 29th, 2022, at 2:27 a.m., Jennifer McCabe, who is Brian Albert's sister-in-law, remember that's the house where John O'Keefe was found, made a Google search that says, quote, Haas, not how, like a mistypo from how, because on your phone keyboard, the S and the W are right there under one another.
Yeah, I play Valorant. I know. Okay. I'm very familiar with ASDW. Okay. Okay. You don't have to tell me where A and where W and S are. Okay. I'm a gamer. Okay. We know.
It's long to die in the cold. The defense is saying that that search occurring at 2:27 supports their theory that John O'Keefe was beat up inside of the home and then left in the snow. The defense also alleges that the injuries on John O'Keefe are consistent with him being attacked by
How long to die in the snow?
By the family's German Shepherd. The German Shepherd was subsequently rehomed. The circumstances of that rehoming are after, some say the attack on another dog, some say a bite to a person. We will see what comes out at trial.
What the fuck does the dog got to do with it? Wait, what does the dog have to do with it?
The defense also alleges that the injuries on John O'Keefe are consistent with him being attacked by the
Yo, Dick Cheney's oil money. Thank you for the subscription.
Family's German Shepherd. The German Shepherd was subsequently rehomed. The circumstances of that
he has dog bites?
Are after, some say the attack on another dog, some say
the dog went into witness protection.
Person. We will see what comes out at trial. But the dog was subsequently rehomed, and Brian Albert's home had flooring changed.
I think we should look into this dog. Yeah, was the dog John? Right. I think we need to investigate this German Shepherd. How German is he really? You know what I mean? Was he a cop? Was he a cop dog? A Nazi dog cop dog? Is this true? There's no way of knowing, jury. Because the dog refuses to answer any questions. Very suspicious, if you ask me. But the facts are he's German. We know what that means.
And then was subsequently sold. But what the defense also argues is that the federal expert and federal reconstruction expert.
So the dog was in the house, right? So there's dog bites on the person, but the police are alleging. So did the dog go out in the front yard and bite him? The dog just like went over and bit him aggressively? Yeah, who let the dog out? Who?
Which we will get to in a minute when we talk about the federal investigation, said that the evidence does not support.
Yeah, I understand that, Arizona. I understand that as like the obvious, most likely explanation, but isn't the defense or the prosecution? No. Isn't the defense? Wait. The prosecution is saying that that she just dropped him off, ran him over, and left him there. So the prosecution is saying he never even went inside. Right? So then how did the dog bite him?
Report that John O'Keefe was hit by an SUV, and that the damage on the SUV does not support it hitting John O'Keefe. The defense also has been arguing and recently argued in court that they want to present possible third parties who murdered John O'Keefe, including Brian Albert, Brian Albert's nephew Colin Albert, who the defense alleges had bad blood with John O'Keefe, and the prosecution states that that is not supported by any evidence other than Karen Reed's belief that there had been bad blood there, and ATF.
Yeah, nothing. That's the likely story here. And this trial was a mistrial. So it'll go back to trial.
Agent Brian Higgins, who they allege had a romantic interest in Reed, and they say that text messages between him and Reed support that. The defense is also alleging
there's a fucking love triangle in this also? What the hell? Jesus, this is sloppy.
That they have a witness who saw Brian Higgins alone with Reed's vehicle outside Canton Police Station for, quote, a wildly long time, and that the video in the area cut out for 42 minutes. Prosecutors argue that that camera is motion censored, so it didn't really cut out, that motion wasn't triggering it. And prosecutors argue that earlier in the day, law enforcement had gone to O'Keefe's home to do a welfare check on the niece and nephew, who at this point were at his home alone because Karen Reed had gone back to Brian Albert's house to look for John O'Keefe, and that their cruiser vehicle captured damage to Karen Reed's taillight. So in sum, the prosecution is alleging that this was a relationship going south, that Karen Reed had had too much to drink and hit him with her car and left him there to die. The defense is arguing that Karen Reed dropped him off at the home of Brian Albert for an ongoing party, that he went inside the home, was beaten up inside the home, attacked by the German Shepherd, and then dragged back outside and left in the snow to die. And that the lead investigator on this case had a close personal friendship with the owner of the home, Boston police officer Brian Albert, that the lead investigator didn't disclose those relationships, that there's now an investigation into the lead investigator on this case, and that the way this case was handled reeks of a cover-up by law enforcement to protect Brian Albert about what happened in this home. We will see how much of that evidence they will be able
free the dog
to present, but the prosecution has indicated that it will take them probably 4 weeks to present their case, and the defense has indicated it will take at least 2 to present their case. I imagine a substantial portion of the defense case is going to come by way of vigorous cross-examination, and some of that cross-examination is going to be made better for the defense and more complicated for the prosecution by this federal investigation. Thank you to our sponsor, Shopify, for making
brother
ongoing.
She said, well, I'm not going to take a pay cut. I was the deputy DA of LA, okay? What do you think? I'm going to go to YouTube and not get my bag? Hello?
case that hasn't gone to trial yet? Yep. Yes, it is. Yeah, that's real weird. Why? Because it's messy. It's not weird because it's messy. It's weird because it's not done, and it's not done because it's messy. Having a grand jury, a federal grand jury, take place before this trial has even gone forward is wild. A lot of the witnesses called by the federal grand jury from public reports seem to be the exact same witnesses that are going to be called at the trial.
What? Why?
And the feds have turned over.
Wait, what?
Over 3,000 pages of documents from their investigation into this case. No one has been.
Because it's the same case, but you have so many. What? You have so many people. Isn't that like a problem? I mean, I guess it makes sense because the prosecutors can just be like, oh, well, they indicted her. They indicted her, so. Yeah, I want her on the jury. Like, you know what I mean?
Been indicted in connection with that investigation. Remember, grand juries can be investigative. So grand juries can just look into trying to decide or determine what happened or who else should be looked into. But this investigation started to come to light in the news media and caught much more attention when letters between the DA's office and the feds were unsealed and then discussed in open court, confirming the investigation, but not who any specific targets are or whether this is just an investigating grand jury. Again, over 3,000 pages of documents turned over by the U.S. Attorney's Office related to their investigation in the case. And in those 3,000 pages, it became clear that they had hired their own reconstruction expert. The defense has stated in filings that O'Keefe's injuries were inconsistent with the damage on the car and that the damage on the car was inconsistent with having made contact with O'Keefe. So if the Fed's reconstruction expert say that the damage to the victim and the damage to the car don't match those two colliding, I have a lot of questions. And
oh my God, she hit the dog. Oh, fuck.
Would you all be interested in going through the 3,000 pages? Well, yes, we all would. Are those court documents? Well, no, some of them are investigative documents, but those have been impounded by the court, meaning that they are sealed, but they will be able to be used in trial to cross-examine witnesses. So if witnesses gave testimony or gave a statement to police and then gave testimony at the state grand jury and then gave testimony at the federal grand jury, there's the potential that some of these witnesses have given 3 or more statements, at least 2 of them under oath. And with that, there is always the potential for misstatement, for differences or variances in the statements. And that's going to be the same for Karen Read's statements as well. There are variances in the things that she's told people and the way that she has told what happened that night that are going to be quite highlighted. She is out of custody pending this trial. I don't know if she will take the stand in her own defense. It will be very interesting if she does, because there are multiple statements that she's given, which are all going to come in as a party opponent. But the
Norwegian
defense has quite a lot of ground to cross-examine witnesses on, especially the witnesses that were in the house the night of the party. The prosecution argues that John O'Keefe couldn't have been beaten up inside the party because he never went in. His phone doesn't show him ever going in, and his phone was underneath his body outside on the ground.
What?
Because the snow had not fallen yet. The snow fell after he was outside. And that wouldn't have been the case if he had gone inside the party, had been beaten up inside the party, and then taken back outside. He would have been on top of snow and then also covered by snow. So when I say the snow is going to play a factor here, how he was found and
how do they have those details? Because she found him, right? So where are they even getting? They're getting those details from her witness testimony? The fucking plow driver? What?
Where his phone was, those things are going to become tremendously important to the state's case. But the statements of the witnesses and the failure to disclose personal relationships is going to be something that's difficult for a jury to get around, I think. There are, again, a lot of questions here. And when you have an accident reconstructionist that wasn't hired by the defense and wasn't hired by the state coming in and saying that this is inconsistent, it's going to be interesting to see how the prosecution gets around that evidence if the defense calls that expert. Because you know the state's going to call their own experts. They're not going to call that expert. So in the mix of all of this, there is also allegation.
Apple doesn't really do that shit, Chili. Apple's security is actually pretty good, as far as I know. Like, it's like end-to-end encrypted, and they don't really cooperate with feds and shit.
Of witness intimidation. There have been defense motions to recuse the district attorney's office, which were denied. There is the judge.
What is GAMFA?
The defense and the prosecution agrees, doesn't seem to agree with them. They've all asked for a continuance, and the defense has asked for a continuance regarding testing tissue samples from John O'Keefe's arm. They allege that the damage to his arm looks like animal bites and scratches, not like a road rash from getting pulled by a car. We're going to see a lot of that come up in trial, and they have not been able to test those tissue samples on their own, so they have asked for more time.
Oh.
All of it is setting up a mess if she is convicted and this goes to appeal. But even though the defense and the prosecution have agreed, this court has refused to delay this trial. Could that still happen? Yes. Until a jury is seated, this trial can still get delayed. And even once a jury is seated, it can still get mistried and delayed if something else comes up. But the judge has seemed very steadfast in moving forward. The layout of the courtroom from the few court hearings I've watched is a little awkward based on where all the different tables are. It's going to be interesting to see how cameras are set up for trial. This, like all trials, the courtroom audio has been via potato, and it has been a little bit difficult to follow some of the hearings because of that. Because there is such a great divide in this case, for those of you that haven't been following it, I think it's going to be pretty easy to come into the case and be like, let's see what the evidence bears out in court. For those who might have been covering it closely, it is going to maybe be a little more difficult to try to put what you know aside and watch this case as potentially a juror. Let's see what the evidence bears out. But even if you know a lot about the case, I always think it's interesting to try to come in with an open mind and say, I want to see how they prove it. I want to see how the state convinces me that this is a second-degree murder. And I want to see what the defense says about the state's evidence once it's their turn. And do they poke enough holes in the state's case? Remember, they don't have to prove someone else did it. Do they poke enough holes in the state's case that there's reasonable doubt there? I sure have a lot of questions going into this case. It's why I'm interested in covering it. Because at the end of the day, I don't know what happened on the morning of January 29th, 2022. And I'm very interested to see how the Commonwealth has accused Karen Read of striking her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, with her car after a night of drinking and leaving him in the snow to die.
Yeah, of course, dude. Bro, I'm sorry. We could get video of her hitting him and leaving him there, and like full video, and the cops still did it. I'm sorry. The cops still did it. Like, I am not unbiased on this, but I will argue the logic of the defense occasionally, just to, you know what I mean? I'm not saying that the cops didn't do it. The cops fucking did it, dude. The cops fucking did it. Of course. And they hit it, and they're framing her. It's fucking crazy. Also, I got to pee.
Defense is saying, as they said in their opening statement, that Karen Read was framed, and this is all a cover-up. We've just finished closing arguments in the Commonwealth versus Karen Read. The court took a brief break before reading the jury instructions. The judge believes it will take about an hour to read those, and then the jury will get the case. And then after we do the jury instructions, we will talk about the instruction that none of the lawyers talked about on the involuntary manslaughter the court said that they were giving yesterday. None of the attorneys addressed it. The attorneys didn't talk about the instructions at all, which was something I always did. The instructions can be difficult. The prosecution normally walks through the elements and then says, these are the elements that show that this is what happened. But Lally spent so much time talking about Jen McCabe's testimony and the snow and the hills, and that he was running out of time by the time he said, very briefly said, that the defendant drove in reverse over 24 miles an hour, struck John O'Keefe, causing catastrophic head injury and causing his death. So I ask you to return a vote of guilty. Why save the most important part of your closing till you are run out of time? It was mind-boggling to me. He didn't address it early on. He kind of said in a snarky way, you know, the murder hadn't happened yet, but he started his closing with, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. In opening, that was only 3. And it is kind of wild to me the way his closing went. I thought his closing was better than his opening. I thought it was more clear than his opening. But I imagine when you guys see that juxtaposed with Alan Jackson's closing, who used to be a major crimes prosecutor in LA, I think you see the difference in how these attorneys presented their case. But what was so interesting to me is that they both kind of had the same theme of their closing. Both sides seem to argue in their closings. The other side is saying, look away. The other side is saying, ignore this, ignore that. The other side is obfuscating. The other side is trying to fool you. But on both sides, they argued it. And then Lally didn't talk at all about his reconstructionist, and he barely talked about the other reconstructionist. Barely touched it. The only time he mentioned the reconstructionists from the Fed investigation was to say that
What's a reconstructionist?
the taillight couldn't have cracked hitting John O'Keefe's car, and that the arm must have been bent, but that's not what his reconstructionist said. And I saw some of you asking, well, does Alan Jackson get to go up again and rebut it? No, though I'm sure Alan wanted to because he is a former prosecutor.
Crime scene accident reconstructionist. Oh, I see. They remake and like tell the events from evidence. Got it. Yeah, they said it earlier. So they have a third party. Interesting. It is interesting. Do you know what you can't reconstruct? You can never reconstruct the time you miss by watching ads because you didn't subscribe. That's always going to be gone. Wait, I think this one's probably better.
The Commonwealth has
and we have an ad coming. It's the top of the hour. I missed it earlier. But you can subscribe or gift a sub. Be really generous. Also, did you guys know that it's my last month to qualify for Twitch Partner Plus, which means I would get I would get a bigger share of I would get 60/40. Check it out. Look. See, if you're on my stream, this is me. You can scroll down, you can see my plus eligibility. I'm at 85 of 300, but I only need to get to 100. So this would be my last month, get to 100. Tier 1s and tier 2s and tier 3s especially. Tier 3s especially help me get there. So if there anybody in here that wants to hit me with a tier 3 or a tier 2, those give me multiple points. Norwegian, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you. Also, good thing to mention right now is that Twitch sub prices are going up.
Abolish the police. I'm done. Our prison's obsolete. I'm an anarchist. I'm never taking a shower again. Abolish the fucking police.
True. So base, Hassan. Sub prices are going up next month. So if you guys want to lock in, you can get this price of $5. You can get it now if you do multiple months. Then you can lock in your $5 a month sub by doing a multiple month sub now. You also get a discount by doing a multiple month sub. So like a 6-month sub is like cheaper than subbing for 6 months in a row or whatever. But yeah. Thank you for 5 subscribers. Just Jorts. Appreciate you. How much are they going up? By $1 do. Although I think it depends on your region. Like in the US, it'll be $1. It's like $5.99 they're going up. So anyway, ads coming right now. Thank you, Just Jorts, for helping 5 people avoid the ads.
Accused Karen Reed of striking her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, with her car after a night of drinking and leaving him in the snow to die. The defense is saying, as they said in their opening statement, that Karen Reed was framed and this is all a cover-up.
In receipt of your note, I am writing to inform you on behalf of the jury that despite our exhaustive review of the evidence and our diligent consideration of all disputed evidence, we have been unable to reach a unanimous verdict signed by your foreperson.
They said they were diligent.
We all know how hard you've been working. Lunch will be arriving shortly. When it comes, I'd ask you to clear your heads, have lunch, and begin your deliberations again. Or continue your deliberations.
They said go back. They said you better fucking agree. Go back in there and agree, goddammit.
All right. So I'm sending you back out.
All right, please.
The jury came back with a note this morning in the Karen Reed trial on day 4 of jury deliberations saying that they have done an exhaustive review of the evidence and are unable to reach a decision. After talking to the lawyers, the judge brought the jury out into court and then said, look, have lunch, clear your head, take more time to deliberate. I think if the jury says the same thing at the end of the day, the judge is probably going to give them the weekend. It is a Friday. The judge is probably going to tell them to go home for the weekend and take a break and come back on Monday and try to resolve the case, which means we may have a final resolution on Monday. I don't know if the judge will do that today. I think she's going to want them to take the weekend to sleep on it, to talk about it, and we will see. Maybe the jury comes back on one of the lesser included. Maybe they don't. This is a difficult case where if you believe one way or the other, it's going to be hard to sway someone because of the weight and consequences of this case. The jury knows it's a murder case. And that is something that when the court says you can only convict if you find her guilty beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty, I can see there being jurors saying, I can't believe this to a moral certainty. And I can see jurors saying, I think she did this and I can't say otherwise. And that is where you end up with that hopelessly deadlocked jury that cannot come to a unanimous decision. And again, the longer a jury deliberates,
she's a cop killer.
The likely it is that it's because
she's a cop killer. I'll never let her free, ever, no matter what. The cop told me so. And I fucking love cops. My uncle's a cop.
They cannot reach a verdict. So in this case, if they do not reach a verdict, if they go back and deliberate and still do not reach a verdict, eventually the judge will give them a stronger instruction and send them back again. And then if they cannot reach a verdict,
my uncle's a cop. My uncle's a cop, and I don't know how good I feel like it falls apart. Cap. I can do cap. That's how they say it, right? My uncle's a cap. I feel like I fuck up with the R's. I don't know why I want to go never. Pack the cap. Pack. Yeah, pack. It's really like not saying the R's. I'll never ever. I'll never convict. I'll never let a cop killer go. I'll never ever let a cop killer go.
On any of the charges, the court will declare it a mistrial. And then they will set a future hearing date and they will come back to court and decide if they are going to continue prosecuting the case, if they're going to retry it, if they're going to change the charges, if they're going to dismiss the charges. And then the prosecution has a lot of options on how to proceed forward. But what that means is we could do this trial again. If that's the result, they could bring in a lesser charge and allow Karen Reed to resolve the case for a lesser charge. I don't know if she'd be inclined to do that. I don't know if the prosecution would be inclined to do that. They could dismiss the case and not retry it. There's
the dog is
options
CPDK.
here, but I would be surprised at this point if this jury is able to reset and come to a decision. I think what we will probably end up with here is a mistrial.
Yeah, she was right.
To make this decision, and they
It is a mistrial. Wait, Grind City Media? So I guess we just don't know. I am losing my faith in the judicial system. I'm completely losing my faith in the judicial system over here. Please, somebody help. Please, somebody help me. Yeah, I know. It's crazy that the cops aren't on trial. That's so weird, right? That's so insane, right? Okay, hold on. We had more. Oh, yeah. Did you guys hear about this story?
The local Karen community, including the child's mother,
in Utica, New York,
filled the lobby at Utica City Hall today for a press conference about the fatal shooting of her 13-year-old son by Utica police Friday night.
Myanmarian, is that how you refer to people from Myanmar? He's Myanmarian or Burmese? No. I know there's political associations with both those titles, but I don't know. 13-year-old was shot and killed by police in Utica, New York.
Our condolences to the families, the community, and all of Utica.
The police chief said officers had stopped 2 juveniles in connection with an
13 years old.
The crowd started shouting.
While fleeing, the youth displayed what appeared to be a handgun.
Lies.
The gun turned out to be a replica of a Glock, a pellet gun. As the mayor and police chief passed the microphone back and forth between the two of them and an interpreter, the atmosphere grew more tense. Officials shut down the press conference and the mayor walked over to the young victim's clearly grieving mother for a brief exchange.
Whatever reaction comes from an event like this should be met with an understanding that it's warranted.
Officials offered to meet privately with the victim's family, then moved the press conference upstairs to...
Yeah, you just have to understand. You just need an understanding that we can murder people. And you can't do shit about it. So get over it, bitch. Like, literally, what the fuck is that statement? We need to... You have to have an understanding of what? Of what?
Conference room where the incident was further discussed, but in the context of a video circulating on social media, which police confirm is of the incident. They also discussed the law that allows them to meet deadly physical force with deadly physical force.
Except for there was no deadly physical force.
Work in situations that are very chaotic, ever evolving, and they have to make...
Then quit. Then fucking quit. Quit your job then. If it's so hard and so chaotic, then quit your job.
Split-second decision.
Dude, if my job ever was like, hey, you know, it's gonna be chaotic to the point where you might shoot a 13-year-old, I'd be like, all right, fuck this shit, bye. I'm down, I'm out. Bye. Like, what the fuck? What did you just say to me? What did you just say? I might shoot. What?
Having said that, yes, we meet deadly physical force with deadly physical force, including if there appears to be a handgun, whether it's replica or not.
In the video, you can see officers' hands flying while the teen suspect is on the ground.
It may have looked like a punch. The reality is if he's got a handgun, and at that time that the officer, that's his only defense is throwing a punch to make sure he doesn't use the handgun, that it would seem to be reasonable.
Yeah, it's totally normal to just be beating the shit out of a 13-year-old.
Police chief says officer body-worn camera footage from a less obstructed vantage point will soon be released, and he expects answer many questions. Can you discuss any scenarios where...
Guys, there's so many things we don't know about this story. Ready? They're saying that there's appearance of a handgun in the video that we watched of the Instagram video or whatever, the cell phone video. He never even turns to them. He's running away the entire time, never even turns to them. Literally never even turns to them. If their footage supported their narrative, it would have been out the day he was shot. Do you understand? If the body camera footage supported the narrative that they're lying to us about here, it would have been released instantly. When body camera footage supports the cops' narrative, they have no problem releasing that shit. Why isn't the body camera footage out yet? Or why, when this is being discussed, why is the body camera footage not out already?
In your estimation, it's, or I guess more importantly, in the eyes of the law, it's acceptable or necessary to shoot a suspect who is on the ground?
I think once we release the full body cam with the snippets,
It was
it's much more clear as to
Well, then why isn't it released already? Like, what is the holdup? And why aren't the police asking this? Or why aren't the journalists here asking this? Like, you guys are fucking... You're so bad at your job, dude.
precipitated the shooting.
Members of the Karen community who filled the City Hall lobby stayed outside City Hall once the press conference ended. Many had seen the video.
The answers that I had, I did not go away satisfied because they didn't match up with what some of the witnesses were saying, what was being circulated around on social media.
The police chief assured everyone there will be an outside, unbiased investigation by the state attorney general's office, as well as an internal one to determine if department policies were followed and training adhered to. Regardless of those outcomes, the chief said there are always consequences for the officers.
I've seen officers that have been involved in officer-involved shootings. They've never been able to come back to the job. They're traumatized for life over this. I've even
oh my God,
his own life because he was involved in.
Then quit your job, dude. Quit. Just go home. Just quit. Return to the working class. Fucking quit, dude.
Officer life shooting.
Thanks for watching.
Or you know what? Just fucking. You know what? Never mind. We're not gonna watch the body camera here.
We are back now with the family demanding answers after police failed.
Yeah, violent film. It's the same in LA, except for when the footage benefits the police. The footage benefits the police. They release that shit instantly. They release that shit instantly, okay? But when it's not, they send it to an editor. They film a stand-up with a, nice looking police lady in a suit and standing in front of an American flag who speaks over the whole thing and provides the narrative that they want you to go with as the video is playing. They edit it, they cut it to the parts that are useful for their narrative. Like there is a law in LA or in California that they have to release the footage, but that law didn't specify in what capacity. So now the LAPD hires these massive production companies in Hollywood to edit everything and to make it look like certain ways. And you can look like, here, look, like, watch. Yeah, see? They put these circles on, like they're fucking, this is just like direct propaganda. They're posting all the fucking time, dude. They post on YouTube more than me, bro. Yeah, look. So this is what they do for every officer involved shooting.
Hello, my name is Captain Kelly Muniz, Commanding Officer of Media Relations Division of the Los Angeles Police Department.
Dude, I really, really, really tried. I mean, I didn't. I would like to try harder, but it's like hard to get an in. I don't really know who and how, but like I want to do a documentary about the making of these. I really badly want to do a documentary about the making of these. About the editing and the filming. I think it's all very, very interesting.
Is intended to provide you with information about an officer-involved shooting that occurred in the city of Torrance on
But they'd never let me. Like they would just like they'd never let me do it.
April 18th,
The only way that would be possible is like if I got in with the production company that shoots them and the editors that edit them, and I like just did it like totally separate. Like obviously the LAPD will never give me permission, but I would be totally fucking those people. I would be fucking that production company and that editor really bad. But honestly, eat shit.
at around 3.
I don't care. I would do it.
The Los Angeles Police Department Critical Incident Video Release Policy and state law require that the department release relevant video footage from all officer-involved shootings.
Wait till Kenneth is mayor. He'll get you in. I mean, that's a beautiful idea. I hope that happens, but I think we're still 20 to 30 years out from that. Yeah, I love Kenneth. I worked on Kenneth's campaign. I made multiple videos for Kenneth.
Significant uses of force and in-custody deaths within 45 days. However, since this incident occurred outside the city limits, the Los Angeles Police Department only has jurisdiction over the administrative investigation. Even though this incident occurred in the city of Torrance, Torrance Police Department listed the as Eric Franco Sanchez on April 18th, 2020.
Like, look at all of this context
Making notifications
that they provide to the video that they're required to release. It's an 8-minute video, you know?
Sure.
Like,
Italy shot a 13-year-old boy. Police saying he was holding a replica gun. Now the body cam video is out. Emily Aketa has it, and we do want to warn you, the images are disturbing.
didn't really show anything.
Tonight, prompting growing demands for answers and
You
accountability.
didn't see that. There was nothing in that.
Family of Wei, who graduated 8th grade just last week, joined protesters outside of
Dude, I would, if Kenneth is mayor, bro, are you kidding me? That city budget would be, like, so many things would be solved. City budgets are determined mostly by the mayor. And that would be, I would vote for, I would literally drop everything in my life to work for Kenneth's campaign for mayor. I would literally, if Kenneth announced a mayoral campaign, I would drop everything and join that team instantly.
Utica, New York City Hall.
I can't accept the fact that.
By the way, for people who aren't in LA, we're talking about the LA City Controller. His name is Kenneth Mejia. I worked on his campaign as I did 2 videos with him. He is incredibly based. He's a community activist and leader who got elected to the city controller position, which is a very important. It's the accountant of the city. So he's been trying to audit like a lot of city departments that are wasting money and rooting out corruption. And the city government is like fighting him directly. Like the literally the city attorney is suing the city controller right now. Just fucking insane. But his campaign was incredible. And if you don't know, like, honestly, Kenneth Mejia, if you're interested in local city politics, Kenneth Mejia is an incredible W that we should all be looking at as an example of how to build community power and how to win elections and not compromise and be based, you know? Like, Kenneth is fucking awesome.
He's gone from our family.
On Friday night, Utica police officers approached Mue and another young person who they say matched a suspect description for a recent robbery.
Can I just pat you down and make sure you got no weapons on you?
Body camera video shows that's when the team took off. Police pausing and highlighting the video where they say
what?
Mue pointed what looked like a handgun at officers, later learning it was a replica Glock pellet gun. Police tackled Mue and seconds later fired a shot.
You were already on top of him. They were already on top of him. That video proves absolutely nothing except that you were on top. You literally were already on top of him.
A use of force, protesters say, went too far. Mue's family is part of Utica's robust refugee.
Dude, this is beautiful also. Seeing like so many community members come out like this is honestly very beautiful to see.
Population, members of the Karen, an ethnic group from Myanmar.
Our parents.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Wait, no, I said Myanmar. Okay, good. I thought I said Malaysia. No, they're Karen, which is an ethnic minority across Thailand, Myanmar, and I think they may even like be in like northern Cambodia, but I'm not really sure about that. But actually, if you've ever seen the Asian like tribes that do the neck lengthening with the rings, that's the Karen. That's actually the Karen tribe.
They fled war. They fled persecution. We are the future. This is our home. We're not running away.
Utica's mayor now urging patience.
People want justice, but they don't want to see due process. We have to see the process play out.
The state attorney general's office and Utica police are both investigating. In the meantime, the officers involved are on administrative paid leave. Tom?
Emily Aketa for us tonight. Emily, we thank you for that.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top.
Anyway, we'll keep an eye out and sending my love and thoughts to that family, because no family should ever have to go through that. Ever. One person being murdered by the police is too many. And that's why we fight to abolish them. Defund them. Return those resources to our community. Fuck the police. Anyway, let's hear from this cop. Because this guy's actually really awesome. I love this channel, That Dang Dad. That Dang Dad doesn't have nearly enough subscribers, guys. I'm so fucking serious, man. Go subscribe to That Dang Dad. Truly. And you're going to do it by the end of the video anyway, because I know he's like so fucking good. But go subscribe to That Dang Dad. This video is great. And this channel is great. This is a former cop turned abolitionist. God damn it. Former cop turned abolitionist that makes leftist YouTube videos now. And you guys should all be following and supporting people like this, because this is exactly what fucking this is exactly what abolition is, man. This is what restorative justice is fighting so that people change. that harmful behavior is no longer a part of this anymore. Like that we recognize when harmful behavior happens, and we rectify our behaviors, and we have contrition, and we have remorse and accountability. Like this is exactly what restorative justice is. And I love him for that. And he makes great so good videos. They're so well. Oh, fuck it. Let's just watch it. I'll stop gushing about him. But yeah, I would love to have him on the stream for real. I'm sure he'd be down. Yeah, maybe I should reach out. It's a good point.
Hey there, welcome to That Dang Dad. My name is Phil, and tonight I want to take you back to the year 2020. Great year, wasn't it? 2020 was the year that my channel reached a wide audience thanks to a certain thoughtful slime who gave me a shout out on the eyeball zone for my video on how law enforcement taught me to dehumanize. When I started my channel in 2019, I was making this conscious effort not to be overtly in-your-face political, mainly because I was trying to cultivate a calmer, chiller space to maybe ease people into those kinds of discussions instead of yelling and calling people names or whatever. But 2020...
Is there a way I can like ban an emote in my chat? Because I want to ban the lint from that. The only time that should ever be posted is VO farting. It should only be VO farting. Oh no, wait, it's actually funny because now it's violent femme farting. It's violent femme farting, actually.
2020 was the year that Louisville police murdered Breonna Taylor in her bedroom, and Minneapolis police murdered George Floyd in broad daylight, kicking off a massive multi-country protest movement that burned with a righteous fury for so long. Corporate-controlled media was forced to literally pretend it stopped existing to get it out of the minds of people who were starting to get some funny ideas about police and capitalism. I'd been reluctant to let people know that I had been a cop before all that, but when I saw footage of riot police brutalizing journalists and legal observers, to say nothing of their torture of protesters, I felt like I had to say something. I felt like I had to contextualize the depravity on display from police departments all across the country and explain how my training and socialization as a cop led directly to that kind of cruelty. Well, it's nearly 4 years later, and in a lot of ways, not a lot has changed. The police weren't defunded despite what their propagandists will tell you. Almost none of the out-of-control cops that were violating the constitutional rights of protesters and journalists were fired, much less arrested for civil rights violations. Prominent Democrats paid a little lip service and staged some photo ops and some kente cloth, but then they just went right back to insider trading. Much like with COVID, mainstream politicians and media hacks would like you to believe that this is all behind us now. It was an unfortunate blip, but nothing we need to keep thinking about. Just keep showing up to work. Just keep buying treats. Just keep handing over your vote. Don't worry your pretty little head about anything else. But in other ways, a lot has changed in the last few years, and I wanted to revisit my thoughts from that video on dehumanization because I feel like what I was getting at in regards to police versus protesters or police versus criminals is just the tip of a very large iceberg that the United States and Canada and the UK and Ireland and France and Israel and keep crashing into. And it's one that I see my friends and even myself sideswipe sometimes. In my previous video on this topic, I told two stories from my time as a cop. One was about when we pulled over a single mom with 3 kids and a car full of groceries, and we towed the car because she didn't have a driver.
Oh my god.
The other was standing on the perimeter of a gang.
Oh my god.
Homicide as a screaming mother held her down.
Dude, I've done ride-alongs with Film the Police LA, and one of the main things that I learned, like honestly, that I keep with me every time, is if you see somebody being arrested in a police like a traffic stop, and their car is there, like if you see a car pulled over and somebody's being arrested, the driver's being arrested, like pull over, film it, A, B, ask if you can move the car. Like ask the cops, like, can I please move his car for him to where he wants it to go? Like, because impounding a car, the cops charge like hundreds of dollars to get it out of the impound. It fucks up people's entire lives. People lose cars to police impounds all the time. All the time. And so like this very small thing of just like, hey, can I move this car to a parking spot on the road? That helps a lot. If you're ever walking and you see somebody being pulled over and arrested for outside of a car, ask if you can move the car and park it somewhere. That will save them so much. Like I swear to God, it's one of the best things I learned while like doing ride-alongs with Film the Police.
Lying teen son's body. In the first incident, my training officer said, she's just some illegal fucker. And in the second, a fellow officer remarked, he's just some gangster, fuck him. My theory in the video is that so much of law enforcement involves training and preparing for a deadly encounter, so much attention is paid to officer safety above all else, and so many stories about cops getting tricked and ambushed are told. And
or yeah, you might be able to call somebody for them. Like like if somebody like if the cops say no, you can always ask the person like, do you have somebody that I can call that has a key that can come get it right now, like before the cops inbound get here. You know, like that is another option too. But like just like not letting the cops take their car is like a huge W, and they will always appreciate that. Like we got to look out for each other in those kind of situations. That's insane, dude. Imagine that, man. A family, like you pull over a single mom with a car full of groceries and 3 kids, and you fucking impound the car so all the groceries are left to rot in the trunk. Like, oh my God, dude.
Stop seeing the public as this beautiful confluence of worthy souls. If you have to be ready to kill them before they kill you, it's natural to keep them at kind of a remove. Couple that with the fact that most cops do not live in the neighborhoods that they patrol.
Of course not.
When I was coming up through training, I was specifically told that it was a bad idea to get a cop job where you live because then you'd have to face the people you were in charge of on your days off. So you end up with this cult-like unit of guys that get each other all frothed up about officer safety. You turn them loose in a city that they don't live in, and you give them unimaginable freedom from accountability and license to do whatever it takes to get bad guys off the street. Most dangerous of all, you give them a story that justifies any rotten thing they might ever do out there. That story and that camaraderie are the foundation of police work, not the actual work or the results of that work. Because any cop will tell you, police work does not actually make communities safer. It may remove this or that person who's in crisis from this or that environment for a time, but it doesn't address the root causes of those crises. In fact, law enforcement exacerbates those crises. Fines and tickets increase economic hardship. Criminal records impact the ability to find employment or housing. Criminalization and stigma force people into risky behaviors far away from help. And the inherent structural violence in police work that disproportionately impacts outgroups only adds
wrong chat group Gucci
and disconnection from the community. If someone is in a desperate situation,
oh no, you meant the pipes in the background.
Socioeconomic system.
You meant these. He does have a weird pipe collection, and he's making a point to frame it.
System has been set up to make that person into a boogeyman for everyone else. Why should that person play by the rules in a game they can't win? Every cop knows this after a little bit of time on duty, and there's only so many ways you can fight against the emotional pain of knowing that you are, at best, occasionally useful, and at worst, a huge part of the problem.
Yeah.
I argue that one of the few things that can keep a cop happy with what they see in the mirror is a kind of flattening of the world into good guys and bad guys, normal people and troublemakers. In my previous video, I mentioned how police influencer Dave Grossman divided the world into sheep, wolves, and sheepdogs, essentially normal people, crooks, and cops. And cops love this framework. They love calling themselves sheepdogs, and they love the mental image of guarding a flock of mindless sheep who are too stupid to protect themselves. Of course, this framework implies that whether one is a good person or a troublemaker is a matter of one's personal essence. You just are either good or bad. And thus, the cop doesn't have to think too hard about where the wolves come from. He just needs to recognize them, bare his teeth, and chase them off. When you ask yourself why this or that cop was so cruel to somebody in their city, it is because law enforcement has incentivized him to no longer see that person as a neighbor, a friend, or even a fellow human. They are instead a stand-in for something else, a signifier of chaos or decay. They are a character in a story. They're a wolf. Just shut up and let the sheepdog do his job. Looking at all the twists and turns that this country has taken since I published that last video, coming back to this human impulse to flatten our neighbors, to remove their humanity and make them into an effigy for our own deep-seated fears and insecurities.
I want to resist the rhetoric that says that this is like a human impulse. I think this is something that is like, while there may be something like very, I don't know, while there may be like a deeper impulse of humanity, I think there are structures, there are superstructures that exists that like really, really, really do a lot, especially within the culture of policing, to reinforce this behavior. That it's not so much a like something that will inevitably result from human beings interacting with each other, but it's something that inevitably results from the nature of policing as a whole. And I know he would agree with that too. I don't think it's like it's not inherent to humans. It's inherent to policing. You understand? This guy is too smart to be a cop. That's why he fucking quit and became an abolitionist. Yeah. You're right.
You see this in the way that refugees are talked about. In the United States, it's typically refugees and migrants from Central and South America that get flattened.
Yeah.
The Republican side of the media has zero curiosity about why families would flee their homeland, and instead spends most of its time trying to convince farmers in Kansas and Oklahoma that these...
You wondering how he gets through his day with all the guilt he must feel? I mean, I absolve him. I do. I literally, like, I welcome him into our struggle. I'm glad that he is, you know what I mean? Like, in my opinion, the day you quit is the day that you join the rest of the humanity, and you know, you begin your process of reparations. Like, and I'm with you. I'm there with people willing to cut their losses and make efforts to repair that harm. And this guy is doing that in great measure, you know? Like, if I've said this 100 times, dude, I got canceled by fucking Hostwit, or like a bunch of Hostwit users blocked me really early, and like it was probably like mid-October, because I was posting on Twitter and I was like, yeah, Gila was a fucking IDF soldier, and like I was posting this clip that wasn't being circulated a lot back then, but was, you know, I was posting this clip that wasn't being circulated. Not a lot of people were seeing it, but it was Hila talking on a podcast about going into Ramallah in the West Bank and participating in an armed kidnapping of a Palestinian father. And she talks about like leading the children out of the house so they could arrest the father. And I was like, look at this video. Like, y'all are like, no, this person is not okay. Like, this is not somebody that we should be fucking like being okay with and having in our circles at all. Like, and people were furious at me. And I was like, listen, dude, as the second that Hila comes forward and says what I did was wrong, and I want to do what I can to dismantle the system that led me to do such a horrible thing, I am her biggest fan. I will be there with her, and I will welcome her with open arms. But she's not doing that. In fact, they're doing the opposite. They're still trying to this day, to fucking justify the genocide happening, still defending the IOF. Like, I'm sorry. No. You have done extreme harm. You have participated in this genocide. And I'm not here for you. Like, period. But again, the second that you recognize the harm you've done and you take accountability for that harm, I will be there for you. But as long as you don't, fuck no, you don't get any of my good faith. Fuck no. Absolutely not. But I hope you understand the distinction. I am very forgiving. I am way more forgiving than most. That's a part of being an abolitionist. You know what I mean? But it requires contrition, and it requires accountability and a recognition of the harm that was done. And that nothing of that sort has ever come out of the H3 circle. Ever. What does contrition mean? I mean, it basically just means like an acknowledgement of the harm. We can Google the meaning or whatever. You can Google it. Fuck it. You were looking very French with that mustache. Bro, do you know, Pupu-sama, do you know how I was roasted for an entire week when I shaved the mustache? Do you know how bring the mustache back was like, y'all organized like you've never organized in your fucking lives to bully me to bring the mustache back. It's very clear that that is not acceptable. Losing the mustache, shaving it just for a week or whatever until it grew back was not okay at all, dude.
Me. So when I see a migrant caravan crossing the Darien Gap, one of the most dangerous...
It's Solra. Nobody agrees with you. What is this? What is this conspiracy you have going on? What is this? Bro, Sid was bald at 12. Look at my hair. Look at my hairline, brother. Look at how much hair I have. You look for my scalp through my hair. You won't find it, brother. It's too fucking thick. My hair is too fucking thick. You'll never find my scalp. It's true. Look at it, dude. How am I the same person?
On their shoulders. I see scared, desperate people just like...
Just to be clear. See? What do you mean see? I see it. Fuck you, nothing worth. You're banned. What do you mean see? We don't look like at all. Perma easy, yeah. What the fuck, dude? What do you mean? Bro, this guy looks like him, not me. This guy actually looks like him. I don't look like this guy. I don't look like this guy at all. Do you know who people have told me I do look like? Fuck, I can't remember his name. Robin, Batman, Beyond. No, the movie, damn it. Batman Forever, that's it. Chris O'Donnell. People have told me I look like this guy. Here, look. Do you think I look... I don't think I look like this guy, really. But I've heard it before. I see that one for sure. Yeah, hopefully more than Sid. Chris looks like Sid. Okay, all white guys look like Sid to you. Okay, I get it. I get it. Okay. This would be me if I was hot. You know what I mean?
Me, who are taking the biggest risk in the world trying to find safety and peace. I think about how it must feel to watch the sun dip below the trees every night, not knowing if tonight is the night you get bitten by a spider, or ambushed by gangsters, or captured by police, not knowing if this is the last night you'll see your kids alive. But the American political landscape is designed to blunt that empathy, to reduce scared families into an invading pack of Vikings who want to replace American culture. No, they want to be safe and warm and fed and maybe, if it's not too much trouble, watch their kids get to be kids instead of jungle exploring commandos. They want a quiet life too, probably more than you do. This is something I also see when conservatives talk about trans kids playing sports or using the bathroom. It suddenly becomes this philosophical crisis where demonic forces are trying to confuse the very fabric of nature and dethrone God by blurring the genders. No, asshole, the kids just want to play field hockey and take a shit. When I'm mentoring for youth org, in Louisville. One thing that always struck me was the massive gap between what conservatives claim trans activists want versus what actually made the kids happy.
Yeah.
They wanted to be goofy kids hanging out with their friends, talking about.
Dude, okay, wait. I have an insane story I've never told before. So when I lived in Chicago, I taught for a summer at like it was kind of a scammy. It was what it was. It was whatever. It was like a creative summer art school. It was like a summer camp, but it was like creative. And so I taught filmmaking to like children, and it was really cool. It was super awesome. And the kids got to do whatever they want, And so one of the groups, they like were like, oh yeah, everybody in our group is gonna cross dress for, like, the women are gonna play the guy characters and the boys are gonna play, the girls are gonna play the guy characters and the boys are gonna play the girl characters. And like they came up with this completely organically. And like, they made their whole project, and I watched it and I was like, oh, that's very funny. And it was kind of like an Office like mockumentary. So they had like interviews with each other, and I was like, oh, well, like, they were like, Brett, like, do an interview with us. And I was like, okay. Like I was like observing them making this, and they were like, we need an interview with the teacher too. Do an interview, like, because they were all having fun doing interviews as like the opposite gender. And so I did an interview with as like a Brittany, or like, like as a woman character. And this was in like 2015. And we screened the films to the parents, and like they had like a little fucking they had that part that they filmed with me in the video. And I'm just imagining if that happened now, I would literally be lynched in the classroom. Like, I did not have any input in what they made at all. They brought me into their plan, brother. You know what I mean? Like, that was their idea. That was their idea, not mine, okay? But if that happened today, I would literally be locked up and put in jail and fired and lynched. I was like, God damn, like, I was just thinking about that right now.
Anime and the Sonic Adventure OST for some reason. I just wanted to watch.
I feel like you'd be a Brie. I don't like Brie because I think of Brianna Wu.
Watch movies and go on dates and go to prom and go to the bathroom without a bunch of creepy Mike Pence types peering over the stall going, let me see those genitals. I need to inspect you. But the right-wing mind is so full of fear and insecurity, cannot see these kids as regular kids who just want to do regular kid things. These kids are a stand-in, a symbol for this kind of great societal decline, making life too confusing for normal people who play by all the rules. The entire Kentucky...
Also, dude, if I really wanted to sell out and like make a shitload of money and also have fun while doing it, I would totally do like a influencer summer camp. Oh my God, I could make so much money, dude. Oh my God. Just be like $2,000, $3,000 for a week. I've been famous on Twitch. I've been famous on YouTube. I've done successful YouTube. You know what I mean? Like all this shit, and just like teach kids how to like stream and be YouTubers. You know, the number one, influencer boot camp, literally, dude. That shit I'm sure people are making, oh my God, I'm sure people are making so much fucking money on that already. So much money. It would be so easy, dude. It would go so insane. I'm sure that is already one of these for kick streamers. No, not these. Like for actually children. For actual children. I love teaching. I really do. I honestly love teaching. This isn't even something I would like. I would actually really enjoy doing that. But you guys know, like, the number one job that kids report as like their dream job is like YouTuber now, right? Like it's been that for like 10 years. That the number one job kids want is like a YouTuber. They want to be a famous YouTuber. Like when we were kids, we were like, we want to be an astronaut and like a baseball guy or like football. I want to play football. Yeah, now it's YouTuber. Yeah. Like everybody wants to be a YouTuber.
The legislature dropped everything to stop one trans girl from playing field hockey with her friends on a team she started. In a state with so many challenges and quality of life issues, this red-faced rush to target one 12-year-old girl only makes sense when you realize that in the right-wing brain, she's not a 12-year-old girl. She is an avatar for Tiamat, the primordial chaos dragon that we had to slay to create the modern world. What could possibly be more important than reslaying that dragon? And unfortunately, that deeply depraved dehumanization is on full display in, and here's where I seal my fate in terms of YouTube ever boosting this video, the terrorist state of Israel. From the government ministers to the Israeli occupational forces, it seems like everybody is in a competition to say the most disgusting things about Palestinian civilians, especially children. The state of Israel has murdered over 10,000 children since October of 2023. And the ones it hasn't killed have been starved, exposed to the elements, traumatized, orphaned, and lost limbs. And hey, you know what? A bunch of grown men have been murdered by Israel, and their deaths are an atrocity too. Nobody deserves.
Yeah, you should, Toby.
And killed with
Hell yeah, dude.
But yeehaw, the IOF is having the time of their lives while they do it. These brave butchers just can't stop making.
Oh wow. Oh wow. Not only that's Solra actually. If you're in here. Yo, is comparing me to Sid. Wait, okay. When Chili said it, I thought you were saying, God damn it.
Like, there's this character called Sid, and to be honest, he kind of looks like Brett, Cinemarxism, but really young. Kind of looks like Brett Cinemarx but really young, right? I don't know. Just thought that was kind of funny. Anyway, fuck the police.
Dude, what the fuck? Bro, it be your own. It be your own.
I don't know. Just something that I was thinking about. Anyways, fuck the police.
It be your own ones, dude. It be the ones you closest to you. Do you know that I thought you said that? I thought you said that, Chili, and I thought that Ed Solra went into Tofu's ghost stream and was saying that Tofu looked like Sid, and I was about to ban this motherfucker forever. I was about to permaban you from my chat, bitch. If you were going to go into Tofu and pull that shit on Tofu, the beautiful creature that Tofu Ghost is, I would have fucking murdered you so fast. Wow.
Making TikToks, yucking it up.
Oh, Ed Solra woke up and said, you know what? Tonight, my Twitch streamers are talking about me. Tonight is all about me. Everybody's going to be talking about me. I've got the perfect thing. It worked perfectly with Carter. Carter's chat loved it. So tonight, it's about me.
Dead kids, miscarriages, severed limbs, what party? By now, do I even have to explain how the Israeli colonial apparatus can be so callous?
Gonna tell Carter next stream? As if you haven't already a month ago. As if you haven't a month ago.
At the legal, administrative, and military level, Palestinians are not seen as fellow human beings. They have been flattened into a symbol for something else. And I'm not even sure I'm educated enough to tell you what they symbolize in the minds of the average IOF grunt or government lackey. All I can say is that the way that I hear some government officials talk about Palestine sure reminds me of the way US officials talked about black people, indigenous people, Chinese people, and anyone else we were exploiting for cheap labor. or living space. It sure reminds me of how an exploited underclass becomes a stand-in for decay, disease, and a threat to the status quo, to our way of life. But thankfully, in the midst of all this horrendous violence, we have the wise and compassionate liberal here to help. When Houthis in Yemen organized a pro-Palestinian blockade to prevent supplies from reaching Israel, the US did what came natural and started dropping bombs on brown people. When asked if these bombings were accomplishing anything, the wise and compassionate Joe Biden had this to say.
Are the airstrikes in Yemen working? Well, when you say working, are they stopping the Houthis? No. Are they going to continue? Yes.
How could he be so cavalier about indiscriminately bombing Yemen? It's simple. Joe Biden doesn't consider Yemenis human. Now, if you're a regular watcher of this channel, or at least if you've made it this far, I have to assume that you see these examples of cruelty and dehumanization, and if nothing else, they make you feel bad. It's uncomfortable to see what our fellow man is capable of. But I bring this up because I think that even those of us who recoil from right-wing anti-trans violence or Israeli terrorism still have to be careful because this impulse to flatten our neighbor lives inside all of us. Most of us just don't have the institutional power to commit atrocities over it. Let's go back to Israel, for example. Those of us protesting the actions of the state of Israel have to take care not to flatten every Israeli civilian into an IOF.
Sorry, I was crying because I was so hurt.
We can't apply a land-back framework to the conflict. That doesn't mean that we can't demand justice and accountability. And it doesn't mean that we have to just let a colonial project continue unimpeded. But it does mean we have to be very precise when we talk about violence, what's to be done, what's acceptable. Hearing about innocents being killed on 10/7 or thinking about me or my kid being scared hostages for months, that should all have a humanizing element as well. We may argue that Israel's actions made 10/7 predictable and inevitable, but that shouldn't blunt our empathy towards the loss of innocent life. And in the case of Israel specifically, we have to take care not to parrot anti-Semitic tropes or amplify neo-Nazi conspiracy theories just because there's a Star of David on the Israeli flag. In our rush to oppose genocide, we cannot bring along the tools that were used to conduct the previous one. Millions of Jews all around the world are standing in solidarity with Palestine, even within the state of Israel. So we don't want our righteous anger on behalf of Palestine to result in our friends catching strays. So keep that fury tight. And in the case of Kentucky, those of us disgusted by the...
Oh shit, the pinned chat went away. Oops. God damn it, where's my... Alright, here.
The actions of the legislature have to take care not to flatten everyone living in Kentucky or the American South into a symbol for racist backwards theocracy. The fact of the matter is that Kentucky has been abused and exploited by conservatives and liberals for over a century. Big business came in, slurped up coal, destroyed the terrain, murdered striking workers, and then they dipped, leaving behind communities on the brink of annihilation. Everyone who promised they could help has disappeared, usually with a chunk of taxpayer money in their pockets. Kentucky is full of desperate people who have had their heart broken 10,000 times by the system. The Republicans have a story that flatters that heartbreak. The story of a rugged people being screwed by big government and tree-hugging outsiders. Libs don't even have a story. They just say, learn to code, Cletus. That doesn't mean that any particular voter is not responsible for who they vote for, and it doesn't mean that there aren't a bunch of bigoted creeps out there lashing out at the other and trying to hurt as many people as they can. What it does mean is that there are also a bunch of just plain desperate, tired, demoralized people who have been lied to and exploited their entire lives, and they didn't deserve that. It also means there's a bunch of non-bigoted, non-creeps born in Kentucky who want to be able to live in their beautiful homeland without being threatened by a bunch of terrified theocrats clinging to a golden age that never existed. We shouldn't write them off as a lost cause. When we talk about oppression, when we talk about power structures, when we talk about systems, it forces us to leave behind that cheap South Park style centrism of, oh, both extremes are wrong. The truth is somewhere in the middle. The truth is not in the middle when it comes to the state of Israel genociding a captive indigenous population. The truth is not in the middle when it comes to the forced poverty and eugenicist policies deployed against disabled people. The truth is not in the middle when it comes to Republican book bans or using razor wire to drown refugees in the Rio Grande. However, all of us are stuck inside the systems we were born into. Maybe we were born on stolen land. Maybe the products we need to survive are being assembled by exploited labor. Maybe our municipal trash collection just dumps it in Ghana to make it their problem. Plus, all of us are stuck inside of a media landscape that is designed to...
South Park centrism is a term I didn't know I needed. As somebody who has watched a lot of South Park, I know that they have bad takes occasionally. For sure. I can't watch it anymore. I haven't watched it recently. I haven't watched the last few seasons. But not just occasionally. No, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I need to better articulate or form my opinion about this before I talk about it on stream. Because I understand. South Park is dumb. It's not something that people watch, but I've seen a lot of it, and I think it has good critiques in there also. It has some good stuff in there too.
Keep us from noticing or caring.
Again, I don't feel like I'm fully... I haven't watched it in so long too, so I'm having a hard time like remembering like specific issues they were wrong on. I remember, didn't like Mr. Garrison transition at some point? And I felt like that was like treated fairly well. Like she was just a woman for a long time, right?
Or, if nothing else, to just keep us from acting. I don't point this out because I think we need to sympathize with neo-Nazis or build alliances with right-wing genital inspectors.
It kind of seems like The Boys coded, but I don't think I've watched enough of it yet. Bro, I'm so glad you mentioned that. Yeah. I actually really like The Boys, the first 3 episodes. I think the last 2 episodes have been actually kind of bad. The last 2 episodes of The Boys made me a lot less excited. I think the first 3 were good. The first 3, I was like, hell yeah, I'm so glad this is back on. This is very interesting and good. But honestly, when the vice president character, Vicky, I think is her name or something, when she is clearly, for the new season, she is so obviously clearly supposed to be a stand-in for AOC, and she references AOC, and then in that same episode they reference Elizabeth Warren. I'm like, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Why would you do that? It's so weird. It's so weird. I hate that. It literally did break my immersion. That was the first time I was like, okay, wait, maybe the conservatives are kind of right about this show right now. Like, I don't know why, but that specifically of them mentioning specific politicians that exist in our real world, I was like, dude, you guys have jumped the shark. Like, you've jumped the shark. It's too far.
Anyway, fuck the police. Police. Fuck the police. Fuck the police. Wait, fuck the police.
Yeah, I kind of like that. Nothing. Can you put that in the Discord? We have alerts recommendations. Can you drop that in there? No, she's supposed to be progressive. She's doing that stuff, like all of this stuff. That's why the right wingers at that place were like upset that she was there. Norwegian in the last episode is because she's supposed to be progressive. She's actually supposed to be the progressive. It's so annoying.
Specters. I only point this out to remind myself not to write off whole states, whole regions, or whole countries worth of people. Every population is diverse, every region has its weird history and its weird quirks, and I'm willing to bet that in every little town in so-called flyover country, there are people who need the same things you need and struggle to get them, and they don't understand why. We have would-be allies all around us, and we don't have to compromise on our values to reach them. What I think we need is to tell them the right story. The true story. God, I sound like the Game of Thrones finale.
Stories. There's nothing in the world more powerful than a good story.
Remember, one of the elements that allows cops to be cruel is the story. The story of the...
Dude, this is true. And I am very 100% all in, and it is copium. I'll admit it's copium, but the power of film, in my opinion, is incredible. And I think, we hold a massive responsibility. As filmmakers, as content creators, I think that's a massive responsibility. And the story that is told is really fucking important. Films can change a person's life. Like, literally, seeing 5 Broken Cameras changed my life. I saw that movie in 2012. When did that shit come out? I saw it the year it came out. It's 2011. Yeah, 2011. I probably saw this in 2012, and it actually completely shaped my entire opinion on everything and made me join my Students for Justice in Palestine JVP coalition and get organized with that at my college and introduced me to so many different people. SoK Films, what up, man? We're talking about the revolutionary potential of film right now, actually. So you're perfect timing. I also think, if you think about it, if films weren't so powerful, then why was the Israeli government organizing screenings of a documentary in West LA organized by fucking Gal Gadot for all of Hollywood immediately after October 7th? Why was why was the White House screening Birth of a Nation when it came out, They screened that shit at the White House, and it was something that was hugely influential. It was the first Hollywood blockbuster film. Film has massive revolutionary potential, and the working class is well aware of this. So we should be aware of it too.
Thin blue line, the story of
the story is important.
Sheepdogs. One of the big elements of anti-refugee rhetoric is the story of a degenerate people fleeing the mess they made over there and coming to make a mess over here. One of the big elements of anti-trans rhetoric is the story of sex-obsessed weirdos disguising themselves in dresses to leer at people in the gym room. And
exactly.
The of Israeli genocide is the story of Palestine as bloodthirsty Amalekites who must be cleansed to protect a chosen people. These stories justify cruelty and inhumanity, just like they did in Nazi Germany and the Belgian Congo and the Spanish encomienda system and the American frontier and the Atlantic slave trade. We have to tell better stories, truer stories, because a lot of scared, desperate people out there don't know what the fuck is going on. Capitalism is in decline, housing is unaffordable, groceries are too expensive.
Yep.
Healthcare is inadequate when it's not bankrupting you. All business wants to do is enclose more of your life to rent back to you. Everyone is being squeezed and stepped on and bled dry. Plus, climate change is accelerating famines and wars and mass migrations. And that horror show is only just getting started. Cruel.
And like, it's a much easier story to tell to just blame this on migrants. Do you understand? Like, when you hear Republican voters speak about migrants in some ways that you're like, what the fuck is in their brain? What is going on? That is a genuine emotional reaction to all of the things he just mentioned. They are angry at the system that is breaking them down, ruining their lives. Everything's getting worse. Like, literally all of that. And they just package it all into some really neat little ball. And they say, oh, well, that's because of migration. Oh, well, that explains it. You know what I mean? And they never think about it further than that. They don't actually look for the true reason and like what is actually going on. They just say, oh, it must be the migrants or whatever. You know? And that's why capitalism's failures, you know, lend very well into fascism. They did this in Germany. An economically destitute Germany after World War II, forced to pay a lot of reparations to a lot of their states because of World War II. You know, like they were going through a massive economic like downfall. Inflation was out of control, and Hitler came in and he said, "Oh, it's all because of the Jews." And they were like, "Okay, cool. Let's take care of that problem then." You know, like it's actually like way more annoyingly simple than like it's like like lizard brain in such a way, you know. It's because the complicated answers are hard, but that's where like film can come in, because if you tell these complicated answers through a story, through a love story, through, you know, like through other ways, like, you know, Les Miserables or something, you know, where you're hiding the revolutionary story inside of a love story. Like, I mean, Reds, even stuff like that. Like, I think you can really affect people. You can really change people's minds and hearts. Even like something like the fucking Matrix, dude. You know what I mean? Like, our generation's distrust of the wealthy, how much of that is how many children's stories were like Who Framed Roger Rabbit, where the guy who's the antagonist is some greedy suit wearing capitalist who's like here to ruin everything you love for the sake of money. Like, that story has been told quite a lot over the past few years, over the past 20 years. You know, and that does have a genuine, Chicken Run is a great example too. Like, that shit has a genuine political impact on the world, and you can't tell me otherwise. Like, I'm sorry, you just can't. You can't. It just does. And if it didn't, then the IOF wouldn't have Gal Gadot out there organizing fucking film screenings immediately after October 7th, as in the heat of the war. What are they spending their time doing? They're organizing a fucking film screening in LA. You know? If that's the case, there's so many shows now filled with leftist progressive views. Yes, and that's good. That's good. It should stay that way. Like, I don't think you understand how much of a W it is for the left that most artists are leftists. That is a huge, massive W. And we have to preserve it. Kick out right-wingers from your fucking film classes. Bully that kid. You know? Don't let these people have space in our spaces. Like, they don't get that. Oh, bro, Daily Mail, hello. Why do you think the Daily Mail is investing so fucking much in these shit-ass shows? Because they understand the power of culture. They understand the power of culture. You know what I mean? I just thought Starship Troopers was cool, and here you are. And here you are. Exactly my point. Or not the Daily. What is it? Daily Mail? Yeah. Wait, isn't that? Yeah, it's the Daily Mail, right? Ben Shabibo's Daily Wire. That's it. Thank you. Yeah, the Daily Wire.
Well, bigots have a story that explains all of that. It's a lie, but it's quick to tell. If we want to see less cruelty and less dehumanization in the world, we have to tell a better story. A story that reminds a desperate, scared person over here that they have a lot more in common with scared, desperate people over there than they might think. A story that explains who is actually exploiting them. And a story that outlines what to do about it. A story about solidarity, and fundamentally, a story about hope. See, one of the most grim and depressing elements of the cruel stories propping up the status quo.
Dude, it's like fucking Andor. Guys, Andor is revolutionary propaganda. One Piece is revolutionary propaganda. Do you know what I mean? Like, these things matter. Creating this art changes people. It changes people. And that's why when I go to protests, I see the fucking the straw hat Jolly Roger. I see that all over. Like, One Piece is out there, and One Piece fans are out there, and it's because they watched One Piece. It's because they watched One Piece.
Is the fact that the cruelty can never stop. There will never be an end. The enemy will never be defeated. In the conservative mind, decay and degeneration are always just around the corner and must be guarded against via weapons stockpiles and roving militias and tight patriarchal controls. There's always going to be a nefarious other plotting against our way of life. There's always going to be kids born in the community with ideas about their gender or their sexuality that need to be disciplined out of them.
Always.
The conservative story is a convenient lie, but it's also a trap. It locks people into an eternal foxhole, an eternal war. And that shit's tiring. We have a better story, a truer story, and one that has a happy ending. Because there is enough to go around for everyone today. Enough food.
That's what I'm saying, dude. We have hope on our side. We have hope on our side. Like, that's the thing that I think leftists lose it sometimes. I think it's really easy to be in doomerism and to be like, everything sucks and fuck the world and the way it works. But like, I think the center, and that is true. It is true. But the center of that always has to be things can get better. It always has to be things can be better than the way they are now. Things can get better. You have to have optimism and you have to have hope. And that this is true. This is a factual, observable truth that there's enough food, there's enough housing, there's enough clothing, there's enough medicine. We can do this right now if we wanted to. If we wanted to, the world could be so different right now. And all it takes is convincing people and getting people involved and being optimistic yourself, not letting the world as it is. We have to be prepared for what can be, unburdened by what has been. You know what I mean? You guys know what I mean?
Enough housing, enough clothing, enough medicine, enough stuff. It's just been very badly allocated by a very small number of people. People with soft bellies and fragile necks. People who could not stop all of us if we moved in concert.
Yep.
And importantly for me, people who could also
Don't say that. That's literally everything that I was saying. It was summed up in that Kamala quote. It's true.
The happy ending if they wanted to. I don't thirst for some climactic battle between good and evil. A bunch of landlords just have to give up their rental properties and live like the rest of us. I'm not someone who salivates thinking about people getting the wall. This doesn't have to end with bloodshed. A bunch of rich people just have to accept having enough instead of the too much that they are accustomed to. Do I think they're going to choose that freely without some duress? No, of course not. But the difference between me and a conservative is I want them to. I don't want to conquer. I want to collaborate. I'd rather not waste time fighting and instead focus on writing a new story for a new world together with everyone. Think of what we could build if we weren't building fighter jets and aircraft carriers. Is that a more compelling story than some grim door?
Yes, man. Yes. Like, imagine a world in which instead of spending, hundreds of billions of dollars on military development and buying and like developing and putting all of our best minds into making the most efficient and smartest and best way to blow up a Palestinian child, those people like helped us to make medicine or like worked on cancer or like just imagine, if we invested the money we invest in murder on other things. Like, this is like the heart of abolition. If the money we spent on policing was spent on education, on food programs, on housing, on addressing the things that cause people to do crime, how would that affect crime? Would we still need those police that we just defunded? Would we? I guess we'll never know. I guess we'll never fucking know, because all we do is defund our education system, defund our social systems, force people into poverty, and deal with the repercussions with violence and cages. You know what I mean? Like, at some point that has to change.
Orc edgelord fantasy about being the thin steel line in the forever war against the shadow hordes. I don't know, it is for me. Were we really put on this earth just to hate our neighbor and die with our bony fingers clinging to a gun? Is that really all mankind can aspire to? I guess I just think we're capable of so much more than that.
And it's honestly, it's corny, but this kind of focusing on this kind of shit is really important too. Like it gets a little corny when we talk about this stuff. It is. I understand. I get it. I understand if you're cringing at home. I understand. But also it's really important, because if we don't have this understanding of what we're fighting for, of like what can be, that if we want it, this can happen. It becomes doomer, and we get destructive, we get reactionary. We need to be fighting for something, and there's so much to gain. There's so much to gain for all of us.
Speaking of stories, I'll leave you with this.
It's about talking to people, exactly. And I say this all the time too, that if your activism is not rooted in love for humans, then I think you need to step away from activism and organizing. And like, if you don't have a love for your neighbor just on the basis of them being a human, then I don't think you're in the right place. It's true. I love humans. I think humans are beautiful, incredible creatures. I love them so much. It amazes me all the time what people are able to create, and I want the best for every single one of them. And that's what drives me to be involved in this and to pay attention to when other humans are having, are getting the raw end of the deal and being fucking, murdered and shit. Like, that's what drives me to be a part of this. And it's not a negative emotion. I'm doing this out of love, And I think you should hold that in your heart too. It's really, really important, in fact.
This final one. I was midway through my career as a cop, thought I knew everything, and one day I was out on a call with an officer of Mexican descent. The officer let me know in passing that one of the local gangsters that we were always dealing with had moved from one apartment to another in the area. And I remarked that I'd known a bunch of families in the area that moved down the road or around.
I gave up. I'm leaving USA soon. Hey, I've been there, bro. I've been there, and I'm telling you, Gucci, that is not giving up. You are going to you're going to love humans so much more. As soon as you leave the US, you're going to love humans so much more. You're going to be so blown away by the generosity of people and customs and cultures outside of the US. US society is awful. It's individualistic. It hurts you. It makes your soul painful. American society is sick. And when you get out of it, you really realize how sick it is. You really, really do. And as much as I love America, like, this place is fucking sick, and it makes me sick. It fucking sucks. Yeah, it's so true. It's so true. It fucking sucks here. And you should be mad about it. But also, I think it's totally okay to leave. I advocate for it. I say, get your passport. I don't know. I was at a party with a bunch of activist friends, and I kind of like jokingly brought it up to them. I was like, "So where are you guys moving like after January?" You know, and they were like, "Oh, I'll be here. I'm always staying here." And I was like, "Bro, I am not dying for this country. I don't give a fuck. Like, I will leave if it came to it. I will get the fuck out of here so fast. I do not care. I really do not. I am of no value inside of a fucking death camp. Like, I'm sorry. No siree. You will not find me there. I will leave this shit so fast. I will run. Like, it ain't happening. And they kind of made me question that. They kind of made me feel bad. I was like, why don't I have a connect? I don't know. I was just like, no, fuck that shit. I'm out. I owe nothing. I have no allegiance. Yeah, I would not go to the Netherlands. I'd go to like Mexico or like Vietnam. Asia's cool. Where are you going, Gucci? Yeah, I couldn't live in Europe. It's too expensive. I feel like it has a lot of the same problems as the US. Vietnam, most likely, for real? Well, honestly, legitimately, you sound pretty decided. If you want advice, you can reach out in Discord. I literally moved there for lived there for 3 years. I made the same move you did in 2016 when Trump was being elected then, around the same time. I moved there in October. And it was about this time that we were like fully committed to doing it. So happy to talk you through what that looks like, or if you have any other questions or anything.
Around the block, but they never left the neighborhood. So I said to my buddy, I don't get it. Like, this area is a shithole, but a bunch of people talk like, I'm going to live here till I die. Why are these people so committed to some ghetto in Southeast LA? And my buddy said, well, you don't get it because you're white and you were born here. He said this area is mostly immigrants. They left their homes, their families.
See?
Their culture.
This is where I felt I was on this side of this conversation, where I was like, yeah, I don't have a connection to this place.
Come here and start a new life, and a lot of them worked
like this is what I'm talking about.
A lot to make it happen, and now this is their home. If you lost your home for a long time and then made a new home finally after a lot of effort, don't you think you'd want to stay? And I was like, fuck, you're right. And I sat with that for a while. It was one of the first times in law enforcement that I could actually see the way that I wasn't thinking of local residents as fully intelligent human beings with hopes and dreams. Immigration had been this abstract thing, this process that happens out of sight, like plumbing or wiring. My buddy's simple, true story about what motivated the residents ripped everything out from behind that drywall for me. And it forced me to confront how not abstract immigration really is. These were real flesh and blood families chasing a better life, people just like me doing exactly what I'd do if I was in their shoes.
Oh, I have something to say about this, but I'm trying to like think about how to say it. Okay, we've watched a lot of videos about the border and listened to a lot of interviews with people on the border, and I think it was even more true then with when these people that he's speaking about came, or when my friend's parents may have immigrated here. a lot of immigration is based on an idea of the United States that is just simply false. And I don't think that I don't obviously blame the people who immigrate here for that. This doesn't invalidate the thing that they're saying. However, I think as somebody who grew up here, you may have a different understanding of what the true nature of America is, rather than somebody who's invested as much as an immigrant to come here and do that, and be in this place and like invested in that fantasy of what the American dream is. You know what I mean? Than somebody who maybe grew up here and has lived it and seen the bad sides of it. Also, welcome in Doodleburb Raiders. I hope you had a great stream, Doodleburb. If you guys are in here before the Doodleburb raid and you've never heard the words Doodleburb before, well, god damn it, you better fucking get used to that words, because Doodleburb is one of my very, very favorite streamers on the platform. Definitely deserve your follow. Please go follow Doodleburb. Join in on a Doodleburb stream. Doodleburb is super awesome, great vibes, really smart, covers topics that we also cover on this stream a lot. We dialogue. I truly hang out in Doodleburb stream as often as I can. As often as I can. Please go follow Doodleburb if you're in here. Please. Please don't make me beg. I've tried to have these conversations with people trying to move to America, and they always say like, "Oh, it's better than where I came from," and it's like, sure, but don't you want more? I think it's also, I don't know, man. As somebody who's traveled a lot in the developing world, and I don't know, I don't know what perspective you would need to have to be an authority on this. I will only speak to my relationship with America, and like, I don't know what it's like to be in a developing country, to grow up like that, right? I don't know. But from my perspective as somebody who grew up in America and then went to the developing world, lived there, and also while I was living there, traveled to a bunch of different other countries that are very undeveloped and like are you know, like victims of the imperialism that afforded the nice life I had in America. Those people are fucking happier. Like in general, those people, I have no sense of pity for any of the people that I was hanging out with that in America we would call them, you know, impoverished or something. It's just pity is the furthest thing I could think of or feel towards a lot of these people. And I feel anger about the injustice that they don't have access to like basic, you know, healthcare or water or infrastructure. I feel anger about that, but I don't feel pity about them at all, because they are happier than anybody I know in America, and their sense of community is stronger, and they are, you know, like I think it's really hard to explain the ways that American society is toxic, and I feel like people have different experiences inside of America too, so I don't know. Maybe some immigrant communities do have that. They bring that sense of community that they, you know, and the communal collective nature that comes from their own cultures and stuff. So I'm not a part of those, but I can tell you from the culture that I live in, this place sucks and I fucking hate it, and it's awful and really toxic and hard to live in, and it makes you turn off the parts of you that are most human in order to enjoy it at all. Yeah, it's Laura. I mean, I feel the same way. I think it's like, it's just hard to compare. It's really hard to compare. Also, dude, somebody came in today and said I was owned by the Jews because I told them they didn't kill Jesus. It was the Romans. Apparently, that was an anti-Semitic talking point. Yeah, saying Jews killed Jesus is that's fucking weird. That's fucking weird. Sorry you had to deal with that, Doodle. But I hope you had a good stream playing Kingdom Hearts. I don't know. We're finishing up this video right now. But this is a great combo. And if there are non-American chatters in here, or American chatters who moved here from somewhere else, those opinions would be greatly appreciated right now.
My buddy could not have known it, but his story was that...
Dude, it never does, Doodle. The craziest chatters, you can always like tell them because they never are talking about the thing you're doing. They never join in on the conversation. They join the chat and try to have their own conversation. That's like the most annoying thing. I will deal with the weirdest, worst opinion chatter if they just talk about what we are talking about. You know what I mean? If you just, like, I will never ban you, no matter what you say, if you just talk about what we're talking about. You can have the worst, if, like, I would welcome if there was one person in the chat who just had the worst take on everything we were talking about, but they were always on topic. That would be my favorite chatter. That would literally be my favorite chatter. I would VIP that chatter. You know what I mean? Like, I would love them to death. But just coming in and just spewing bullshit about something completely unrelated is annoying as hell. It's so fucking annoying. AK, I know AK is annoying because he never talks about what we're talking about. He is the quintessential shit. He's the quintessential. Who is Hot Wheels? XX Hot Wheels? Is that a chatter we should get in here? Oh my god, Jaina, what the fuck? What the fuck? We need Hybrid Vigor. I recognize that name. Oh, a Grimlow chatter that likes to lick boots? Ooh, yeah, bring him in. Bring him in.
Seed of empathy pushed deep.
Wait, where's Hybrid from? Is that... Oh, no, Hybrid is... Oh, yeah, Hybrid's a Carter chatter, right? And Carter's always defending him? Yeah.
In my chest, and...
dude, you're right. I'm so burdened by what has been. You're so right.
One that would grow and flower in some unexpected ways. I just wonder how many other people are out there waiting for the right seed to find purchase. Anyway, what do you think? Have you ever been flattened into a caricature? Or have you found yourself doing the flattening? Let us know down in the comments. As always, I appreciate you spending time with me tonight. Please give that like button.
Dude, I like this guy so much.
And subscribe if you haven't. And I have this theory that YouTube is punishing videos that talk frankly about the situation in Gaza. So if you found my thoughts valuable, please pass this video along to somebody that you think might find it interesting. Thanks again for your time. Be safe out there.
Link for the video? It's pinned. It's pinned in the chat still. But here you go. Wait, where? God damn it, dude.
Care of each other. And I hope I get to see you on the next one. Have a good night.
I love this channel so much, man. I don't know why. I just think the way that he constructs arguments is so clear to my brain. It makes me feel great. I just like, I have a, yeah, he's such a good communicator in a way that so few channels like actually do. He comes out with a lot of empathy. Yeah, I agree, man. I agree. Here, let's watch. He's been posting shorts lately, so let's watch some of his shorts. Wait, what the fuck? Oh yeah, here.
Hey there, I used to be a cop and I'm going to tell you why the police don't keep you safe. The vast majority of my career was spent responding to calls for service, meaning crimes that had already happened. Very rarely did we prevent a crime from happening. Proactive police response mainly involved hassling homeless people, young men walking down the street, sometimes finding a small amount of drugs, very rarely a gun. Assaults, robberies, and worse still happened every night.
Yep.
The problem is that police do not address the root causes of crime: economic desperation, trauma and hopelessness, and untreated mental illness. Arrest and imprisonment not only worsen these circumstances, but money that could have gone towards reducing poverty and treating people instead gets funneled to hire more cops, who in turn make everything worse through arrest and imprisonment. Think about the nicest neighborhood in your city. Is there a lot of police activity there? If not, police must not be the drivers of safety.
Dude, so effective. So good. Please blow this guy the fuck up, guys. Please blow him the fuck up. We need him to be huge. We need this guy to be massive, okay? We need this guy to be Mr. Beast.
Hey there, I used to be a cop, and I'm going to tell you why police unions aren't real labor unions and why cops aren't part of the labor movement. This one's easy. When a real union goes on strike, who do the bosses call to attack and
Have you watched any of Flesh Simulators videos? No.
harass workers?
I'll add it though. I'll sub.
Bosses have always used cops to assault
I've never heard of it.
organized labor. From the Battle of Blair Mountain in 1921 to the Minneapolis Teamsters Strike of 1934 to the Little Steel Strike in 1937, all the way to the Charleston Longshoremen Strike of 2000. Just recently, Amazon, Starbucks, and DHL have been caught colluding with police to illegally harass union organizers. Guess I was wrong when I said cops aren't part of the labor movement, because they are.
True. Oh my god, this is such a good point.
Historically, they've always been the enemy of workers demanding fair pay and dignified treatment. Cops are the blunt instrument wielded by bosses. They will never be your ally.
Delaware.
The case for getting rid of Delaware.
I'm going to tell you.
The oldest state. The second
Whoa, this is crazy. Wait, what the fuck? Does he have his camera like running into...
solid contender for the boringest state.
What the fuck? He has his camera like running into a projector behind him, or what is going on?
1.8 million corporations standing on top of each other under a trench coat. You see, Delaware is known for having...
Yo, that's sick. That's crazy. Okay, I'll subscribe. We're not gonna watch this right now though. Dang, that looks cool. Cool. Thanks for the recommendation. He's a very new YouTuber. Oh, cool. I love that. Yeah, I always try to, when I can, highlight some smaller YouTubers. Like... Okay, I'll give you guys the choice. Should we watch a street food video by a smaller YouTuber named Saji Sharma? Or should we watch When Cops Face Overpowered Criminals? One for the street food, about a discussion about Indian street food. Two for over cops getting beaten by overpowered criminals. Beep, 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 beep. Measuring. Oh shit, we're tied. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. I think 2 is winning. Okay. Okay, let's do 2. We can do both. Maybe I'll just do like 8 hours of only reacts tonight. I gotta pee, but I'm worried about leaving this on. I don't know if this is... We'll watch it tonight too, Fears. I don't know if I should leave this on. I think it'll be scary and...
He's trying to grab my gun. Get the other cook. Get the other cook. He's dangerous.
Taser now!
He's dangerous.
I'm trying to get the taser.
I'll wait until it calms down.
These were the moments where cops were overpowered by suspects, starting with this case of a suspect who was so strong that the officer needed more backup.
I'll be right back.
Boy, Harry, I'm starting to feel
If anything crazy happens, just like scream really loud.
dizzy. He punched me in the head multiple times.
On February 10th, 2022, a police officer confronted a man reported to have committed a crime. However, this was no average man, as the officer would soon discover.
Hey, Tom, what's going on, right? Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Put your stuff down and get on the ground. Get on the ground now. Get on the ground now. Get on the ground now.
Listen.
The suspect took a fighting stance, setting the stage for an intense fight.
Taser deployed. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground, dude. Are you gonna get sprayed? Get on the ground now. Get on. Man. Get on the ground. You hear me? Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground now. Get on the ground now. Get on the ground now. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Yeah. Get. Yeah. On the ground before I shoot you. On the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground now.
Oh shit, he took his shirt off. Oh, it's fucking on, dude.
Get on the ground right now.
Just wait for units. They're coming. Just wait. They're coming.
Sweetheart, I'm starting to feel dizzy. He punched me in the head multiple times.
Dispatch's idea for the cops to wait for backup was excellent, especially since the suspect was clearly overpowering them at that moment.
He was beating the shit out of him, bro.
With backup officers now on scene, the officers had the numerical advantage, with a total of 4 cops present, and the fight was only bound to get even more interesting from here.
Was he already tased?
He should be by the gas station, John.
Get on the ground. Was he already tased? Huh? Is he gonna get on the ground? Sit down.
Oh my god, dude, immediately. Oh my god, dude. This guy's a fucking... He knows how to fucking fight, bro. He got this guy in the headlock immediately. Look at this. How did you fuck this up? You totally took him over. Look how high you are. You should be way lower. First off.
Get on the ground.
If you're gonna do this, tackle him down here. And then grab the back of his knees. Okay, I used to be a really good wrestler. All right, I would be good in a fight. Don't give them advice. I'm giving you the advice, dumbass. They can't hear me. Do you think they can hear me through the video, or what is going on? Huh? You need to go lower. The camera's blocking them? What are you talking about? You need to go lower. Go for the knees. And then what is this? Wait, was I blocking it? Oh. Wait, you couldn't see?
Get on the ground. Sit down.
Oh yeah, you couldn't see. Sorry. And then this, what is this move right here? Alright, fine. We'll do the fucking Hassan mode. We'll go Hassan mode.
Get that taser. Get that taser. Yep. Here you go, guys. Work together. Work together. Get the arm.
Work together. Work together. Don't punch each other or shoot each other.
Together. All right. I got one arm. All right. All right. There you go, guys. Good job.
The suspect was apprehended and charged with multiple offenses. While 4 cops were required to detain this man, the next suspect required no less than 10 cops before he could be stopped. On May 8th, 2022, while on patrol, a Kamak village...
Also, to be clear, this guy's problem was that he wasn't water. When interacting with cops, be like water. See him right here? He's being like a tree. Water would run away. Water would run away.
Here you go, guys.
Situation quickly escalated to a highly dangerous level.
How can I help you?
Would you run away when they had a gun pointed at you? Bro, if they didn't shoot me while I was punching a cop in the head multiple times, I don't think they're going to shoot me while running away. Yeah, I think I'm probably going to be okay.
Doing good. How can I help you?
My name.
Okay.
My name,
I mean, yeah. What can I do?
Also, Poo Sama, not anymore. Not anymore. I maybe did back then, but nowadays, it's more belly than anything, brother. It's too much belly now. I need to get ripped, dude.
I do for you.
Twitch Wrestling League win? Oh. Dude, Jana, that'd be so sick. Oh my god, that's $1 billion idea, Jana. Never speak of it again. I'm gonna time you out so nobody can see it. Keep that idea close. Keep that idea close. That's $1 billion idea. That's a really good idea. Wait, Will wrestle too? Really? That's interesting. I mean, Will would absolutely cook me. Yeah, he would fucking cook me, man. Because he's in way better shape than me. When I was wrestling, I was in the best shape of my life, you know? But I also gave it up because I was tired of cutting weight and starving myself for multiple days. How long did you wrestle? I wrestled from like 13 to 16, 17. I went to, okay, not to brag, but since we're talking about it, I did go to Austria and compete in a international competition, and I did get 4th in my weight class at that international competition. I was very good. Yeah, I really liked wrestling a lot. But I quit because I got a girlfriend and was tired of cutting weight, and this is kind of toxic, dude. Bro. Ugh. I don't even want to say this, but like, can you do a song request? Like, sing it? Yeah. $20 tip. I'll sing any song. D7 Mayo. $20 tip. I'll sing any song. Five gifted subs. No, react to a song? Okay. 5 gifted subs. I'll react to a song. Sure. Yeah. 5 gifted or 2,000 bits.
Talk. I put my thumb out. You didn't pull over.
Okay. What can I do for you? Are you okay?
Solid, man.
Okay. What can I do for you?
We all participate in capitalism. Damn straight.
Chat. I put my thumb out.
Yeah, it was really toxic. Like a lot of like, I don't know, man. It was gay in like a really toxic way, and like, I don't know, sexual assault. Shit, it was bad. It was, yeah. It was not. It was weird, dude.
No, you didn't respond. So.
Oh man, I can't stop in the middle of traffic. I pulled over. I mean, I'm here or not?
I mean, it's not really traffic. You know?
Okay. Well, I can't park in the middle of the street. I mean, it's not necessary.
I understand.
What can I do for you?
You were sexually assaulted? It's more like just I was like around. It was just like part of the culture. Yes, I mean probably, but like it was just like everybody. Like it was part of the culture. Like, yeah. You give 14, 15, 16-year-old boys the tools to like grab somebody up in a way on the ground so that their legs are like spread open. Like that's going to be used in aggressive ways. Yeah. It's just, it's hard to say it's just like boy stuff, but like in the most genuine way, like it's just boy stuff. Like it's just a part of growing up. And I don't say that to make excuses for it. It's gross and disgusting. But it is just a part of it's like a cultural thing. I don't know what to say. I'm curling into shame right now, right? Honestly. I don't know. Wrestling sucked. So I quit while I was 16. Sorry, don't mean to make light. No, I mean it is what it is, dude. It is what it is. It's a part of it. It was a part of it. And the coaches certainly weren't helping. Nobody was stopping it. Yeah, yeah.
You with you, my man?
I'm solid. I don't need anything.
Okay. What you doing out here, my friend?
Walking.
Okay. Well, was that you that moved the cones over there?
Yeah.
You sure? Because I was told that you did. Let's have a seat over here. Let's talk, man. If you don't mind, let's have a seat.
The suspect refused to comply with Officer Josh's order, which...
Is he under detainment? He has every right to walk away from this. He has every right to walk away from this at this point, by the way.
Marked the beginning of a highly eventful confrontation.
I need to see some ID, sir. Come here. Come here. Come here. Turn around. Turn around.
Don't do that.
Turn around. Do not do this.
Bro,
do not do this. Turn around.
Do this.
You turn around. Turn the fuck around.
You don't want to do this, bro.
Turn around. Turn around. Stop resisting.
You don't want to do this.
What are you arresting me for? Wait, like, hold on. This guy is entirely in the right now. This guy's done nothing wrong. He is absolutely like innocent. There's no reason for this guy to be putting his hands on him at all. Like the cop is 100% in the wrong right now.
Another unit. Brentwood, North McKinley, stop. Stop. Stop fighting.
Oh God! And then this guy wearing a blue lines like what the fuck? Ah, dude, the guy in the sandals walking over to help the cop.
Just let me go. I'll fill in the bed. No. You're under arrest right now. Put your hands behind your back.
Oh my God, he is wearing a Blue Lives Matter. Fuck.
Stop. Tase him, Tosh. Get on the ground. Tase him now, goddammit.
Tase him now? Huh? Okay, also, he never put his hands on that other cop once. This guy has not identified him as a cop. This is a random fucking person who has instigated the assault on the other guy. 100% within his rights to self-defend him here. He never once put hands on the other cop. There is no assaulting a police officer charge, in my opinion here.
I'm trying to get the tape.
This guy never identified himself as a cop.
God damn it, fucker. Josh, hit you again. Ah, shit, I shot my fucking self.
He shot. How does that happen? Oh my God, what a fucking idiot. He's tasing himself.
Get the fuck down.
Call for help on the radio. Right here.
Get the fuck off me.
Josh.
The guy's like, Josh, you're really fucking this up, Josh.
Fucking ran, fucking broke. What the fuck? You're under arrest.
Yo, the cop. Okay, again, this guy is still not identified himself as a cop. Him saying you're under arrest is the same as me saying to all of you, you're under arrest. Like, none of that fucking matters. Like, how the fuck, like, why the fuck would this guy respect rando walking up in sandals motherfucker an authority? Still, as we are on the ground fighting, I don't know if I see anything that is illegal here. I don't know if the cop has given, like the actual cop, has he given any lawful orders? Has he literally given any lawful orders? What was the crime? Yeah, like... Another fucking sandal wearer. Another sandal wearer motherfucker comes up. Like, this is the community that he's in. I would definitely go blow to blow with this motherfucker if he put hands on me. Are you kidding me?
Josh, get on the radio. Call for him.
It's his wife. It's the cop's wife, too, for sure. She's like, hey, he don't get to be nobody but me like that. You better stop it. It's kind of turning me on to see him beat up on somebody. It's freaking me out, brother. You better quit it. You better stop it.
Shit, you're under arrest. I didn't do shit. Josh, put a fucking handcuff on. I'm trying to get you. I didn't do shit, motherfucker.
Yeah, he's right. He's literally right.
This officer,
and he still hasn't fought the cop, the uniformed cop. He's just fighting a civilian right now.
Paul Blart, and seems to be out of shape. He
even the YouTubers like this guy's literally Paul Blart.
His laser shot himself with it, broke his radio, and lost complete control of the situation. Luckily, an off-duty chief arrived to help him. Finally, Officer Josh managed to call for backup.
Like, what is the press? What are they gonna try to say here? That like, oh yeah, anytime an off-duty cop gets into a fight, it's assaulting a police officer? Like, what is that? He started the interaction. Right now, the only guy he's fought with is this off-duty guy. And also, like, the off-duty guy, like, these guys must not get into confrontational and like things very often. Like, I don't understand what
to call for backup.
The guy is like resisting as hard as he can, and again with good reason. He's just being tackled by a fucking rando in sandals wearing a Blue Lives Matter shirt. Yeah, they live in bumfuck nowhere. Like, he has every right to resist being tackled by this random dude who hasn't announced himself as police, is not operating as police. He's off duty.
Okay.
I haven't really heard Josh say he's under arrest. Has Josh said you're under arrest? Because that's the only person who fucking matters in this situation as of now. If the chief came up and said, I'm also the police, I'm chief of police, showed his badge, and then said he's under arrest, now we're talking about different things. But that hasn't happened.
We just no.
We need multiple people to hold him down. He's handcuffed. Okay. I need to get off of him. Let's get more help because we're tired.
Even with additional officers, they couldn't restrain him.
Bro, his sandals fell off.
Necessitating the deployment of the full cavalry.
All right, flip mode. All right, go ahead, flip mode. Stop.
Oh no, his Blue Lives Matter shirt got ripped. Oh. Guys, if you sub right now, I will donate to get this guy a new Blue Lives Matter shirt. Everybody who's sad about the Blue Lives Matter shirt, I promise I will donate it to his house. I will donate all proceeds to any subs that come in right now to his house. I promise. It's going to go straight to him.
George Floyd style, bro.
And I missed the top of the hour, so the ad already ran, but I did want to plug once an hour.
Be quiet.
The suspect was charged with 2 counts of first-degree battery and disorderly conduct. The next officer, who happened to be pregnant, was viciously assaulted by the suspect.
Huh? Brother, we're just gonna brush over the fact that we got pregnant cops on the road? That seemed, I mean, my brain is breaking.
Stop! Back up! Stop! Stop!
On August 3rd, 2023, a pregnant police officer in New Mexico received a radio report about a carjacked SUV. Ignoring the risk, she immediately initiated pursuit upon spotting the vehicle. As the suspect
she said free abortion, W.
Realized he was being pursued, he began
That seems dangerous as fuck. Yeah, what the fuck? Why would you go into that situation while pregnant? That's insane.
Reversing his car, repeatedly colliding with the officer's vehicle in an attempt to force her off the road.
And she didn't say, "Hey, I'm ducking out." Yeah, Jaina. At first I was like that, but now that I'm hearing the full context of the story, I'm like, wait, did she was like she's like genuinely asking for it. She's like genuinely really putting herself in this situation. Like, you could just pump the brakes a little bit at any moment during this. You could just pump the brakes.
Situation escalated further when he made a final attempt to collide with her.
10-4, he's not going to take Old Denver Highway. He has a tire iron.
What?
Bellini, stop. 146 income. There's a biker.
Bro, he just tried to hit the biker. Oh my god.
He just get off the road. Can you get off the road? He's dangerous.
Duh. You think you need to tell him that? He just almost got hit by him. What? You go, huh? Just park your car, girl. Just park your car, girl. Just stop.
Get off the road.
320.
Just stop.
He is still driving down 63. We're going towards into Pecos. He attempted to hit a person on a bike. 146 Centcom. There are more people.
Okay, bro. When he does a Yui and turns towards you, you gotta get out of the situation.
On the bikes. I'm gonna hit him head on.
Oh my god, this is crazy. This is crazy. Holy shit.
46 Centcom, he's still going. He's crashing my vehicle intentionally as well.
Stop turning around, man. Let him go.
We're here at the 2. He's on foot. 146 Centcom, he's running at me.
Stay in the car.
Stop! I'm gonna fucking tase you, dude. Stop. Stop.
Back up.
Stop. Stop.
Is he doing that with his hand? It looks like it's just like a baseball hat. At first I thought it was like a helmet. Is it a helmet?
I'm gonna fucking.
It looks like just like a what? I don't know, the way it's moving, it looks flat.
Fucking tase you, dude.
I thought it was a helmet at first too.
Stop.
No, but look, yeah, like it's like folding in on itself.
Stop.
Back up.
For sure.
Stop. Stop.
Dude, that's insane. That's I feel like I couldn't break a fucking windshield with my bare hand. What? Straight up just his fist. Yeah, what the fuck? This guy the Hulk? PZP meth maybe, yeah.
The pregnant officer found herself at a disadvantage when the suspect approached her, but a glimmer of hope emerged when an unexpected individual stepped in.
Bro, oh, you let a rando get the arrest?
Stop!
Bro, what is going on with randos? Guys, I don't know if I need to tell you this, but if you see this happening, the only acceptable thing to do is film it. Film it. Hello?
Stop!
Fuck no, don't help. What do you mean help the cop? What are you kidding? You're not only are you doing the wrong thing morally, you're exposing yourself to so much litigation. Bro, what? You couldn't pay me to get involved with a lawsuit. Have to go to court and shit like that? Oh my god. Yeah, massive legal liability. You ain't protected like these cops. Dude, that's why, Jaina, did you watch? I don't know if you watched there was the most recent like UCLA stream I did where they tried to reset the encampment because most of the front of the line of the police line were like private cops. And I was like, how are they doing this? Like, private cops were like putting their hands on people and like punching people. Like somebody they were putting their hands on me. And it was like, what the fuck? Like, do you guys realize how much liability you are personally taking by doing this? Like, what the fuck are you thinking? You are not protected like the cops are. Like, you can't just assault people. Like, what the fuck are you thinking? It was insane. You are not a cop. These people are a special, like, they have special designation with laws, man. The laws literally don't apply to them. You are not that person. You are not that. You do not have that. So don't get involved with this shit, no matter what. No matter what. Also, I'm going to try to find a funny video, I remember.
Don't let him get in! Stop, stop! Stop! Don't fucking do it!
Cut it out, cut it out, cut it out.
Thank you.
Cut it out.
Stop, stop. He's trying to, stop. No, he's trying to grab my gun.
Get out the cup, get out the cup. Get out the cup.
You motherfucker. I'm gonna fucking tase you.
I got it.
I'm gonna fucking tase you.
Cut it the fuck out. Cut it out.
What's your problem? Stop resisting.
He's got him in a fucking armbar, dude. What the fuck is that? Dude, I can't find anything on the internet tonight, and I blame Google for being absolute garbage. But there's a really funny video where the guy is standing on his porch watching a police like chase a guy, and the police like are fat and running by and like really struggling, and he's like, the cop's like, help me, and he's like, what the fuck do you mean help you? It's so fucking funny. It's so funny.
Just let me go.
I can't find that video, but
Officer managed to
oh yeah, you know what I'm talking about, Stanley. It's so funny.
Off the suspect, but only to the front due to the suspect's resistance. However, the arrival of a male backup cop turned the tide of the encounter.
Shut up. Shut up. Keep my unit. Punching it. Shut up. I checked him for weapons, man. Hold up. Yeah, I'm pregnant. So I need to guess.
The dangerous suspect was apprehended and faced a multitude of charges, potentially facing a lifetime in prison if convicted. The next suspect believes he's super strong as he has a black belt. However, let's watch how this plays out.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Okay.
I'm sure they did a lot of research. I'm sure they did a lot of research on this.
Can't do it. I know.
Don't want to do this.
Karate.
Okay.
On May 9th, 2023, a Port Orange officer was deployed after a store owner reported a man causing a disturbance and threatening customers.
Oh my god, a mother called 911 on her son in a vape store, dude. Ugh.
As the officer was briefed and went...
Guy was trying to get the prego woman? I don't know. Was he?
To meet the suspect, he wasn't aware.
Let a pregnant woman get assaulted? Bro, she can leave. Just stop chasing at any moment. You have his like license plate. Have somebody else go get him. What is going on?
He was going to be dealing with the self-acclaimed expert martial artist.
I'm here because the employee in the smoke shop right here behind me says that you've been coming in and out and bothering her and the customers.
No. When she told me to be quiet and leave, and I said,
okay, well, she says you've been in and out multiple times and you won't leave the place alone. So, hang on, let me talk.
Okay.
Let me talk. It's not a debate or a negotiation, okay?
No.
You are now trespassing the store, which means you cannot go in there anymore. Do you understand that?
All right, then she'll have to set my stuff outside then.
What stuff?
I have $2,000 worth of merchandise that she's holding.
Oh, so there's more to this story.
No, she said that she rung a bunch of stuff up for you and you never bought it. Okay.
Go ask her, you mother.
Okay.
Come over here and I'll kick the mother out of you. Come on, mother.
Okay.
You think I can't do it? I know.
Don't want to do this.
Skill of karate.
Okay. Bro, just walk away.
Black belt in judo.
You understand you're trespassing the store, correct?
I'll take your gun and walkie-talkie.
Okay.
And I'll control car.
You're trespassing the store.
I'll take your walkie-talkie, bro. I'll take it, and I'll say the silliest stuff to all your coworkers, brother. I'll tell them that you like farts. You like the smell of farts. I'll tell them it. I'll say it. I'll fucking say it.
Store, correct?
Yeah. Damn you, mother.
D, that's what happens if you drink the juice instead of vape it. That's so true, dude. Don't do that.
Okay.
Now get that.
I'm 12 feet away from you, not in your face at all.
The cop had finished speaking with the suspect, conveying all he needed to say. But the suspect had different intentions when he decided to pull a funny stunt.
Okay.
Go ahead, arrest me. Arrest me.
Central 2nd Unit, go to.
Wait a minute.
No, put your hands behind your back. Okay. Put your hands behind.
Bro, what happened? You thought you were a fucking black belt.
Right now. You're under arrest. Put your other hand behind your back right now. Put your other hand behind your back right now.
Okay.
Right now. Put your other hand behind your back.
Jesus Christ.
Put your hand behind your back right now.
You don't have to be so rough.
Sit up.
Okay.
Stand up. Come right here. Jesus. Sci-Fi Central. Male under arrest. Means call type assault battery.
Well, this is another suit. I'm suing you for $1 million. Whatever. Wait till my lawyer gets a hold of this, Judge. I'll be out in 30 minutes.
Okay. Fist car right here. Lean against it.
All right.
Spread your feet. Wide. Spread your feet. Wider than that. Even wider. Spread your feet.
All right.
Right now you're under arrest for battery on a law enforcement officer for throwing something at me.
Oh.
The suspect's purported knowledge in martial arts didn't seem to help a bit.
Brother, what? Look at your title. This is the video you included? He did not overpower the... Come on, man.
As the officer decisively dealt with him.
I can't believe it. The last thing I wanted to do is get arrested and go back to jail.
Then you shouldn't have thrown someone at a police officer. You're an idiot for doing that.
Well, I'll never do it again. I guarantee you that.
That's not true.
His apology proved futile as he was taken and booked in jail for assaulting an officer. Next.
What even was it? What did he even throw? What a bitch. Like, what a bitch cop.
Meet Michael Bishop, a strong man who proved resistant to tasers.
Put your hands behind your back.
What did I do?
Put your hands behind your back right now.
For what? Ah, Jesus Christ! What the f*** did I do?
On May 22nd, 2022, officers were dispatched to a local bar following reports of a disturbance caused by a customer who had discovered his friend and girlfriend were having an affair. As the officer approached the disruptive individual, the craziest thing happened.
Bro, why is it so loud in here? Holy fuck. And they turned all the lights off? What could be the value in turning all the lights off? Oh, the power went out because of the storm?
Hey, buddy. Hey. What's going on? You need medical attention?
Do I?
Yeah.
No, not at all.
Wait, can you find out what's going on? I'm still trying to.
Guy, the bottom line is,
why don't we stand up here where it's not raining?
because I don't care.
Listen, you got.
Good answer, bro. Yeah, you want to talk to me? You're gonna stand in the fucking rain. Am I being detained? Am I under arrest? No, then you can stand in the fucking rain if you want to talk to me. Or you can shout from over there and I may or may not hear you.
Call here. I'm not playing games. I want to know what's going on. I asked you nicely to stand up out of the rain. You want to?
Listen, guys, shut the fuck up. You don't have to talk to the cops ever. Ever. Especially after you're under arrest. Shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up. If you're ever around a cop, unless you're saying something really mean that's going to hurt their feelings, especially bad, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Never answer a question. Never answer a cop's question. Ever. Ever.
Dude, here. That's dude, go ahead. What are you doing, dude?
Put your hands behind your back.
I'm not doing nothing.
Put your hands behind your back right now or you're getting
I'm not
tased.
doing nothing.
Hands behind your back.
Yeah, literally, what crime has he done? What's the crime?
I'm not doing nothing.
Behind your back.
What am I doing?
Put your hands.
Literally.
Put your hands behind your back right now.
For what?
You're under arrest for resisting.
For resisting? When was he under arrest? Huh?
I'm not resisting anything.
The suspect escalated the whole issue at an unbelievable speed, and he soon learned the hard way.
The suspect escalated the issue by saying, "You want to fuck with me?" They're clearly fucking with him. Like, you want to fuck with me is a bad thing? Like, what the fuck?
Suspect escalated the whole issue at an unbelievable speed.
Hey, guys, that's not against the law, by the way. You can say you want to fuck with me to a cop. That is not against the law.
And he soon learned the hard way not to mess with cops.
You did. Get on the ground right now.
Buddy, I just want to go home.
Get on the ground right now.
For
or you get
what?
Or what? Yeah, base.
on the ground.
He said, "I've been lifting, fascist, have you?" He said, "I'm ripped, bro."
What? For what?
Get on the ground.
What did I do?
Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back.
Buddy, what did I do?
Put your hands behind your back right now.
For what? Ah, Jesus Christ. What the fuck did I do?
On the ground.
Stop. What did I do?
Get down on the ground.
What did I do?
No, literally, what did he do? Literally.
Get on the ground now. Get on the ground now.
What did I do?
I told you get on the fucking ground. Get on the 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 fucking ground. Get on the fucking ground. Get on the ground.
What did I do? Jesus Christ.
With what he just experienced, the suspect needed no reminder that it was imperative for him to obey the instructions of the officers.
Oh my god, this guy's such a fucking bootlicker.
Ground, you go get it again.
Dude, I'm down.
Get on the fucking ground.
Oh my God. I'm down.
Just don't fucking move.
I'm down.
The suspect was apprehended, but during the arrest, even the police officer was pepper sprayed.
What? Who pepper sprayed the police officer? Who pepper sprayed him? I watched the whole video. It wasn't that guy. What the fuck?
Officers were fortunate that the strong individual didn't attempt to attack them. However, the next suspect choked the cop and even dragged him with his car.
Don't do that, chat. Don't do that.
Police officers initiated a routine traffic stop in the 1000 block of the 12th Street.
Stay in the car! Stay in the car! Stay in the car!
You can see here how the driver, now identified as 32-year-old Pratt of Akron, refuses to come.
His name is Pratt of Akron? Like he's a fucking... is of his middle name? What the fuck? Like he's from Game of Thrones or some shit, dude?
Comply with the officers.
Show me your hands. Show me your hands.
Put your hands
First of his name. Yeah.
hands up. Are you gonna shoot me? I'm gonna shoot you.
One of the officer's body cam shows us the struggle between the suspect and the other officer. Here you can clearly see Pratt and the other officer in a chokehold.
I'm gonna hurt the button.
This is a look at the officer in a chokehold body cam while he's being restrained. You can hear Pratt turning on his vehicle, then saying this.
If I'm going, you going with me.
The officer answers.
If I'm going, you're going with me. Yeah, he seems like he made himself very clear. If you don't want to be dragged, you should let the fuck go. If you don't want to be dragged by my car, you should really let go of me right now.
I will shoot you.
The first officer body cam shows him using his taser, but police say it had no effect on Pratt. Then you hear the revving of the engine as the red truck drives away. Pratt still holding the officer through the open driver's side door. Pratt drives
Bro, he got like 10 feet
away. Pratt,
you can see the cop here.
Still holding the officer
you see him?
through the open driver's side door.
Right or no?
Pratt drives just a short distance before coming to a stop in a nearby yard. Finally, when police fired gunshots, Pratt voices his intention to comply.
What? The cops shot at him?
Only then does Pratt put his hands up and get on the ground. Officers can take him into custody. If you enjoy videos like this, please like.
Dude, I did not enjoy that. Downvote. Failed to apprehend the suspect? Check. Taste himself? Check. Broke his radio? Check. Officer Josh? Check. Officer Josh is hilarious. Literally fumbled everything possible. Damn, bro. Yeah, those SWATs were crazy. Okay, I've wanted to watch this video for a while. Okay, so this is a needed discussion about Indian street food. And as somebody who has, if you guys don't know, I used to work for a travel channel called Best Ever Food Review Show. If you've seen this channel on your feed or anything, they have like 11 million fucking subscribers now. But when I worked for them, they had, I joined at 300,000 and I left at 3.5 million. So we grew an insane amount. But we went to India twice on my time at the show. Spent like a month and a half there, made a bunch of food and travel content there. I've been to I've been to a lot of India, so this video is something I've been wanting to watch for a while.
You have delicious food. Please sneeze on mine. I will sneeze on everyone's. I have good food.
Yeah, we're doing it. Finally, some clean Indian street.
You forgot to sneeze. I will sneeze on yours. I will will sneeze on your shirt.
Your zipper's
I
down.
have the best food. I will sneeze on everyone. Give me your money.
Man. Release your oil down your
Everyone,
pants. Don't let that
would you like one booger or two? I have good food.
I don't understand people. Genuinely. Indian food is hailed as some of the best food in the Western Hemisphere, let alone in the entire world. If you've never had Indian food before, I'm afraid you've never lived. It's hard for me to put into words how good Indian food is to anyone who's never had it because you're...
True. Actually, no judgment. No judgment. I'm actually excited for you. But one in chat if you've never had Indian food. We're not going to judge. It's okay. This is a safe space.
Your brain simply doesn't have the capacity to even comprehend the combination of flavors. And this goes not just for India, but for any culturally rich yet underdeveloped nation that has been blighted by imperialism. The Indian music system, or Carnatic music system, for example, is a complex system that involves the use of notes.
Okay, good. I mean, it's fine. Yeah, it's okay if you haven't had Indian food, but if you haven't and you're lurking, I feel you. It's so fucking good, dude. Indian food is so fucking fire, man.
In tones
holy shit, try it.
Instruments don't have access to. Like my piano over here, which you can't see, but you can hear. The smallest interval I have access to on my piano is a semi.
Honestly, one of the most complex and like, oh my god, dude. It's such an insane cuisine. Nothing else in the world tastes like it. Nothing else in the world tastes like it. It's so incredible. I mean, other places, they would kind of use like curry bases and stuff like that, but oof, it all comes from India.
Reference is a whole tone. So I can only really...
I feel like they're referencing India.
Smallest space between notes that I can access. But Carnatic music and subsequently Indian instruments have access to microtones, which are in between the semitones. So they have access to notes that are in between these two, which I don't even have access here on my piano. That's why it's so hard for me to describe Indian food, because there are flavors you don't even know exist and can't possibly fathom without trying yourself. You're the
actually true
of beautiful music, but boxed in by Western society, making you intentionally or unintentionally ignorant to things deemed as unconventional by the first world country that you live in. And yes, I'm using music as an analogy here, but it applies to the same degree as food. They both fall under the...
Bro, is this guy leftist?
The culture umbrella, the cumbrella. Did I just say that out loud? Anyway, all I'm trying to say here is that when you live in a country that makes people like Gracie Abrams or Ian successful, it's time to diversify your taste a little bit and break out of the shallow perspective you've been born into.
It's also it's rough to have it in the first 2 minutes too. Actually, I really like this video, but bummer.
Now, when you do decide to try Indian food, I'm not even being overdramatic here, it might blow your fucking mind. The diversity of rich spices and ingredients that all culminate together into dishes with so much nuance and flavor, it can make a grown man cry. And we're lucky enough to have proof of that. Roll the clip.
Today we're trying Indian.
I love this. Dude, I love this video. This video is awesome.
That seasoning is out of this world. It has a nice garlic parmesan.
Yeah, dude, bro, this guy's so sick. If you are a hater of him, you have a problem. I'm sorry. You have a problem, and I hope you get better.
And that is cooked to perfection. I'm not even joking. It's thin bread, but it has so much
naan, dude. It's killing you.
This might be the best bread I've ever had in my life.
Truly. This is a fake review? No way. No way.
Holy crap. This might be the best thing I've ever tasted in my life.
Facts, dude.
My taste buds have been violated. That should be a crime. I'm tweaking.
That's right. Butter chicken has the power to solve toxic masculinity and enlighten the human brain. And it isn't even an S-tier dish. Hell, it isn't even A-tier. Even England is having a hard time standing their ground. A country that colonized India because they thought they
I think butter chicken is S-tier.
Were superior human beings now have an Indian dish as the most popular food item in their country. Boom! Take that. India won. England, 500,000 probably. Actually, wait. India beat England in the semifinals for the...
Butter chicken is the most depressing thing I've tasted? Huh? Butter chicken is fucking fire, dude. Huh? Yeah, wait, I need context. I need context. I think maybe you had a bad one. Puke? Maybe I... Give some... You may have had a bad one. You may have gone to a bad one. And it happens, but... Trust. You will... You should try it again. I like dal a lot too. Yeah.
Then win in the finals. India too. Wait, you guys are celebrating, right?
Yeah, honestly, Indian food doesn't really miss. It's true.
Maybe you need...
Unless you don't like spice.
Celebrate. With the sponsor of
Because it can get very spicy.
Excited to be working with these guys again, especially for today's video. If you've seen my videos before, you may be familiar with this brand. The Urban Indian is a small, brown-owned clothing business that prides itself on offering more than just clothing, but also for celebrating identity and merging vibrant Indian design with modern streetwear.
I will say I have had mid butter chicken, but I think that the best butter chicken, like when I was in India, the butter chicken I would get there was like
is a jacket that captures
the best Indian food I had
Indian cricket
ever.
The jacket
One of the best meals I had ever.
And
like
water-resistant materials, ensuring you stay
Indian food in America doesn't go spicy enough. I also, Robin, I also find that because sometimes, like after I traveled in India, I would try to go to Indian places and be like, oh yeah, I want it like the spicy way, you know, because I developed a good taste for it, and I've never ever been able to get it outside of India in the same way. They really don't make it spicy. I don't know what it is. I've heard this about. I don't really, honestly, like, so it's weird, like.
Now, besides influence.
Okay, I don't like Thai spicy. I don't like the Thai chili pepper taste. So like Thai food that's spicy, I don't really like. But Indian food that's spicy, I do really like. Jamaican food that's spicy, I love. I fucking love the Scotch bonnet. It's just different peppers have different tastes. And to me, like Thai Indian food is like, it's like spice without much flavor attached. Or it like covers up the flavor of the normal Thai food. And I like Thai food, but I feel like it's like spice with no, it's no like, there's no like poetry to it. You know what I mean? Whereas I feel like with Indian food, Pakistani food, and Jamaican food, the spice, the pepper that they use has a lot of flavor, and it's really good. Do you know what I mean? You just not have the right Thai curry. I don't know, man. I've traveled through Thailand quite a lot too. I'm just not a fan of the Thai like pepper. They use like that really tiny little spicy. It's so fucking spicy pepper. But I don't know. It is, people have different tastes. I love Thai food. Don't get me wrong. I really like Thai food. I just don't like the spicy of Thai food. And it's not that I don't like spicy. I like spicy. I don't know. It's a weird thing. You know what I mean? I feel the same way about habaneros. I don't really like habaneros. There's something about habaneros and the way they like coat your throat and they make you like kind of like really coughy that I don't really like habaneros. I can do with like every other I don't know. There's something weird about the spicy of habanero that I don't really fuck with. Jalapenos I'm not that huge of a fan of either. English or Spanish, very gay. Okay, maybe not very gay. Maybe I took that over. Wait, I missed that. What about ladyboys? What about them? What about them? Okay, I'm bi. Okay, I'm not very gay. I'm bi. Dang, bro, I followed to chat just to get that? Yeah, what? You like them? Of course, yeah. What about him? JK, bro. I mean, we're chilling. Cricket, I'm waiting. What? Yeah, what about them? What about lady boys? Five ads is crazy. I run 90 seconds of ads. Also, I don't know. Sub. Why don't you sub?
That you could have a food baby and still want twins. I'm very lucky because my mom's side of the family is Indo-Caribbean while my dad's side is full Indian. First off, growing up eating Jamaican food and Indian food made me immensely spoiled. But also seeing how Indian food has influenced Jamaican food and realizing the similarities taught me how beautiful culture can really be, especially when shared between oppressed peoples. What the fuck is your excuse, England? Beans on toast for breakfast? I don't care if it's a wartime tradition. Indentured servants.
True. Beans on toast for breakfast invalidates your entire country. I'm not covering UK elections. These fucking people put beans on toast and they eat it for breakfast. We don't need to pay attention to them. You don't need to learn about them. Invalidated. Goodbye. Invalidated. Bye-bye. Gross, dude. You're weird. You're weird, and I don't care.
Can make better food than you. That's sad. India 3. Just for beans on toast and pop.
You should try quiche. I've made quiche many times. I like quiche a lot. Quiche is a good breakfast. Yeah, it's like an egg pizza. Yeah. Egg pie. I make quiche. It's great.
What the fuck is pie barm? Is that just a pie sandwich? What dumbass tried to steal credit for the pie by putting it in between two buns? Gosh, stealing really is just in your nature, huh, England? India 4. So why are videos of Indian street vendors getting so much hate online? Why are these people who are seemingly just trying to promote their business receiving so much racism and bigotry? This is an issue I've been seeing constantly online for a while, and it's kind of become a trend. A video pops up on Instagram involving typically a poor Indian man serving food at a stall in an
I've seen this before too.
Overpopulated city in India. He has a long line of customers anxious to get their meal, so he's serving it as quickly and as efficiently as possible. Without even looking at the comments, I already know what they're going to consist of.
Yep.
A country I'm not interested in visiting. Bring back British rule. Don't go to any
Oh my god.
India restaurant, never and ever. People in the United States, let this be a lesson to you. We keep voting Democrats into office. This is how we are going to be eating in 2030 November cap.
Oh my god.
What? Now, the biggest gripe people have is the cleanliness, the hygiene, or lack thereof. And you know,
Dude, literally, I don't know if he'll say this. I haven't pre-watched, but I'm going to tell you right now. I worked on a food show. Okay, I've been in kitchens all over the world. People cook with their hands. A lot of people who don't fucking cook or never been around a kitchen, don't understand that people fucking cook with their hands. It's crazy. It's insane to think about. And so whenever you work in a street food setting, right? When people work in a street food setting and you see all the cooking processes happening in front of you, people watch that video on Instagram and they go, ew, they're using their hands. They're just touching them with their hands. It's like, bitch, every single every restaurant you've ever been to, they've cooked with their fucking hands, dude. It's normal. This is how people cook food, you dumbass. Like, it's so stupid. I hate this shit. That's why I wanted to watch this video, because I see this kind of racist shit, especially against Indians, all the time, and it's so fucking annoying, and it's so racist.
all I really have to say to that is eating the food. It's a video on your phone. you do understand that, right? This man serving Indian street food is not going to come out of your phone and force feed it to you. Oh, do you all of a sudden care about the quality of food that the working class people of India are getting? If so, then why are you being racist to all of them? Oh, right.
Yeah.
You don't care. You're just using this as an excuse to spew your racism. Now, we'll get to the hygiene and cleanliness of India in a second, so I don't want to see any comments saying India's dirty. It's not racist, it's a fact. Because sure, India's dirty, as reductive as that may be, but that doesn't mean you get to be racist and affirm whatever stereotypes you have in your head. These videos are essentially dog whistles for the normalized Indian racism to come seeping out of the cracks. And most of the time, people don't even need an excuse to be racist. This just makes it exasperatingly easier. In my video, Racism Against Indians Online, the majority of the comments are just...
Honestly, India is dirty. I mean, like, there's, like, trash. You see, like, piles of trash in cities, and, like, people are burning trash. That's what I think of when I think of dirty, quote-unquote, is that on the streets of any average city in India... How many just giant piles of trash are you seeing, and how often do you smell burning trash? However, I will say that I think India in general smells a lot better than a lot of other countries in that region, even because a lot of other countries have like massive sewage issues, like Thailand or even Vietnam. Like walking around cities in those areas, you're going to smell really, really bad smells for like a while. Pretty extended periods. It's going to be really bad. And I didn't really feel that in India, honestly. I don't remember when I think of the smell of India, I think of really good smells. And like incense and food cooking and, you know, like good smells, not bad smells. So it's not so easy to say. It's not so complicated. You know, I wouldn't just say it's dirty. Although there's a lot of trash. They do not have a good trash management system in India. I will say that.
Just straight up slurs or derogatory terms for Indians. It's like people saw that I was standing up.
Is that even that common, Norwegian? I feel like in America, most places have garbage pickup pretty well figured out, but LA is really dirty. And it's just like litter. It's like small pieces of trash and food. Like if you walk a dog in LA, you have to be on the lookout always for like chicken bones and there's just like random fucking garbage food on the ground that somebody's just eating and like threw away. You know what I mean? It's New York mostly, but actually that's a pretty specific New York thing because New York doesn't have alleyways. There aren't really alleyways in New York, so that's why. Whereas like Chicago, LA have alleys, so there's like places for the trash to go. You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean like literally LA is dirty as fuck, dude. LA is dirty as hell. In my old apartment, I used to walk around and my dog, I would have to like avoid needles and shit, which sucks, dude. Like that's not good. That fucking sucks. It's not so much in this area, but in the previous area I used to live in, it was like super common.
Up for racism and thought, I'll just counteract it by being more racist. It doesn't affect me, so please don't feel bad. I'm just trying to point out that people don't need a reason to be ignorant if they're just ignorant people. So now that there's a reason to be ignorant, everyone's jumped the train. The stereotype that Indian people are dirty and smelly is true. Just look at the proof. Or these people are just fucking poor, and poor people can't afford amenities. You ever think about it like that? One of the really only beautiful things about social media is the ability to see and access so many different perspectives across the world with the tap of a finger. But because of the hyper-individualism onset brought to you by capitalism, empathy for others is exceedingly rare. This is a very real issue that is occurring in India. But people only care about pointing and laughing rather than raising any concern whatsoever. And nothing is more monetizable than hate. Big YouTubers that have no business or merit talking about Indian street food have decided to dabble. Meat Canyon, a creator known for their satirical and absurdist animation.
Oh shit, Meat Canyon catching strays. Not even in strays, bro. Direct shot.
Made a video on his second channel ranking different street food videos based on how gross they appeared to be. I like some of Meat Canyon's videos, but what the fuck does he know about India? Now, to be fair, he was pretty liberal during this video. I mean, there's no blatant racism. Besides this fucking thumbnail, I mean.
Oh my god, dude. Brother, this thumbnail is absurd. Holy fuck.
Jesus, man. But again, this acts for a dog whistle for other people to be racist. That's the whole point I'm trying to make here. Another YouTuber, Joe Fazer, who makes fitness videos, decided to, again for some strange reason, fly to India to try the infamously filthy Indian street food.
Today I want to tell you about a place which I'm so intrigued by.
Like, what do you want to tell us about this place of 1 billion people that you've never been to? I've spent almost 2 months in India, and I don't feel confident to tell you shit about it. Like, what the fuck is going on? I could never be like, here's a generalization about the entire subcontinent of India. Like, this guy's about to make a whole fucking video about this. What is going? Can you have shame, please? We need shame back, I think. A little bit more shame right now, maybe?
This is a country which its food has been voted one of the most dangerous in the world. It's known for its poor hygiene, strange cooking methods.
Oh my god, dude. What a piece of shit. Just call them savages and move on, bro.
You are almost certain to get ill eating here. So the question...
Oh my god.
You're probably wondering, where is this place?
No, actually, that's not what I was wondering, Joe. You played us clips of India and Indian people, so I think I know where I am. Not the brightest crayon in the box, are we, Joe? I was actually wondering why the fuck you decided to live off of Indian street food for 24 hours. That's a pretty stupid fucking idea, if you ask me. Because...
What? That'd be easy as fuck. I've done that multiple times. Have you ever been afraid of getting sick from street food? No. You know the only time I was ever sick from working on this show? So listen, like, let me scroll to where I worked on it. It was a while ago. Before the pandemic. Okay, so here was the last video I published in Indonesia. And so we did, like, you know, Bali. we did like Kenya, like Maasai people, they only eat like meat. We've done bugs. Like, I did these coconut worms many times. You know the only time I ever got sick? The only time I ever threw up from eating something on this show?
It's all spicy.
Was these wings in New Orleans.
Listen. Ethan Herbert, also known as the Flame Eater.
It was these wings in New Orleans that made me so violently ill I had to pull over on the side of the fucking road and throw up.
Obviously, you're going to get sick. These street vendors don't make food for rich foreigners. They make food for poor people within their same economic status. Maybe I have to spell it out for Joe here. These are poor people. Poor people don't make money. And you need money to buy things, even like hygienic products like...
Yeah, I mean, Corwin, you're not wrong. The caste system is very, very, very alive, of course.
Gloves, for example. A lot of the basic necessities that you may have access to in your home country, these people don't. So maybe don't judge or eat the food because it wasn't fucking made for you. Anyway, he ate the food, and surprise, surprise, he actually didn't get sick. But surprise, surprise.
Yeah, exactly. He didn't get sick. Wait, so this YouTuber actually did go to India, and he actually did eat the food for 24 hours?
Surprise. He pretty much enjoyed everything he ate while he was there. And
yeah,
pretty nice things at the end of the video.
All in all, the taste does live up to the hype. Every meal is unique with flavors brand new to me, spices.
Oh, well, this is a based video then. Okay, cool.
Exploding in every dish.
I take back everything I said.
It is a completely different experience to what I'm used to in England.
Joe Phaser, maybe I treated you too harshly. How about next
Same.
time you
Same.
use scary and or ominous music when talking about something you know nothing about?
That food looks lit, bro. Yeah, it is, dude. Indian food is incredible, and it's even better in India. But India got problems? Bro, where doesn't, bro? Where doesn't got problems? Where doesn't got problems?
You'll be just fine. People aren't able to see through the privileged perspective of their lives in a...
I will go there immediately. If a place don't got problems, I'll go there. Tomorrow.
Country. And trust me, it blinds you. India's sanitation standards aren't held up to your own? Well, no shit. It's a completely different country with completely different societal standards, cultural beliefs, and historical background. Sure, the hygiene is an issue. The cleanliness is an issue. But these poor people don't deserve...
Japan got problems, brother. Let me tell you. Let me tell you, dude. Japan is cool. I agree. But they definitely got problems.
Blamed for that. These people that live below the poverty line are just trying to get by despite their circumstances. And if racism and ignorance wasn't such a blatant attribute of hyper-individualism, people would be able to glimpse through that the poor people suffering in these videos are having to resort to subjectively uncleanly manners, not because they're dirty Indians and it's inherent, but because of decades of oppression. And now their government's own lack of ability to recognize these street vendors for the crucial role they play in India's own economy. India's street vending plays a vital role in the urban economic ecosystem of India. Not only does it provide millions of jobs for the poor and migrant people, but it also provides cheap and accessible food for those that need it. These are essential workers of India, and like essential workers everywhere, they're severely mistreated. Not just by the people in the comment section.
Dude, it's actually so great that he left that little stutter in there. 'Cause I'm seeing how he's like working through it and the rest of his speech, and bro, congratulations, man. That's so cool. You're fucking killing it, dude. You've been so well spoken. That's so good. Way to go, man.
Of an Instagram post, but also by their own government. Inappropriate license ceiling in most cities, like Mumbai, which has a ceiling of 14,000 licenses, means more vendors hawk their goods illegally, which also makes them prone to the bribery and extortion culture under local police and municipal authorities, besides harassment, heavy fines, and sudden evictions. It was difficult and often illegal to work as a street vendor. Only in 2014 did India pass the Protection of Livelihood and Regulation of Street Vending Act, which was an act...
As a balding person, I want to kill him and wear his hair. He does have I mean, he's like really hot. Can we just all say he's really hot? And yeah, I mean, he's like really smart and is making good points and is well spoken. Yeah, that's what I said. That's it. That's all I said.
To regulate street vendors in public areas and protect their rights. However, still a lot of the main objectives sought out by the act remain ignored and overlooked because of preconceived perception of world-class cities and the idea that street vendors don't hold up to that standard, impeding their acknowledgement as legitimate contributors to urban life. Despite the fact that street vendors form a significant part of the informal economy, local authorities still refuse to implement the only piece of legislation recognizing their legitimacy. These people are constantly overlooked, underfunded, and overcrowded. So when it comes to the measures they have to resort to in order to maintain their business by any means necessary, things can get a little bit tricky. That's why these videos on the surface are seen as unappealing and gross, because they're showing a marginalized group of people stigmatized by the masses and constantly discarded in everyday life. Indian street food is not high quality food. It's riddled with bacteria and often leads to diarrheal diseases due to improper handling. And
I don't even know if I would go this way. I don't even know if I would say this. It is high quality food. It literally is. It's healthier. It's like, it is high quality food. And while I understand what he's saying about bacteria and stuff, he's not wrong. I wouldn't give them that. Like, it is high quality. It comes from like decades and centuries and millennias of culinary tradition that is like way richer than anything the West is offering. You know what I mean? Like that's high quality. I don't know. I wouldn't concede that but I'm not Indian, so I guess that's his thing to concede. And to be fair, when I lived in Vietnam, one of the main things that I would hear Vietnamese people complaining about in regards to the government was food quality standards, that they wanted, like, they were all very concerned about like the coffee you would buy on like a street corner, or that was offered to you by like a random, like I would drink that shit all the time, bro. I called it jet fuel. Because sometimes you just buy some shit and you're like, there's got to be battery acid in this or something. And literally, sometimes they put battery acid in it. You know what I mean? Like, actually, But Vietnamese people would not. They were like actually really concerned about that shit. And to be, that's their right to be. That's their right. Literally, not even, bro. You think I'm joking? They closed down a coffee plant. In April 2019, there was a police action in Dak Nong Province, Central Highlands of Vietnam, where they closed down one coffee plant. During the raid, they seized 21 tons of prepared coffee battery mixture, 40 liters of solution containing battery powder, taken from used D batteries, and 2 barrels filled with battery shells. Fuck knows how many tons of this shit went out to market before the raid. This is real. I'm not kidding.
In most cases, running.
What's the point of putting that in the coffee? Fuck if I know. I don't know. But it was something that people were like scared of, and they were happy the government was like cracking down on that shit. Because they were like, no, our food is like, they're poisoning us. Like, I would hear that from Vietnamese people all the time. I literally would. I would hear that from Vietnamese people all the time. That they were like they were super concerned about food quality and like safety. It's true. So I don't them asking for more regulation and stuff like that. Of course I don't stand in the way of that, and that's their right to do it. But to concede that like the food is not high quality in a general way, like that, like street food in a country is not high quality. Fuck no, I'm never conceding that shit. Fuck no.
Water.
I feel that way about our food too. Yes. Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Isn't even available at vending sites. So because of that, hand and dishwashing are usually done in buckets or often without soap. It's unsanitary and it's unsafe. But how the hell are you gonna blame them? These people are not given the necessities they need to operate a sanitary and safe business. These street vendors are giving everything to support themselves while supporting their own economy at the same time, only to be mocked and ridiculed. You know what they do need? The ability to run a sanitary business that has the potential to grow and expand. They need identification and registration, financial inclusion, access to credit, skill development and sanitation training, Infrastructure improvement. Street vending needs to be acknowledged for its legitimacy so that it can be made into a planned activity, purposefully written into a city's urban plans. Otherwise, these people are always going to be regarded as dirty parasites trying to leech on to anything that they can. Empowering street...
Bro, that is an insane way to frame street vendors. I would never...
vendors is not just about helping a vast informal sector. It's also about fostering economic growth, reducing poverty, and creating a more inclusive economy. Sustainable and comprehensive support from government, civil society, and the private sector is crucial for achieving this goal. Now, India's neglected sanitation is an issue on its own. Open defecation has been something India has been struggling with for a long time, and only recently have things started to improve. Overpopulation and a lack of sanitation infrastructure severely contributed to this health crisis. The big one being the lack of toilets. That can make defecation difficult. The increased funding for more toilets to be built has improved these circumstances. However, the generations of living with no toilets, or the common customs that toilets are often built outside the house and deemed as unclean, results in a shift in cultural and societal norms, making it difficult to change the way people see sanitation. On top of that, lower castes for years had been tasked with cleaning latrines in India. While the caste system doesn't hold the same sway it once did in the country, perceptions about lower castes being connected to toilets has put a negative light on sanitation. So when people say Indians are dirty, this is where that comes from. However, and because of racism's one-dimensional tendencies, those same people fail to see the full picture.
Bro, wait, I also think about this, this $1 Million Baby. Anyone?
Light on sanitation.
I don't have anything to say outside that, but am I cooking? Are there any Indian chatters in here that can...
So when people say Indians are dirty, this is where that comes from. However, and because of racism's one-dimensional tendencies, those same people fail to see the full picture. Not only are the poor lower and lower middle class unable to access sanitation and hygienic amenities, but they are also uneducated on those same practices and have been taught otherwise. The racism that is expelled once people see a video affirming their beliefs is disgusting and beyond reductive. People aren't born knowing how to be hygienic or how to be dirty. It's
not $1 Million Baby. What's the fucking movie called? What's that movie called? Where the Slumdog Millionaire. Yes, thank you. Slumdog Millionaire. You know what I'm talking about.
That must be taught.
Yes, thank you.
Environment you are raised in. Nature versus nurture, man. Come on. These street vendors are owed so much, but at the very least, they deserve to know and understand the basics of important hygienic practices. And that is something that should be given to them by their own government. Indian food is a sacred part of Indian culture, and it wouldn't be able to hold its weight without street vending. Street vendors are often keeping a lot of the culinary traditions and...
Did you follow me on multiple accounts at the same time? Look. Look. Why'd you do this? Why'd you do this? Did you just assume I would ban you? So you're always on like two different... You just always come in with... I didn't even ban you on that. Why did you jump to the alt? What's going on here? I never even banned you. You didn't give me enough context for either one to be bannable. Like I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, but now that you said it twice, it makes me want to ban both accounts.
Cultural practices.
Like I've been chill with you. Why? What is going on? What is going on?
Alive. It's time they're shown the respect they deserve. So many hard working class people, especially essential workers, are overlooked in society. But they really are the backbone to so many important elements. Can we please stop with all the hate? I'm a lover, not a fighter. Peace is all I want, and it's all I ever want. And if you want to hate a rich scumbag, a CEO, a government official, fucking anyone who works at a hedge fund. Because more often than not, and I have a pretty good hunch on this, things are shitty because of them. And they're the only ones that have enough money, time, and power to fix those shitty things. If you are an essential worker, thank you. And I'm sorry you're treated like shit. I'm gonna give you an air hug and breathe heavy just so it feels realistic. I'm a great hugger.
Okay.
And if you're not an essential worker, be kind to your essential workers, please. And stop being racist because you finally think you have a valid excuse, if you even need that. This is an empathy-focused YouTube channel. Empathy shall be had. Saji Sharma out.
Cool. Yeah, I liked that. I liked the YouTuber. I thought he was good. I'm definitely subscribing. I think the topic was good. I think it maybe missed a bit in the conclusions. It missed a bit in the conclusions. Racist? Okay, bro, I'm not engaging with that. I'm not gonna engage with that. We're gonna raid out. It's getting late. Y'all are getting weird. Come back another time. I'll be live tomorrow night, probably. We'll be chilling, hanging out. We're gonna talk about Biden tomorrow. We missed that tonight. Let's see, who can we raid? No, they didn't make us raid and end. I was always planning on ending after this video. I can handle the racists. It's fine. Did that guy ever chat again, or I called him out and he just cowered away? No, Corwin, I don't think you're racist at all. I don't even know what you were saying. I just don't want to engage in it and figure out what you were saying. If I thought you were racist, I would ban you. You're fine. I'm just ending, so I don't want to find out tonight. We'll find out another night. These are the kind of great things that have people coming back, you know what I mean? Fuck it, we're rating Tofu Ghost. If you guys caught the stream on Saturday, Tofu was there with us. Tofu's a great friend of mine. Please, please, please show Tofu all the love and support and follows and subs and bits that you would show me. And let's be honest, show Tofu a little bit more. Show Tofu a little bit more. Greencoat, thank you, man. Welcome in. Worm, also welcome in. I'm so glad we're catching people, you know. Yeah. Please, please, please show Tofu love. Tofu's a great streamer, a good friend of mine, and one of my favorite streamers on the platform. So enjoy it over there. I hope you have a good night. Please follow me on all my socials. Links are right there in the chat. We also have a YouTube channel. YouTube channel's right there, so subscribe. We post videos there occasionally. Iachat sent me? Hell yeah. What else can I plug? I think that's it. I think that's it for now. But we got some good content planned for the rest of the week, so please come back. Yeah, anyway, have a good night, guys. Appreciate you. Thank you for hanging out.